Thanks. Yeah, I want to talk about that. You're being like a politician now, aren't you?
Now, yeah, it's just a fun exercise trying to play with people in the retail realm, and it's honestly like speaking two different languages. And I've noticed that for people like you and I, that I know we have a similar like political philosophy about things that's very different from retail politics. I've decided that like you can't explain things to people in 2 minutes. Like you need 20 minutes, because if you say 60 seconds, their brains explode. They think you're some kind of crazy whack job. Then if you get like 20 minutes to explain something, suddenly they're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But politics is made for like slogans, sound bites, 10-second clips. And if you can't say the buzzword or the slogan and to like genuflect before the political apparatus with whatever you're supposed to say, they like get rid of you very quickly. They're like scared of actually having long form dialogue.
Well, yeah, you can't complain. You can't. They're not used to like taking the next logical step of a discussion. It has to be a quick soundbite, and then that's it. And then you're like, okay, explain that, and they can't explain shit. So you have to be like that.
No, and the best is when shit starts to get twisted, where it contradicts their worldview, right? So Canada is like the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen happen, because a year and a half ago, all of the like evangelical right was like, yeah, back the blue. Like, look at all these people rioting, and the police need to go clean this up, and let's get rid of all these people. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, back the truckers. You know, this is disgusting, and I can't believe they're turning into communists over there in Canada. It's like, bro, a year ago you were laughing when Derek Chauvin shoved his neck in the back of a fucking black man and killed him. Like, now all of a sudden you're indignant about this? And this guy on Twitter, if you're not following him, his name is Cole Cutz, Colekutz. He's a friend. He stays anonymous. He's from Jersey, political ally of ours. And he made this fantastic point to me. We talk on the phone once in a while. We were talking for like an hour yesterday. And he goes, all we need to really fuck up like the right on this discussion is to have like a couple of BLM activists go in the middle of the truckers and hold up a BLM sign. And then these people wouldn't know what slogan to say. They wouldn't know if they want to back the blue or if they want to stop communism, whatever their little tropes are. That would totally flip them on their heads. But that's the kind of paradigms I like. I like breaking those paradigms and making these people confront these disgusting realities.
Is it DJ Cole Cuts? Is that him?
Let me pull him up. Okay. He has a picture of Kanye West.
Okay.
Here's
Hex. Here we go, buddy.
Now the handsome quotient just went up.
Oh my gosh.
What's up, brother?
Nothing much. How are you?
Fantastic since our chat, 9 hours ago?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you were on the spaces, Hex.
Yeah. Whenever Daniel here hosts a space, I try to jump on and see what he's talking about. He's always got something interesting to say.
Usually it's white supremacy.
That's true.
And I invite Hex as the guest speaker every time.
Hex is who drops the hard R.
Mein Kampf.
My struggle. Don't say Mein Kampf. Just say my struggle, then 90% of the people won't know.
There you go. Now I will read to you my struggle.
I love it.
I'm still getting used to looking you up as Desert Daddy and not Forest Mommy.
I know.
You will forever be Forest Mommy to me.
I know. It really sticks, because even in real life, that's what everyone calls me now. And it's like, that's my name. It's my moniker. It's my Lady Gaga moment, you know? Too funny.
So are you able to take comments on here from people?
Yeah, so you can even open it up on YouTube as well as you want. But yeah, I see comments as they come in, and then I can put them on the screen.
All right, cool. I'll tweet this out.
And King Waffle, is his name King Waffle? I forget.
Yeah.
He's going to probably hop on at some point too. So then we'll be like really diverse, because he's Chinese and a Nazi as well, because he's in the Mises. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Now we get the little quad going.
Even the Nazis are getting diverse these days.
It's beautiful, you know? Everybody's just on the diversity train. We're starting so early. I was like, oh shit. So I had to was running around my house trying to get some shit done, so I didn't feel like such a piece of shit today. But
How much methamphetamines do you guys do to be able to do this for 8 hours?
I
All of
don't
it.
know. Yeah, normally it's at night too, and I'm just drinking and but yeah, all the meth, all the uppers.
So your Navy Jack flag is the flag that I fly outside my home.
Nice.
Yeah, that's like my favorite one out of all of them.
That's my favorite one too, and I didn't even know it existed. But then I went to in Colorado when we did the End the Wars rally on 9/11. Randomly, there was this Iranian dude who was basically saying like "fucking leave Iran alone," which we're like, yeah. So he kind of joined our protest too, but he was flying one, and I was like, oh man, I like that one. So
yeah, did you know that George Bush brought back that flag to put on all of our warships after 9/11?
The mission accomplished or the Navy Jack?
No, that flag that you have behind you.
Okay.
So the Navy Jack became that again until like, I don't know, I think Obama took it off. So all of our ships all flew that flag for like 10 years.
I don't know, Daniel. I don't know like any of your history. You should like introduce yourself
give the people a proper introduction.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'm Daniel Francisco. I live in New Jersey. My parents are immigrants from Portugal. They came here in the 80s, but I was born and raised here in this state. I have my hand in a lot of buckets. I'm a big Second Amendment activist. On that front, I've worked with a lot of groups in New Jersey, like the New Jersey Second Amendment Society. And for those of you that are into guns, the most best national civil rights group in that space is the Firearms Policy Coalition. I'm a plaintiff. Look at that. Wild Wild West pimp style, bro. There you go. So I'm a plaintiff in federal court. It's a case called Francisco v. Cook. Cook is my police chief who lives 3 doors down that way. And I'm suing in New Jersey in the Monmouth Superior Court against the New Jersey State Police, the Attorney General, the Superior Court Judge, and my police chief so that New Jerseyans can have the right to carry a handgun. So in June, the Nisper v. Bruin case in the Supreme Court is going to be decided. That likely will go in our favor. I think it'll be about a 6-3 decision where they'll overturn the basically like you need to have a cause to have a gun, special cause. In New Jersey, it's called justifiable need. But that case is out of the state of New York. When that gets overturned, my case is going to get remanded back down to out of federal court to Superior Court. I'll be the first person in the state of New Jersey to have a lawful handgun carry permit after the Supreme Court decision because of my case. So Firearms Policy Coalition, they're the shit. Make sure you hit them up, throw them a donation. I don't work for them. I don't get any money from that. I just believe in them. I love Brandon and Adam and the team over there. So Second Amendment stuff, I serve on my council in my town. The boomers here think I'm a nut job because I talk about things like, why is the government involved in this? Why don't we just stop doing this? Why don't we stop harassing people and ticketing them? And to them, I'm like Antifa or BLM because I say stuff like this. But then I'm also running for Congress in New Jersey Congressional District 4. So I got my hands in a lot of different shit. And ultimately, I just want to bring a little bit more liberty to this world. That's what I'm all about.
Hell yeah. Are you ex-military or anything?
Nope, no military, nothing like that whatsoever. So like my baptism, I'll give you another brief history. My father served in the special forces in Portugal because it was compulsory when he was a kid. He grew up in a fascist dictatorship where you had to go into the military. So instead of going to like the regular army or navy, he went to like their special forces. Told me a bunch of crazy shit that they used to do to him. He had a G3 issued to him, which is a Heckler and Koch rifle, which like isn't even really used anymore. But that's the only gun that man has ever touched. Until ironically, like I got involved in guns later on. As a matter of fact, I bought my father a gun this morning, which was a nice Canik, by the way. So he's getting back into it. But anyway, never touched guns. My father growing up never had a gun. My mother never had a gun. It was not something we had in our home. We lived in Newark, gunshots going off in the middle of the night. My parents said, all right, let's move to the suburbs. So I grew up in nice lily white, half Jewish, half Italian neighborhood, man. There's no real crime that bad around where I live. So when I got to college, started getting a little bit more, exposed to violence, got jumped, got into fights and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay, life isn't like the lily white suburbs all the time. And then my first job out of school was in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Now, when people talk about hoods, like around the New York City area, they think of like boroughs of New York, like the Bronx and Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And I mean, I live in Jersey. Trenton and Camden are some of the biggest shitholes you've ever been in your life. But if you want to be in places that like are stark, like really bad, go to New England, to these post-industrial towns where the factories have all closed down, and go hang out in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Open up ctpost.com, which is a Connecticut Post, and there's like a murder every day like there. It's nuts. So I started this job as like a plucky 21-year-old doing marketing for Philip Morris. So I'm like going around to all these different stores, and I'm getting jumped. I'm getting accosted by drug dealers. I'm getting accosted by gangs who run my stores. Like the stores pay them off for protection. I got guns pulled on me like 2 or 3 times, and my coworker, who was an ex-Marine, was like, "Hey brother, you're a little kid. You better get strapped if you're going to walk around these streets." So I literally got into firearms because of this one scary situation where I got jumped, and I said, that's it, I need to learn how to use a firearm. That was it. I was 21. I went and did the training. I got a permit, and I was able to carry there for the year that I lived there. And that's what got me started on it. And then I just became super, super passionate about it. So it's not military. It wasn't anything compulsory. It was just life, man. Like really living, working on the streets, seeing that, oh, the cops don't fucking give a shit. Like someone will just pull out a gun and kill you, and you better be ready to defend yourself. That's all it is. And most people don't live in that reality. That's why like limousine liberals here in New Jersey are like, I live on a cul-de-sac and I know the sheriff. No one's going to bother me. I was like, all right, well, not everyone's rich like you and can't afford that. So these people don't live in reality. That's the problem.
I don't. I'm going to do a couple of shout outs here. Hey, Joe Morgan. Hey, Alice. Thanks for hopping on. Joe, we get a lot of gun people following my thing because I don't know if you follow Terribly Tactical, Daniel, but he's in Chicago and he's awesome. But yeah, I got all his gun people come over and watch my streams too. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a good little family we got going on here. So
yeah, see, Ray Cancer noticed that it was Obama that took the flag off. I remember it was like 10 years after. The G3 is pretty sick. That's awesome.
And do you want to explain what your Blue Star Union program, or I guess?
Let's talk about Blue Star.
Yeah,
sure. I didn't even remember. I have the flag here and on there too. So I started a small nonprofit. Well, I'll step even further back for the people that don't know. I went to school with James O'Keefe and the people that started Project Veritas. So I was the executive director at Project Veritas for about 2 years. I opened their first office, and the people who were the executive directors before me, they're actually on the board of my nonprofit, Blue Star Union, which is very tiny, local in New Jersey, and we do a lot of civil rights stuff. So we tend to go around to political rallies. We interview people with mics. We do podcasts. We host parties. And Forrest, I mean, I'm pretty sure you donated to one of our fundraisers when one of our dear friends, Michelle, passed away, which was incredibly generous, and I thank you for that. So we also do fundraisers, right? So there was like this one girl, very young, was like 30 years old. She used to volunteer and help us all the time. Tragically passed away with like leukemia complications back in October, and we threw a fundraiser for her mother to help pay for her bills. So charity is part of our mission statement, and it's not partisan politics. It's not retail politics. It's cultural. So it's about fraternity, getting together with people, having community, talking about issues on a deeper level, going out to people who are engaging in retail politics, interviewing them and kind of challenging their perspectives. And if you go to the YouTube channel, you'll see like I go around to all these like Trump rallies, because that's all there is in Jersey. There's not really like leftist rallies here because the Democrat Party is so pervasive and strong. Like they don't really have to demonstrate. They already have power. So I go around all the Republican groups and I kind of try to turn their worldview a little bit upside down. So that's what Blue Star Union's all about. And I've made so many friends through it. I mean, all the people in the LP here in New Jersey, like we're personal friends with. We're on group chats talking all day long. If there's ever something going on in New Jersey, we all show up. And there's a great liberty community here. Like I always say, the places that are the most statist, the deepest like hellholes for liberty, are where you get the best liberty activists, because they're just forged in that hell, in that fire. And they're very, very principled. So you probably know a bunch of them from Twitter, like Telling Fable is Frankie, Rufo for Congress, Mike Rufo, Matt Arkey, who is Matt Struck, like all of these people that are, part of our little Twitter sphere, all good friends from Jersey and great activists.
And isn't it fun, like, especially over the last 2 years, especially, it's like, it has brought so many liberty-minded people that are completely different lifestyles. Everyone's different, but we're like, okay, we can all we're all going to get along, because we're all like, we're get along kind of people anyways. And then it's bringing all these different kinds of people together, which has been it's been beautiful to see over the last 2 years, at least for me. So I don't know how it's been for you guys.
Yeah, if you meet our group, like there's things about certain people in our little circle that you think would wildly divide you in other circles. Like this guy's an atheist, this guy's not. Like this guy's this race, this guy's gay, this guy's whatever. Like this guy's black, this guy's Hispanic. Like nobody gives a shit. Like we all love each other.
Should be.
Yeah, we're all human, right? And in fact, we like the Saul Alinsky mind in me like likes using those as wedges. Like, so Hex will know because I talk to him online a lot. The second Hex jumps on, I'll make some joke about like some trope about black people, and I'm not saying it at Hex. Like he knows this. I'm not saying it to Hex. I'm saying it to the assholes in the room. So they're like, oh my God, I can't believe he made a joke about a black person. It's like, yeah, it's to show you you're all so uncomfortable because you're losers. You secretly have some kind of bias or something that you think this is how friends talk to each other, right? Like this is how people who love each other treat each other. You are comfortable with those that are close to you. And then it gets worse, man. It's like, you're mad at me that I'm making a joke about race. Like I'm the one actually advocating for people stopping committing acts of violence against black people, and you're defending it. Like that's the irony. Like from the waist down he is.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, those comments are great. But yeah, dude, everybody gets so uncomfortable about race. Like like these social constructs that the leftists push like discomfort on you. Meanwhile, like the right should just like, they're so foolish. They should just weaponize it and be like, look, someone yesterday said, oh, we're trying to help minorities, they get abused. My answer to that is always, you're right. I agree with you that brown kids in Newark and Camden are getting abused through police violence and state action. We need to put a full automatic rifle in the hands of every black mother in Newark to stop all of that abuse. Oh, no, we can't have that. I'm like, wait a minute. Are black mothers too stupid? Like they're too dangerous to have a fire? Oh, no, it's not that. And now they're twisted in a pretzel. Like, it's these people are so easy to break and they're so uncomfortable. And my friend David always says it's because it's the namesake of my campaign is the hibiscus flower, which is a symbol of love. These people don't have love. They don't have a loving relationship with other humans, especially men. Like these men, I don't think I've ever hugged another man. And I don't mean that romantically. I mean that as a friend. Like, I love you. You're my friend. I'm going to watch out for you. And when something bad happens, I'm going to tell you that you're wrong, right? They don't have these kind of relationships. They have these like sort of suburban corporatist relationships where everything is go to HR or complain to this person or, oh, he said a joke, he's canceled. They have this formalistic plastic existence, and that's why they never engage in an act of love with another human being. They never tell a fucking joke to a friend. They're just fake people, and that's why it's very easy for the state when they tell them, hey, that guy, you can't talk to him anymore because he said a bad word. Oh, okay, I'll listen to you, Mr. Government, because they don't love each other, right? They have no love in their life.
That's true. Yeah, and they just repeat what they're told. I was actually just watching, I don't know if you guys follow Jim Brewer or any of his stuff. I was watching one this morning, and like I fucking love that dude. And like he was just like going off. It's like all these people say things. They say, oh, the news says, oh, Jason Aldean and all these people are bad or whatever. And then so they repeat it, and then they're like, then they write people off. And which he's going to be in Cleveland, by the way. Hex, Jim Brewer
Who is?
Jim. He's a little older probably for you, but he was a comedian and he's like been really based about everything over the last few years. And he's hilarious.
Do you know where he's from?
Like where he lives?
He's from New York, but he lives here in Jersey. And he lives in a small town called Chester, and he always gets like made fun of because he actually hangs out in public at the like local cafes and shit. And people are like, holy shit, that's Jim Brewer. So do you guys know the band Greta Van Fleet?
Yeah, I know them.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tex would know. He's a rock guy, right? So Greta Van Fleet played at the Starland Ballroom here in Sayreville, New Jersey, a couple years ago. And I went with a couple of friends and then my uncle. Jim Brewer walked right by us with his daughters and was in the pit, like hanging out at the show. Like he's just a normal dude, like good dude. And he's been on Opie and Anthony for years when they used to be together. I love Jim Brewer. He's a real man.
And I think his wife's got like cancer right now. And like, so that's what he's going off about. He was talking about David Cross, the comedian who's like talked shit about him for like over a decade. And he's like confronted him before. And so the thing I was listening to this morning, he's like talking about how he confronted him. And, David Cross was like, oh, whatever, like wouldn't like man up and say, I said these things about you or whatever. And then Yeah, he was just, and I guess recently David Cross said something like he hopes Jim and Jim's wife die. Like he literally said something like that because of the whole
What a
vaccine
cocksucker.
stuff, you know? Yeah, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. These people are terrible.
They don't love people. Like, I don't think those people have ever experienced like I've never met the two of you. I know if I met either, we'd be fucking hugging it out in 2 seconds,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
Like you're two of the warmest people I've ever met, and I've barely talked to you, right? Like that. I don't think these people ever engage with that.
They don't
kind
love
of emotion.
themselves. They don't love themselves.
Oh yeah, we talked about that Keith Olbermann thing yesterday too, what he said.
Oh, on the space.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the video. There's the video. They had mounted police officers in Ottawa, up in Canada, and then there's the clip of the one who trampled that old lady. And then Keith Olbermann shared it, and it's like, "This would be the finding out part. More of this, please." And it's like, you absolute piece of shit.
Jesus, that guy.
I love how the Ottawa police came out a couple hours ago and said, no one that was trampled by a horse got hurt permanently. There were no injuries. Like, no injuries.
Like,
the
that's
horse
supposed to make it
wasn't
better.
injured. I don't give a fuck about the horse, man. You're fucking running people over with the damn 2-ton beast. Like, I don't want to hear about, oh, the horse is okay. The best was the bike. They like, oh, they hit him with the bike. No, you ran at the bike, pulled it away from the guy, then proceeded to beat the shit out of him with a baton. Like, they just speak in doublespeak and think, oh, I'm not going to question it because the government told me this.
Yeah, that Ottawa police Twitter, that shit's fucked up. And they were just saying I just saw another one. They're like, we will find you, and there will be financial. And I'm like, how is this happening? Well, I mean, we know why it's happening in the last 2 years. It's just like, holy shit! Like they're literally like competing with North Korea.
Saying
right
the quiet
now.
part out loud, really.
Oh shoot, he was there on the 18th and 19th. Alice, so he's already went. That must have been an older podcast I was watching. Dang it was just like last night. He was there last night, Alice.
Fuck. Well,
Actually, I saw some comedy last night at a 5,000. I haven't seen hardly any comedy since everything went down. And I went to a friend of mine from Twitter. She had bought tickets to this. What's her name? Eliza Schlesinger.
Schlesinger.
Yeah. For 2 years ago. So they've been hanging on to these tickets for during the whole thing. And it was a 5,000 venue, and they didn't do, I think it's up to the artist, but they didn't do any backs pass, mass, or whatever. So it felt really good. It was great to be out, and it was fun. Anyways.
Yeah, comedy is a great equalizer. I'm a huge fan of comedy. That's like another big hobby of mine.
yes.
Yeah.
There's so many so the best stand-up places are the hole in the wall, like intimate room. Dude, you can be a shit comic and take over like a casino theater very easily because it's this like heuristic effect. It's like if people are laughing around you, everyone else is laughing, the lights are down, you don't really see the audience. As long as there's some general laughter happening, you're kind of killing. But if you do like a small room with 20 people and you bomb, you're going to eat shit. Like there's no noise. Like if they're not laughing, the room is dead. So the small rooms, when you see a guy kill in a room with 25 people, that's how you know he's a good comic. And Jersey, the New York, Jersey like marketplace has so many big comics that you can see like grade A acts at like a little local place. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, when Robbie came through Denver, he was like shocked because we sold out. It was like a little basement venue that we use. It was like 100 people. It was sold out, and he was like, people have been dying for it for this last 2 years because out here, the Comedy Works out here. They have 2 locations, but they went vax pass or test right away. Right away. So like I haven't been going forever. So that's good. But he was saying also out there, once they started doing that in New Jersey and New York, because it's a thrill for these comics to like go to different ones through the night and like chase it, and like go to all the different rooms, and then Al got fucking shut down on them. And so it is. I'm so glad it's back, and I'm so glad people are like not being so retarded anymore. I'm thankful for that at least.
Yeah, the comics are the only ones that'll say like, hey, this political stuff that we're going through is bullshit. They're the only ones that will insult it, while everyone else is going to call you a terrorist for not going along with their mandates. So, like, comedians are literally like God's gift. Like, we need them. We culturally need them. And that's the first thing they'll stop is like, we don't want the fucking court jester telling everyone that we're idiots, so we need this to stop. That's how they react to it.
They shut down the venues first, one of the first batting gyms.
And gun shops in New Jersey and gun ranges.
Yeah. Not everywhere did that though, but yeah, that's another big one.
We had to sue for that. We had to sue the governor. Actually, my friend sued the governor, Alex, with New Jersey Second Amendment Society. And
is Murphy the governor out there?
Yes, it's Phil Murphy. He had to settle with my friend for over 6 figures for doing that. By the way.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
Scumbag.
Like through the government had to pay that out, or did he personally have to pay it
The
out?
taxpayers had to pay that.
All right.
This is what I mean. They fuck up your life, make horrible, tyrannical decisions, and then if they mess up, that's not my money; it's your money, so it doesn't matter.
It's so messed up. And if you want to
accountability,
and if you want to change a law, it is like because I'm working on like starting a single issue pact to fight some of the mandates out here and stuff, and like it is so much fucking work to do something. Like they can just shut something down like this or make a rule like this. But for us to fight something, it is so much work to like change it. And it's not fucking fair and it's not fucking right. They should have to go through the hard process of making these mandates or what. Like it should have been hard for them, not hard to undo it. You know, it drives me nuts.
I see Mike Rufo in the chat. I want to shout him out.
Rufo, he already made a comment about me molesting people. I saw it.
I just now saw it. What's up, Mike?
I saw you're getting you're in your politics, Daniel. They were like cutting off that photo. They were like, where's it at or something like that. And you're just like, holy shit. You
don't even understand the depravity. Like the thing that I'm tweeting is like this much. The problem is like this. So this stupid woman that's the campaign manager of one of my opponents. Now, I'm not a douchebag. Like, I don't just go around saying, fuck you, you're a piece of shit. Like, I don't just randomly attack people. In fact, I promised I won't attack anyone unless they attack me. So there's 2 other guys in the race that I talk to every day, and I'm very friendly with them. We had a town hall together where we're all complimenting each other the whole time. I guarantee you've never seen a congressional debate like that where we're all saying how wonderful each other are. Like, that never happens, right? So this woman has been taking my tweets, cutting them off. And now what I'm doing is I'm very purposely saying childish things like Jello wrestling to get them to respond. Like I'm doing it on purpose. They fall right into the trap and they cut my tweet off. They cut the top off that has my profile picture and they cut the bottom off that has the time. And they're like, we weren't invited to this and we didn't have the info. And like I posted the email from the president of the club saying, we're looking for Trisha. She's not answering. Her website's down or something. Then I publicly tweeted it at her. They cut it out and go, oh, we didn't show up because we didn't know where it was. You cut it out. I'm like, me? That was your tweet, you stupid fuck. Like, do you not know how the fucking internet works? Like these boomers think like I'm so stupid that I can say this lie, that I think everyone else is as stupid as me, that they'll believe this lie. And every day, like 5 former like campaign associates of hers call me and go, oh my God, yeah, she's so dumb. Like, and again, I don't care. Like, I don't know who this woman is. I don't give a shit like that she exists, but she just like every day her little surrogates like just make up some fucking crazy lie. And the irony is the whole reason she did that was because we had our districts gerrymandered really badly with this last census. And a month ago, my town and a bunch of other towns got cut out of the district that we're all running in, like a little sliver of like 4 towns. So most of the people, in fact, only 1 person in the 6-person race live in the district. So this woman decided she's not going to go to a town hall in the district that we all were invited to, and she pretended like she didn't know about it and wasn't invited. She went to another club outside of the district to speak by herself to people who can't vote for her. Like it'd be like if I was like, oh, I'm coming to Denver to come see you and I'm going to campaign there. Why would I campaign there? I'm not running there. So then she's making fun of me, covering out my tweet, cutting it and going, you're playing politics and causing drama. What the fuck? You're not even in the district. What are you talking about? So these people like live in another like reality and they don't understand. Like, I'm not some Republican douchebag. Like, I'm not an idiot. Like, I will debate you into the fucking ground and like make you cry. And she was like, oh, you're a rhino. I'm like, rhino? Like, you're talking about Republican terms? I will make you lick the boot in 2 fucking seconds. Get on a debate stage with me and I'll prove what a statist you are. No, then they fucking run away. So ever since that little thing last night, they haven't said a word. They went back to their hole where they belong.
Of course. In the chat, Justin O'Donnell and Michael Rufo, they both say they're douchebags. It's good to be honest with yourselves.
Yeah, right. I respect that.
Yeah, you guys should. Everyone should come to Denver. Even if you're not part of the LP, everyone should come out to our convention.
Oh, Rufo, you got to change that profile picture, bro.
March 12th.
March 12th. That's right around the corner, basically.
I know. I have to actually like participate. I can't just party the whole time, but it's all right.
Yeah, it's the LP. Everyone's drunk or high the whole time anyway.
Well, that's why it's fun going to out of state ones because you can just like you don't have to go to the business part. You just like go to the fun
I
shit.
just show up, go to straight to the bar.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they just had. They asked me to speak at the last LP meeting at the end, and it was literally at a bar, and there were like kids there, and everyone's just drinking and eating while they're voting on motions and arguing and shit. So the way it should be.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Oh shit. Did you, Justin? You got detained at the airport security. You gotta be careful about that Denver airport, man.
Isn't that whole satanic airport?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's that shit under the ground or whatever.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, but there's a whole conspiracy theory that they're gonna eventually move DC out to Denver. And like so underneath the airport they built all these bunkers and all that shit. And then they had painted these weird ass murals when they built it, like kids in masks. And like it was painted in the 90s, all these murals, and it was like, why are there kids in masks in these murals? And then, it just feeds into it.
Fast forward to
like
2020.
Yeah, it's like you can't like not think about that kind of shit. So
Yeah, then they also you have like NORAD and all those other.
we have Cheyenne Mountain.
Do you have a Dumbo down there?
What's a Dumbo?
Like the deep underground military base operations.
Well,
or
there's Cheyenne Mountain, and there's just all sorts of army and shit out here, and missile silos everywhere, and like there's army everywhere. It's crazy.
I've actually never been to Colorado my whole life.
I've never been there either, actually.
Well, you guys should.
I've been wanting to go for a while though.
Yeah, and like I said, once I moved to that other house, it's so big, and people can come stay there and have like a real good Colorado experience. So let's do it. I want to plan a big like picnic, liberty-minded kind of picnic thing this summer down there too, because I love having house parties, but like this house is just not big enough to like go hog wild and invite everyone. So once I'm done at the other property, I'd love to like invite people from out of state. You can camp there. There's bears, but we'll be fine and stuff. So
you got 308,
4570 limit
exactly.
Yeah.
And that I told you the story about the bear that dug up my dead dog. So I'm like, I gotta find that motherfucker, and like, there's got to be revenge. So
Hex will bring his pimp revolver. We'll be fine.
Wild West pimp revolver. Oh, Daniel, I haven't listened to it yet, but you talked to Lainey Sweet, right?
I did. Yeah, that was emotional, man.
It really was.
I'm not like my friends who know me personally, like I'm not the type to like whimper or like I hate serious shit. Like whenever something gets serious, I make a joke because I don't like getting emotional. Like I'm that fucking uptight about it. This woman like broke me down, man. Like broke me down telling her story. And it wasn't even so much like obviously the emotion of it sucks, but it was the depravity of like what the police department and the state did to her after it, right? Like how they demonized her. I honestly was like, if you watch it at the end, I was thoroughly depressed and like almost having like an anxiety attack. Like I was drinking water. I'm just like, I can't listen to this anymore. And I texted my friends because they were texting me, like they knew somehow through the camera, they knew, are you okay? Right. And this wasn't about me. Obviously, this is her heart-wrenching story. Like I'm not trying to draw attention away from it, but I had to go for a drive after to like clear my mind because I was so depressed, like hearing her story. But she was a sweetheart. I messaged her and she like called me back on my phone the same day and like talked to me for an hour, just explaining me stuff that was going on in her life. Like not even for an interview, just like as a human. She's a good person. Right after she got on with me, she was also with Thaddeus Russell. So that got her a lot of, someone got her a car because of that. Someone donated a car to her. So I'm telling you, man, the people in this movement are good people. Like, I don't know anyone here in political circles that would donate a car to me if I was in trouble. But some stranger on the internet listening to Thaddeus Russell interview her gave her a car. Now her kids have a way to get to school and practices and stuff. So I wish Lainey the best. She's a kind-hearted person, and I hate that story so much, man. It kills me.
It's so fucked up, and that's why I wish because most of the people don't even like know what happened, the violence that happened. But then when you hear her side of it, and it's just like, how can anyone trust the system at all anymore? And it's like, I just wish everyone could hear her. So I need to push yours and Thaddeus out there to like everybody, because like people need to hear that, like how the hotel wouldn't fucking talk to her, and then the cop, just
she
like
had to fucking find out from the corner.
yeah, finally she calls them, and then that's how it was everything terrible you could dig, and it shouldn't have even fucking happened in the first place. Like the whole thing was just so fucked up and disgusting, and then it just kept getting worse. Then you hear her side of it, and it's like, holy shit, how did
Yeah, they're just like
know.
drinking and like playing video games or whatever they were doing in the room, and it ends up with a guy getting killed. And you could see like, you watch the video, and it's like you naturally put yourself in his shoes, right? And have you guys ever had a gun pointed at you?
no?
Okay,
No, you haven't, Hex?
what are you saying? That his type has guns pointed at them often?
His people
With
Yeah.
glasses? Well, I'll tell you this much. I've had guns pulled on me before, and you either like freeze or you go into fight or flight. I don't care how much of a tough motherfucker you are. I have zero shame admitting that when it happened to me, I got out. I won't go into the details of what happened, but I got out of the situation, flew in a truck down a highway for like at 100 miles an hour, my heart palpitating. I pulled over and had a full blown panic attack. Like I thought I was having a heart attack after like 10 minutes after it happened, because it just fucked with my mind so much. In the moment, I did what I had to do to get out. But dude, like I know that happened to me, right? And I didn't have 3 guys with rifles pointing it at me. It was one person. I can't imagine what was going through his poor, like his soul. Always get
Sorry, I'm
guns
laughing at
pulled.
Mike's comment that Forrest Mommy just put up.
It's true though. Even when I get pulled over, I'm shaky. I'm shaky.
Yeah,
I mean, you just are like,
You get anxiety, right? So it's
Yeah.
like, imagine him and you see his voice. His voice is vibrating, like there's a tremble to his voice. His pants fell down, which is the shorts fell down, which is why he was grabbing at his shorts. And just like
And then
everyone
lit him up.
they lit him up, and everyone goes, "Oh, well, he shouldn't have reached for his pants." Listen, you don't know what was going through that man's head, all right? Like the real answer is that situation shouldn't even have happened, right? It shouldn't even have happened. And the other girl was able to crawl out after, like, peacefully, but like it like gives me anger and like sadness just thinking about that story. It's unreal.
they knew he didn't have a gun. They knew he didn't have a fucking gun.
He had a pellet gun. He had like
Yeah, it was like an air rifle.
it was
that
a
he used
pellet.
for, like,
He's exterminator, so
Yeah.
he was like he has a pellet gun that he like kills pests with, like squirrels and stuff.
Right.
So someone claimed that they saw it in the window, like someone outside the building. So someone called, and that's why the police went up there. But the whole story is like you said, with the manager, everyone knew him. Like he wasn't a stranger. He stayed at that hotel before. So it was more of just like, oh, we know who the guy is. Instead of us like having a conversation or knocking on his door, let's go up there, in low ready and get ready to point at this guy. It's nuts.
Yeah.
So
And then I remember listening to your interview. I remember Laney Sweet. She said that the guy that was described to have been holding the rifle was Mexican and Daniel Shaver was white. So it's like, how do you fuck that up?
yeah, Shaver, that must be from the Tijuana region, right? Chavarez. That's his main.
Yeah, is there still are they still taking anything to court with that? Do you know, Daniel, or is there anything going on with it?
She had a pending case, and I'll be honest, this was like almost a year ago. I don't
Right.
remember what's happened with it since, but she was trying to appeal something. And I think she was still waiting on it was either getting some of his property or I don't remember what, but I got to watch it back. But I'm not lying. Like halfway through the interview, like I started shutting down emotionally. Like I couldn't take it. And you ask my family, ask my wife, like I can't be serious about anything. She broke me down just explaining that story to me. I hated hearing it, but it's an important story for people to know. And it's a telltale sign that you two know about it. But if I ask a random person here on the street, they've never heard that name before.
No, I don't know the story, and they especially don't know her side of the story.
Right. And then what I think she talked about this on I think both yours and Thad's podcast, but like what they like when she was like going to court, whatever, like the way they screwed her at every angle they possibly could during like the court cases.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Like they couldn't like get like protests or whatever, but they let people fly their thin blue line flags or whatever.
Yeah, they were able to have pins. So they break.
Yeah,
what
that's
happens
what it
is
was.
whenever there's like a situation with an officer, they do a show of force. They all show up in court in uniform, and then they were wearing pins, which were like a political statement. And she was banned from wearing, I think, a T-shirt that said something with Daniel's name on it. So they're like, no, you can't wear that. Go change. But they're allowed to have all these blue line pins, and it's the state going after the state with your money. Like, of course, they're not going to eat their own kind, right? Like, it's going to be bias in the situation.
Anyways, we can talk about something happier now.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's important to tell the story. It's important for people to know about it.
How are the mandates and stuff in New Jersey right now with COVID?
So the functional like retail mandates ended last May, like right before the summer. So we were one of the last states that was still like doing it in person, like New York and I think Philadelphia, not Pennsylvania, but like the Northeast states, the liberal states still had like retail mandates and public building mandates. Now after May that stopped, but schools are still masked. Kids are still masked in schools. And that's about to end in like a week or two. So we're like one of the last ones. Like we still have masks in schools. Retail employees are still forced to wear masks technically by law. In some places they don't. If you go into a mom and pop shop, they're not wearing masks. But the big fight is still like the schools. But that's another irony that like I get into arguments with these people because I'm like, you just started getting worried about schools like this year because of masks. Like they shouldn't even be there in that school to begin with. And here's 17 other reasons why you shouldn't be there. But this is the problem, man. Like Republicans view this as a battle of like, oh, I only know that what I experienced in the last 2 years is what I perceive to be tyranny. So I'll fight to get the mask off my kid that I think is harming my kid, but I won't take my kid out of the school. I'll send them to be harmed, which is like blows my mind every time they like use these arguments. But then as soon as the masks come off, these parents will all like take a drink and forget about this ever. Like it's like a bad dream that went away, and they won't care that their kids are getting abused 17 other ways in public schools. So people are mostly asleep on this issue, especially on the right. People on the right like to complain, like to blame. How should I put this? They like to blame figureheads that actually aren't doing anything, right? So instead of getting mad at like themselves or the person in front of them who's making them wear a mask, which is a teacher or a cop, they're like, it's the governor's fault. And it's like, well, the governor's not here. Like he's not doing anything. The people that are writing citations for masks are the cops in your neighborhood. Like they're the ones that are acting out the orders from the governor. And they're like, no, it's not his fault.
He's probably sucking too.
Yeah.
The line shit.
Yeah, exactly. Which last summer when they were kneeling on a black dude and fucking killing him, you were cheering that fucking cop. Like, and now you're like, oh, it's not the cop's fault. It's fucking Governor Murphy. Governor Murphy's just a dude with bad ideas. He can't do anything without an army of people enforcing his bad ideas. But Republicans have not grasped this yet.
No, and it seems so easy to, like, even just with Canada going on, it's like, do you see who's causing the harm? Do you see who's actually coming in causing the harm? That thing was peaceful as fuck until the cops or whoever they are, if they're UN people or whatever. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, the plane.
And it's just weird. How is there all of a sudden these fucking armies of like military people? You know, it's you can't. It's like hard not to fucking go down the rabbit holes with that shit because you know, who the fuck are these people?
Just imagine that happening in like Austin, right? You know, you'd get the like Alex Jones crowd and like the gun groups and all that. They'd all be there with rifles on that line, right? Like every dude would be
the whole nine.
Dude, they'd be tacked out, level 4 plates on them, rifles slung on their back, mag pouches, tacked out to the max, right? And now it's a bunch of people, like normal people, like with guns, and a bunch of cops with guns. They're not gonna go and try to punch you. Like they may, but it's gonna be mutually assured destruction, right? But these Canadians, they're literally. I feel so bad for them, man. You ever see The Purge? Like where they're like, oh, say, can you see? As like people are getting shot and killed and blood's flying everywhere, right? That's going on in Canada. They're singing, oh, Canada, as like a guy with a rifle butt is bashing a dude in the head, kicking a fucking grandma, fucking horses running over an old lady. Like, it's like a dystopian Hollywood movie. And that you just hear these people praying and singing. That they're so peaceful. Like, they're singing and praying in the background as their friends are getting the shit kicked out of them. I feel like I'm watching a movie. It's not even real. It's like sarcastic, but it's a dystopian reality. It's unbelievable.
It all does feel like a movie and shit. I mean, they win Emmys. The politicians win Emmys and shit. So why wouldn't they be like putting on these like productions half the time?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at
George Floyd comment
in the chat.
Did you see that? Did you see that other question for you, Hex? Yeah, there was a question.
No, I didn't.
That was about guitar strings.
But what's your favorite string gauge for real low? What the fuck? I have 11 to 52s on the Ibanez. I have what are these? 11 to 52s. I like these for low tunings, and I also had them with my Schecter, but that's currently in the process of getting repaired, so I had to cut those off. But yeah, for lower tunings, I like these 11 to 52s.
There you go. Music talk, which Hex, you need to start your own channel and it'll just be all music talk.
Now, once I get this mixer, I'm gonna start streaming, like me working on music.
Yeah, I like it. I'm going on Chrissy Mayer tonight. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I saw that. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome.
I was like, sweet.
Like
random.
Like Anthony Cumia, I am like a huge fan of him. I've been listening to him since I was a teenager. I'm 35. And like Cumia and Norton and all of those, like Jim Brewer is friends with those guys. Like he goes on, he used to go on Opie and Anthony all the time. What are the Bobby Kelly, Rich Voss, like all of those guys are from this area. So I've been watching that since I was a little kid. And now he's got Compound Media where Michael Malice was, Gavin McGinnis. When Chrissy got on there, I started paying attention to her. I'm like, oh, she's really funny. She kind of gets it. She gets like the politics of it. And she's like a normal girl. She's not like this nerd, like political wonk. And she's fucking gorgeous. Like she's fun to look at.
Oh yeah.
So it's like she's just a fun girl. Like she's a lot, very cool. I'm very jealous that you're going on with her.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll give you a shout out while I'm on there. I'm gonna secretly shout out on my friends.
Have a good time. Yeah, she's awesome.
No, I like her too, and I think she kind of has a somewhat similar, like kind of like when we were younger, we went off young to be like strong, independent women, and now I'm a strong, dependent Black woman. So like,
oh yeah, I gave her my black card.
I wish you should have said you're strong Black man just to really throw the ball.
I should start saying that. Strong, dependent Black man.
What's Rufo clipping? I've already said like 14 inappropriate things. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's okay. Go back. Yeah, and Hex dropped the hard R a couple times at once.
I dropped it like 4 times. One of the last times we streamed.
He has
up.
Poetic license. Poetic license.
I know. I'm like, I wonder if they like the algorithm tricks it, and then they got to go look. We're like, all right, what color is this person who said it?
Oh, he's allowed. No, he's allowed.
I'm being racially profiled.
Yeah. Or what if the algorithms can pick up your better Black voice? You know, I don't know. It might be that good now.
Mike Rufo, let me explain to you something about women. I don't care how smart, how professionally accomplished they are. My wife is the first one to tell you, you compliment her on her looks, she loves you forever. Every girl likes being complimented on their looks, and if they tell you otherwise, they're fucking lying to you. Am I wrong, Farce Mommy?
No, it's true. And then that's why I compliment everybody else too, because I get so many compliments. So it's like you spread the love, and who doesn't want to be around someone who just made you feel good?
Yeah.
You're looking good over there, Forrest Mommy.
Thank you. How's this camera, by the way? This is my tablet, really, and it's working right now, right? The voice is all good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Ugh, fucking technology. Oh wow. After my next closing, I'm going hog wild, and I'm like, we're gonna studio this shit out. It's gonna go crazy over here. So love it. Oh, what else is going on? You have great radio voice, Daniel. You're really good at.
I feel like Hex has the best baritone out of all of us. Every time he starts talking, my hands start doing this.
Just can't help it. Have Have you heard? He has a good Morgan Freeman impression too. If you've ever heard.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Oh my gosh! All right. I might regret this. Chat, give me something to say.
Let me
No
close
Morgan
my
Freeman
eyes.
Just say something about penguins.
Okay, I got it. I like to think that the first thing that went through his head, other than that bullet, is how in the hell Andy Dufresne ever got the best of him.
That's pretty damn good, man.
He's good. If I ever you should have him. If you do any commercials, you should have Hex voice your commercials for your campaign.
You want to yeah, dude. I was we'll talk offline because I got some ideas for a video I want to do, and I already told Hex like we're gonna drop some of his music or some shit in there. But I there will be narration. That would be pretty gnarly.
And just make it seem like he got Morgan Freeman to do it.
Hex, you should contact Eric July for his comic books. I'm sure he'll do animated comic book stuff. You should get in early with him and be like, "Hey, man, I'll do some voiceovers."
Yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah.
Reach out while the community's small, and you can still that's what I love about Twitter is like you get connected with so many cool people all over the country, and like even some bigger name people who like they talk to you like you're a normal fucking person, and it's cool.
Yep.
I went out with Twitter people on Friday night. It was pretty fun. Had a good time. Little Forest Mommy Supper Club. Starting to go out to the bars a little bit more since everything's normal-ish.
Forest Mommy Supper Club is a band. That's a band name right
Isn't
there.
that great? I love it. Because I have people over my house and I feed them. I don't do like the typical supper club format, but I should some of these times. But that's the way to do it. That's another thing Twitter was great for because I lost a lot of fucking friends over COVID. And like I just got off Facebook. And if you're not on Facebook, you don't exist to a lot of people anymore. Like, 'cause that's how everybody keeps the communication. And everything got weird. But then I made all these Twitter friends and then got more involved with the party and the Mises. And I've just met so many people and it's been great.
I'm not saying that everyone who's on Twitter is a genius, but the intelligence quotient of the average Twitter person is definitely higher than Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the news is quicker. You get like more news up like faster, and I like it.
Always meet your Twitter friends. Yes.
Hey, Freak Mac. Hey, Sean. Oh, Alice. Yeah, she loves when her husband tells you, it's all you got to do is just tell someone they look good. And then they're like, the rest of your like interaction will be smooth and wonderful.
I've never met a person that hates being complimented.
That's true.
I actually know someone who doesn't particularly care for being complimented.
Do they get mad?
No.
They just get it's something to get uncomfortable. Like I understand people get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think that's more what it is.
I'm just like, oh, checks in the mail. Thank you. Like, lay it on me. All right, I already have to take my first bathroom break. I'll be right back.
There we go. Hex is this is the co-host now.
All right. All right. So what else is going on, Daniel, that you want to talk about?
Nothing, man. I'm going to go out in a little bit. Have to take care of some stuff. Like I told you, got my parents to buy their first firearms this morning, which was fun.
Nice.
But in New Jersey, you don't go through a federal NICS check the way you do in every other state. You go through a NICS check that goes through the state police, then to federal NICS, then back to state police and to you. So when things get busy, a NICS check can take like 5 days.
Jeez.
So on top of all the months of waiting you do before to get your permit, then when you actually buy whatever you're buying in the store or shipping into the FFL.
That's going to take like a week, possibly.
It could take a day. It could take 5 days. It depends on like, if there's been a school shooting recently, it's probably 5 days because then everybody's buying shit. If it's just like, we call it peacetime when like nothing politically crazy is happening and there's like a Republican in office, then it's like maybe 1 day. But I don't remember the last time it wasn't a day, like in the same day. It used to be just like 10 minutes and you'd be done, but not anymore.
Right.
Out there where you are, it's not that bad. You guys have permits to carry and wait, did you go? You had a bill to be constitutional, but your governor said no, right?
So, yeah, we recently had a constitutional carry bill go through. Apparently, it's being held up in either the Senate or the House. I thought it passed both. It only passed one, but Yeah, that's where it is. It's just being held up in one of the chambers of the state legislature.
Yeah, I think I was talking with what's his name, Pete Quinones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was saying that like the governor wasn't going to let it go through or something.
That's what I thought. I thought he was just being a cunt and wouldn't sign it unless he got reelected or something.
Yeah, man, I never can figure out the like logic of these people. Like, see, for you, it's like the fact that that's even conceivable. That's like, oh, it might happen, it might not. Like here, it's like not even conceivable. Like, no, it's just not happening. Like, no one's even putting through a bill to table in a committee to then even think about voting about something like that. It just does not happen here. The only way we get it here is through the courts.
New firearms. Upper receiver for the new AR came in.
Oh, that's the military fully automatic assault clip baby killer, right?
Oh yeah, Gavin Newsom's favorite.
Oh, dude, Rufo was telling me that I should take that baby skeleton with the bow and like just put it on all my campaign shit, like put it over my face. Like as I'm talking, it's just like the skeleton on my face, just to piss everybody off.
What is it? A skeleton? What is it?
There's this. Go ahead, X.
There was this Gavin Newsom. He was recently bitching on Twitter about some like one-shot 22 AR that had like some kind of like baby skull or something on it, and then the internet just took it and just made fun of him for it.
So he was like lambasting this company and calling them out, like because they use a logo with like a clip art skeleton head of a little baby with like a girly bow and like girly colors and a pacifier in her mouth, and they put it on the lower of the rifle, like they kind of etch it on there.
He was like,
so it's promoting like child gun ownership and they're gonna kill babies, and it's like heck said, it's a one-shot 22. It's like exactly what you would want a kid first practicing, you know, a firearms discipline with. But so now this company apparently is sold out because like everyone's trying to buy it thanks to him bringing attention.
Yeah, he brought attention to it. They don't even get like haters.
Yeah, it's old Streisand effect.
Yeah, haters help everybody. What can you do? Let's just check out these. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I need my methamphetamines.
Yeah, for us, you guys are gonna go the distance, so you need.
Yeah, we'll see how long we can go. We'll see who hops on. I know I want to stop an hour before I go on to the other one, just so I can like be a productive member of my household and stuff. So. I did the laundry and I did clean some shit this morning, so you know I got some of my wifey stuff done, so it's all good.
I did some of what I wanted to get done yesterday, but I still got more shit to do.
And you were pumped. You're like, we're starting early tomorrow. We're going to start like fucking noon your time. It's like, all right, do what? So I knew I'd probably sleep in a little. So I was like, shit. Because I when you like get up and you gotta like, you know, I like to take my time in the mornings. You know, like relax, get dressed slow, be lazy. Ugh. Well, what's your next plans, Daniel? Like, what's your next camp? Well, when's the vote? When does your vote?
So you have to have federal petitions in by this date in April. And then if you submit the petitions, they get to be challenged by opponents. If they don't get challenged or overturned, you're on the ballot. The primary is June 7th. So there's still several months left, but you'll see like the only thing these retail politicians care about is money. And I don't say that like I'm not being like, oh, it's just money, man. Like I literally mean when you go into a room and talk to people about like what you're supposed to share your views, they're like, that's great. How much money do you have? Like that's all they care about, nothing else. And they just like they're like, let us know who has the most money by this date, and then we'll let you know who we'll give more money to. That's all they care about. That's politics summarized.
It's all campaign, like all. I remember I was listening to some podcast that had an ex-lobbyist on, and just like everything is just all about the money, and all the politicians are just sitting on the phone, you know, trying to get money and fundraise constantly. It's just all about that. And that's how now I'm starting that pack. And I'm like, oh man, we need money.
Yeah. They actually will loan. They'll take out a loan for hundreds of thousands of dollars, put it in their bank account, because then they report it to the FEC so that they could go, look at me, I blew my opponents out of the water. That lets them raise like more money, and then they pay themselves back the money after. So if they win the primary, or if they can get people to quit the race because you have so much money, then they just use the money as a weapon to get more money. And then they just, oh, okay. Then when everyone's out, they're like, oh, I'll just put that back in my bank account with a little bit of interest, and now I'm good to go. It was a campaign loan. That's the game they play.
That's fucked, dude. Holy shit.
It's also fucked up. That's why I'm like, I'm putting some energy towards it. I don't know, maybe you're obviously more involved, but I'm like, I don't necessarily believe in the political process. I definitely don't believe we can change anything. But I'm like, but I'll throw some energy towards it. Like, I have some energy, and there are these like paths that you can do, like when we try to start writing bills and stuff. But I'm like, in the end, will it work? I don't know.
Yeah, that's like Rufo made up this phrase, so I'll credit him. He's like, yeah, we all know that democracy can be a joke, but he's like, look, it's still like your vote and your game in the political process is still like a bullet against the state, right? Like you can still fight against them in some capacity by stopping certain things sometimes. So it's like, all of the above type answer, right? Like play in all the realms you can.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like if you guys been watching Jeremy Kaufman's campaign videos at all, he's been funny about it. He's in New Hampshire. He's running for Senate I think, what's he running for, Justin? He's running for like actual Senate, I believe.
Yeah.
But his videos are like, are you in the media? Don't vote for me. And then like, the other one was like, oh yeah, you're in a car with a mask on. Don't vote for me. You're fucking retarded.
Should have him on.
He said retarded. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
He was out here too, and I met him. We had like a little. Oh, my guns look good on this camera.
Look at
that.
you doing push-ups over there.
Doing all my workout. Okay, maybe a better camera is cool because you couldn't see that before. Just saying. But I can't wait till I get super chats. People will super chat me hopefully, and I'll for flex. What was I talking about? Oh, Jeremy came to town. Yeah, we had a little party. He's a nice guy, and it's like we need people to be like that, where it's like we're like just pushing the fucking dorks aside. Basically, that's what has to happen because we're all. This is what my vibe I've gotten like from Liberty Twitter and like the Mises and stuff. It's like we're all people who maybe we were even bullied or ostracized growing up, but we didn't let it like break us. We didn't let it make us worse, And so we're just like, yeah, we love everybody, and if we don't, we have voluntary association. Blah blah. We'll never force anybody to hang out with. We don't like blah blah blah. But we have these nerds, or like, and I hate saying nerds because like there's nerd people are like I'm Star Trek nerd, whatever. But like there's these people who like. They went the wrong way. They got bullied and they were sitting there making lists about people, just being bitter and shit, like growing up. And then they turned into these, and they're the people who are like get into the fucking government mostly, or like get in the way. I swear to God, there are paid disruptors out there, like in all of these organizations, especially in the Liberty sphere. There are disruptors, and maybe, sorry, I'm a nerd. I'm spitting right now, but like,
you're in good company.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm getting worked out and spitting, I don't even know where I was going. I'm a little bit stoned now.
I am also a gun nerd, Joe Morgan. He just said that in the chat.
Oh, gun nerd. Yeah, like there's nerd. People use nerd as like a good term. These people are not, it's not good. Like they're not good people. Like they're the people who are cutting off your stupid your photo and like trying to like just, what the fuck? Like who the fuck even does this shit?
It's fucking cocksucker.
Yeah, like I would never think to do that. Like you would probably never think, oh, I'm gonna take a picture of theirs and cut off some of it and then like make them look bad. Like who would even think to do that stuff, And
then lie about it and say it was me that did it. Yeah, they're these people. Like I say this all the time to my friends. Like there's certain people that have gone through life and have never been punched in the face.
Yes,
it's literally what it is. And I mean that literally, right? Like, and then you could take that figuratively too. Like, if you've dealt with like strife or had something bad happen to you, like you're like, oh shit, life is real. There's problems sometimes, or someone just knocks you out. You're like, fuck, I'm humbled. I'm not the king, right? Like these people have never had that happen to them, and they're just accustomed to like, I can just say whatever little gossipy shit I want to people. No one will correct me, and everyone's dumb and they're scared of my aggression. Well, sometimes bullies get punched back in the face, and like that's what it takes for it to stop.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Sorry, I want to share the link with Tactical in case he can come on. Oh, do you have any new music hacks?
No, I'm still working on a lot of stuff.
Keep talking, guys. Sorry, I'm distracted.
No, but I am finally putting my shit back up on YouTube. Onslaught is currently up there, and I'll probably have another track up there between tonight and tomorrow. So
Nice.
Mike said, I don't understand how people have gone their whole lives without getting punched or punching somebody.
yeah, right.
Or like I was bullied so bad, and it made me just not be a bully. You know, like it made me.
What were you bullied for?
So I'm like I was a late bloomer, so I was kind of like just dorky looking, and then I wore hand-me-downs my whole life, which that's the best way to humble your kids is don't let them fucking look good, you know. Make them wear hand-me-downs. So I wore hand-me-downs. I would get bullied in middle school, and for not having boobs in middle school, which is like, okay, maybe that's normal. like
Right.
like they, oh my god, they would torture me with that. So, but you know what? Look at me now. So I don't even care.
It's so like I always like laughed because my wife grew up in like a very what's the word I want to use here, like preppy, like aristocratic old money town, right? And like outside of New York City. And I grew up in maybe not as rich, but like upper middle class town where everyone was new money, right? They were like Staten Island New Yorkers that came over the bridge, Jewish people, Italians, immigrants, stuff like that. But they were like, you could tell this is like their first generation of money, and they're a little bit more crass. Like my wife got the like Mean Girls experience because they were like, we're rich, we're institutionally rich, we hate you, you're poor, you're not like us, you're ugly, you're whatever. And like I didn't have that. Like our school was more like people are different, and yeah, you kind of like make fun of things, but there wasn't this like tribal, I'm gonna put you down because you're not part of our group. So I never related to that, like, oh, getting made fun of or bullied. That didn't really happen too much, but she said she dealt with it a lot, similar to you. Like she was just like ostracized because of her looks or money or whatever. And it's just odd. I guess there's like different cultures in different areas.
Yeah, and it wasn't like, and then it was, and once I was in high school, I think people chilled out a little bit, and it was fine. But I grew up in an interesting county because like half of it is rural, and like it's always on the top 10 richest counties in all of America as the county I grew up in, Colorado. And like, so it's really just, it's so interesting. And now it's all like been built up. So like it used to be rural, and now it's all like tract homes, you know, and like, so it's all changed, and it's so beautiful though. You guys got to come to Colorado.
I love mountains. Like there's something about mountains that make you feel like really humble and like you're not the shit because nature will kill you like very quickly.
Yep.
And there's something about being there and like looking up, looking down, and it's like, holy shit, like this, like I'm in nature. I don't run this place. Like it's very humbling.
Yeah.
That's the real survival of the fittest there.
Yeah. And we got good. I mean, we got big ass mountains here. They're like the big ones here. I always laugh because everyone's like, moved to New Hampshire. Justin's in here. He's probably going to get mad at me, but like, moved to the New Hampshire Free State Project. And I'm like, it's their highest mountain where it is like crazy winter storms and stuff. But it's like the highest mountain there is, I grew up at a higher elevation than that mountain. That's the highest mountain there. So I'm like, I'm a high elevation snob now. I like to always be at least a mile high up anytime.
Do people actually like struggle with breathing when they go there?
Yeah, some people do, and a lot of people get the altitude sickness. So if you ever come out here, drink a shit ton of water before you come, and like it kind of makes people feel like basically hungover. I think it's like, and they just kind of feel like kind of motion sick, hungover basically, and then it lasts, it lingers for like a day until they get adjusted. But some people don't have a problem with it at all either. So I don't know.
It's funny, like I'm into soccer and stuff, and I used to do refereeing for many years. That's something that like the national teams do on purpose. If they get like some Caribbean nation, they purposely go play in Denver just to fuck with them. Like they know they'll get sick, and they only get so many days to train. I don't know if it's like 2 days, and they say there's players that'll actually go and get sick, like trying to play sports there and lose, trying to play at that altitude.
That's fucked, dude.
Yeah, they do it on purpose.
I used to work in the music promotion industry out here, and we'd have like, especially like older people who would come in. Like, who did we have? Billy Idol was in one time, and like they just all need oxygen. They like all need they all need oxygen backstage every time, and like it's definitely different. I'm glad I grew up out here. I'm not like super athletic on top of everything, but Yeah, people train out here for like marathons and especially bike riding, cycling. They love to train out here. So I don't know. Well, you guys can come touch grass anytime.
Yeah, I got to see it at some point. I've never been out there. I'm actually like shockingly not well traveled in the United States. I've only been to a handful of places. I've been to like
Sure.
California, Texas, Chicago, and then everything else is on the East Coast. I have not really been anywhere in the
Yeah,
West.
that's basically the same for me too.
Yeah.
Like I've been like
Everything's
all over
so
the East
close on
Coast.
the East Coast, though. It's like you just drive like a minute and you're in another big city, and you're like, everything just seems so close out there.
It is, but it's like even Florida. Like I've been to Florida a million times because that's just like a place you go from the Northeast. Like, oh yeah, you vacation there and stuff. And I've driven down to the Carolinas, I've been all the way up to Maine and all the states in between. But that's all by car, right? So like I've not really ever flied to other places except California. Oh no, I went to Arizona one time when I was younger.
Yeah, I've flown to Arizona twice, but that's
dude, flying to Arizona, like when you've grown up on the East Coast your whole life and you get out of that plane and see like cacti and sand and mountains and shit, and like it feels like you're in another country. It's like very,
yeah, it really does.
Yeah, dude, this country is amazing. Like we have so much geographic diversity. Like you can just see incredible shit and feel like you're in a totally different place. And then like my family's from Europe and they're from a country that's like the size of barely bigger than New Jersey, maybe. Like it's not that big, so there's not that much difference. Like there's palm trees and coasts and a couple of mountains. That's it. It's all the same stuff otherwise.
Yeah, it's fun. So my family has property in Wisconsin, and just going Wisconsin to Denver because it's so dry in Denver too. Like it's semi-arid. It's not quite desert, but feels like it half the time. And yeah, I'll go from like Wisconsin where it's green, there's like tall tree forests everywhere, and then like you come out here and it's like brown, everything's fucking dead and brown, and like that's like a 3-hour plane ride, It's just I love the diversity. And the county I grew up, like you said, like I love geography and I love all that shit. And just the county I grew up in alone has like it's so varied. It goes from like mountain pine forest to like pinyon forest out in the prairie, and like it's just so cool out here. That's why I like it. I like being outdoors, and I moved from Chicago when I was 6 to 10 acres in a barn. Like, thank God my parents moved out here. I'm so fortunate.
Yeah, Chicago's interesting too. Like I've been there a couple of times for work, a couple of times for pleasure, and the downtown area, like what's the river what's the river in the downtown?
Chicago River?
I don't know where the Trump Tower is and all the buildings, whatever.
The one they dye green for the
Yes, that they dye green, that one. It goes out to like Lake Michigan, and the Millennium Park is like east of there. But like you walk around Chicago and that downtown area is like relatively clean. You can go north of there to River North, good restaurants, like it's fun, and like people say hello. It's very weird. Like for me as a New Yorker of sorts, it's like people are like, "Hey, how you doing?" And they're dressed up to the nines like a New Yorker would be, but they're like friendly. And I'm in a city with skyscrapers. Because in New York, nobody fucking talks to you. Like and
nobody stops or anything.
No, they'll hit you. Like, and people are fucking dirty. Like they're just crackheads. There's people saying random ass shit. And like New York is a place where it's like you keep your head down, you look forward where you're walking, and you get to where you got to go. Like you don't fuck around. Or it's like annoying tourists and shit taking pictures. But like Chicago is like I'm in the Midwest where everyone's really nice, but I'm in a city. It was very weird. Now I've never been to like Southside Chicago or like any of the other extremes, but I thought it was like charming in the sense of wow, that's not at all what New York City is like.
They still have that Midwestern kindness to them.
For sure, it's very different culturally than New York. Nothing, even California. Like my wife has family that live out in Orange County, and I've been to California a bunch of times, San Francisco and LA. The people there are just like they always say, like a East Coast, Jersey, New York person, they say, "Hey, what do you do?" And that's a clue. It's a cue for you to say your job. Out there, it's like, "What do you do?" It's like, "I surf, I play guitar, like I do this." And they just have a different outlook on like what's important and what to describe. It's definitely LA is weird. I kind of don't like LA, but definitely beautiful parts in like Napa, north of San Francisco. That's pretty gnarly. I like the, again, I love the geography, like a beautiful state. I'd never
Like,
want to live
California
there.
is so pretty. It's so
Yeah.
pretty. It's so
Yeah,
sad.
that's the real tragedy in it, though. It's a beautiful state with just absolute trash politics.
I could transfer there in a second with our fam, like my wife's job and what I do, and I just won't do it. Like I'm like, why? Like I'm gonna pay more money than I pay now just so it's sunny all year long. Like I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, right.
There are big chunks of it that are more conservative. I know, like up north and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
it's super
but then
red.
you just get like L.A. and San Fran.
Yeah.
With just the huge populations.
Yeah, it's nuts. LA is super weird. Everyone talking to you is like, do I have something I can get out of you? No. All right, man, later. Like, it's like they're trying to extract value, see if you're worth extracting value from. It's like a status thing. It's very odd. That's
social manipulation to work your way into different places.
yeah, that's like the beauty of New Jersey. And I mean this, like, it makes me feel comfortable. It's like people like will tell you fuck you immediately, right? Like New Yorkers will say the word fuck you will come out in 2 seconds. And at least, you know, hey, that's where that guy stands. He doesn't like me, right? Like it's obvious. Whereas like everywhere else, they're like being sneaky and like, oh, okay, I'll help you. And they're stabbing you in the back. There's something to be said for being, you know, open and clear with people.
Being honest about your contempt for people.
Yeah, buddy. I don't have time to figure out the psychology.
Yeah. Just be real. And yeah, LA does have that. I haven't really been there, but it's like seems fake. It just seems really fake. And it is like, you know, like pedophile Hollywood out there. So it's satanic and shit.
What?
Sure.
What are you talking about?
Man, like I didn't really think about Satan and demons much till this last 2 years, and now it's like, wow.
I just want to see that airport. I want to get to Denver and find the secret actuator button for the floor.
They took out some of the murals too, which sucks. I think because they were redoing it, and then I think some of the murals got taken down. But I haven't explored it much lately. I haven't really gone anywhere. So
isn't there some mural with like horses?
There's a guy on a horse.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
And like a weird gas mask. Looks like an alien. And he's like, someone just posted it on Twitter the other day. I don't know. Oh, we have a big horse statue too. Is that what you're thinking of?
Maybe.
A big scary horse statue?
I've read the websites where it's like talking about the quirky stuff in the airport. I remember something with a horse. I don't remember exactly
so there's a huge, if you drive up to it, there's this huge blue horse that's like up on its hind legs. And its eyes glow red at night. and what's creepy about it is the artist who designed it while they were building it, a piece of it fell on the artist and the artist died. And like, so and people just hate it because it's like, it is this gnarly looking horse. Like it definitely looks scary. It's kind of like cool and like a, you know, just like a shock value kind of way. But yeah, people fucking hate it and think it's a demon. They call it Lucifer.
Lucifer.
Yeah. So that adds to the whole thing with everything going on with the airport.
Yeah, you can send it to the Mounties. They could run over some grandmas with them.
Yeah. God. That was so stupid. And I'm not a super horse person. Saw other people talking about this, but like they weren't good riders. They were like yanking on their bits on the horse. And they're like making the horses act even more worse. Like as a rider, especially with those horses, which are trained to be in crowds and stuff, like you can make it worse on them and make the horses react worse. And it looked like they were doing everything wrong to make the horses more like on edge and stupid. And I thought they're supposed to be like the you know, the Mounties up there and polite and stuff, but I don't know.
My growing up in suburban Jersey, when I was a kid, my parents had this one neighbor who cleared out like some forest like next to my dad's house and put a property there right next door, like 10 yards away from our house. And they had 2 horses. So like I got to always see these horses and like pet them and stuff. And it's like insane how much personality and temperamental they can be. Like I don't know shit about horses just from seeing these 2 horses growing up. And like they know me, like even as a kid, and they would come up and let me pet their muzzle and everything. But if they saw someone they didn't know, they'd go like buck wild. Like they knew, like, oh, this guy's a danger. Like he's not a normal person that I see or whatever. And I was even able to ride them a couple of times. And I was like, shit, if that thing ever ran over me, I'd be dead. Like it's a monster. These things.
Yeah, you get so hurt on them so much, and like, I mean, everything agriculture. There's so much danger with it, and like, but yeah, we jump on these fucking 2,000-pound creatures and trust them. And they could. I fell off the first time when I was like 6 years old. I was tiny, and I just slid and I just slid, kept going because that horse took a turn. It took a turn and I just kept going. It's like I could have like really got hurt. Yeah, like it could, but you have to just get back on and know like then you just, I don't know. It's just it is fun when you have a really good experience with them. So
if we get Hex's pimp outfit, he needs a horse for sure.
Hell yeah.
I'm totally down.
Yeah, we gotta get you a big horse. You gotta get like one of those big horses because you're so tall. Those horses that they have.
I'll get you the ones on a stick with a little stuffed head on it. You can ride around with, point your revolver around. spin it around your hand.
You'd look great. I love it. Horses, yeah, Joe. Horses are like you do have a shit ton of respect for them. And then they're also fucking stupid and like can hurt themselves on nothing, and then like you owe like a $10,000 vet bill on top of that. So
yeah, that's what the Mounties were arguing. Like they were basically committing acts of terror, throwing the bike at the horse's ankles because if you snap their ankle, you have to euthanize them or whatever. And but it's like I don't remember a bicycle getting thrown. I haven't seen one video of a bicycle getting thrown at a horse.
Nothing was thrown at them. They were just like starting to go through, and then they just like made it worse. And like because I think the rider spooked the horse, and like it kind of went off to the side, and then it like hit that lady and. Stupid, but these are the best. You know, they're sending the best to like interact with peaceful people. That's what's so frustrating, and especially because the whole like people who were rioting last, in 2020, and they're like, but they're the fascists now, and they're like, yeah, get them, get those truckers and stuff, and it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Those mounted units that didn't know how to handle the horses. That reminds me of how here people say only cops should have guns because they're actually properly trained to handle them. It's like, yeah, no, they're not.
Do you know that New York City, I believe the stat of every time a firearm is discharged by a badged officer, it hits its intended target like 32 or 33% of the time. Like I
believe it.
It's like it's not like this. Oh yeah, they're like marksmen. They're so trained, and then there's the best thing you can ask, like tell a leftist when they're like, "Oh, I don't want you to have guns because you're not trained." Just say this: what training do they go through? And they can't tell you. Like they have no idea what the training is. And in New Jersey, the training is. I'll say that like a beginner who's never shot a gun won't pass the test, but I passed the test to do my lawsuit for the carry lawsuit. Like it's not something that an intermediate person couldn't pass very easily with the slightest bit of discipline and training. But if you ask them like, hey, what's the upkeep they have to do every year? They're like, oh, I don't know. They just train them. Like, okay, well, you're talking like out of your ass. Like you don't know what you're saying.
Right.
Like
you're just throwing out buzzwords.
Yeah. What does that mean? They train them. What? They shoot like what kind of shooting do they do? Do they draw? Do they cross draw? Do they mag dump? Do they do double tap drills? Like, what are they doing? Are they hiding behind cover? Are they on their knee? Are they prone? What? Do you know any of these words? Like, no, they just trained them, right? Okay, yeah, it's the government, so it's legitimate. Ooh, okay, that's all they fucking. That's all they think about.
But then when they get in the defend the police thing, then they're like, oh, we just need better training. So they can say that at the same time. They have that cognitive dissonance where they're like, we need to defund the police or like give them better training. But, oh, they're the only ones who should have them because they're the best trained. It's like, what?
Yeah, we didn't have enough government. That was the problem. We didn't have enough training. We need more of your money so that you don't shoot a black kid and think it's a taser. Like the fucking idiot woman.
Rest in peace to that guy, though.
Yo, bro, like think about how stupid that fucking woman is. Like, I'll like just say this: cops holster a taser and their sidearm on two different parts of their body. The taser is bright yellow. The gun is black. The taser is plastic and weighs fucking nothing because all it shoots is a bolt. A gun has a metal slide and has like 15 rounds of 9mm brass inside of it. It's heavy. Like you are a fucking idiot. Like your training is shit if you don't know like the difference between these two things. And I could forgive you if you reached for the wrong side, your adrenaline's rushing, you didn't feel the gun. Then you put it in front of your face. You're just looking at it and you go taser, 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 and you pull the trigger on a black Glock. Fuck you. You don't have training. You're a piece of shit. You should never have had a gun.
Retarded.
You're retarded. Like she got 2 years, bro. 2 years. Would you have gotten 2 years if you
Fuck no.
if you walked up as a black dude in your city and just shot a fucking guy point blank in his car, but yelled taser, taser, taser 3 times before? Would you go to jail for 2 years? You'd be fucking done.
I'd be there for 2 decades.
But no, if you're a cop, oh, well, it was a mistake, and fuck that kid because he was speeding or some shit. Oh, I forgot. If you speed, you just deserve to lose your fucking life. Like, it's insane. And this is that whole like training thing. That's not training. That's you're a fucking idiot. You have no business having a gun, a badge. You should have nothing that I don't have. Like, you are a moron. And then she swept her partner. So like her partner is like trying to get the male is trying to get his arm in. She muzzle sweeps her fucking partner who could have killed him. She's a fucking menace. And when she got
Can't trust her with a goddamn slingshot. My God.
And then people are like, see, this is the problem with America. She got 2 years, and this other guy, like they pick a random black criminal that got let off because of drug charges or something. Oh, he's on the streets. Like, he didn't kill anyone. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Right.
It's unreal, man. I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone because, like, I'm not in Liberty Twitter space. I'm in like regular people space, and like these people are retarded. They don't think these things through. Yet one for mommy.
I think that's more accurate, Mike. 2 life sentences for me.
Back-to-back life sentences, no parole.
I would claim, if I claimed I was like crazy or whatever, then I could just get off completely. That's what I would do.
Insanity thing.
That's my new thing. I'm going to yell taser, 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 and cold cock people in the face and be like, oh, I thought it was a taser. Sorry. I didn't realize my training I need more training. That's my problem.
Yeah. Raise taxes so I can get better training.
Yeah. Let me steal more of your money so I don't kill people.
I know even like the Denver Police Department in 2021 received like a ton of money to get even more militarized and stuff. And it was like, what is going on? Why are we paying money even after the left was saying, which Denver's very blue, and they're like, defund the police, and they like gave them more money in Denver. It was kind of weird. I don't know what's going on. But
do you guys obviously follow like the Free State Project and stuff? Do you know have you ever seen the documentary from 10 years ago, Derek's Victimless Crime Spree?
Mm-mm.
Okay, no. Watch that. Like when you're in bed, bored, go on Google, go on YouTube and search Derek's Victimless Crime Spree. It's all the Free State, like New Hampshire kids. It's this kid from Philly, moved to New Hampshire, and he just like documents himself doing activism and constantly getting arrested. Like he's always arrested. He goes to jail at one point, and it's fascinating because like he's not hurting anyone. That's the like namesake of the documentary, and it's just him constantly getting harassed by the cops with all his friends. If you know the Free Talk Live, the New Hampshire like podcast, those guys are like in it too. And the best part is like they talk about a town hall meeting for this like little town with 5,000 people, and they buy a Bearcat for the police, which is like the huge like military like bulletproof fucking tank that these people are like, what do you need that for? Are you like invading Poland like tomorrow? Like what are you doing with this thing? And they show it in the documentary.
I've heard like veterans who are actually deployed overseas say that the cops here back home have better, like more heavily armored vehicles than they had when they were overseas, and it's like, why?
Oh, that's awesome. Derek started a point of sale for crypto.
Sounds like it.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, those cool. I got when I was at Project Veritas. Like I remember going up to New Hampshire like 10 years ago, and I met Carla Garrick and a couple of the other people in the Quill and the like little secret club, and everyone was so fucking nice. And it was weird because I like met all of them, and the Free State Project had already been going on for a few years, and then that documentary came out, and I was like, oh shit, I met all of these people like a year ago, and then I'm like, holy fuck, this kid's in jail. Like if you meet Derek, like he wouldn't harm a fly. Like he's just the most peaceful, like easygoing dude. And it's like he's just in jail. It's like I'm like sad that like this is what they're wasting their time doing. And I love they fight like everything, like speeding tickets. They do jury nullification. They do all the kind of stuff that like us nerds, like Liberty nerds, enjoy watching.
I should post. There's another guy on the East Coast. At one point, he would go to like anti-gun rallies, which was all women, and then so he would hold a sign that said "rapist for gun control" and that was like his whole point. And it's so funny, like because they get so mad because they don't understand what he's trying to say. You know, they don't get it. They just, and like there was a couple times you'd talk to some of these people and they'd be like, okay, wait a minute. They like, you could see their brains trying to like, you know, you're right. A rapist would also want gun control. Like, and he would say that. He's like, yeah, I won't. And like, oh, it was so good. I forget what that guy's name was, but yeah, I love that shit. And then there'd be like speeding traps. And so he would film himself like speeding trap, you know, like, and he would always get in trouble and arrested for that kind of shit too. Like, love it.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
They are fundraising for the Quill, always to keep it open and open more ones.
Oh, and O'Donnell ran the Quill. That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
dude, the nicest. I haven't been up there in years. Dude, they treated me like I was their fucking best friend that they've ever met. And I just met them. Such nice people. And I always have such good memories. We actually, in New Jersey, were trying to do something similar, and like people started separating in different directions. But we wanted like a private club that only like members could get into, close the door. And it's like all when COVID was starting, because we had nowhere to go. Like you couldn't go anywhere during these lockdowns. But just so knowing that like we close the door, you don't get to see what happens behind this door, and unless we trust you, like you're not coming in.
Like a swingers club. But
sure, you know. As long as there's someone at that door making sure cops aren't coming in, I don't care what you do inside.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I like that. Like I always loved the whole like country club, but you know, smaller, whatever, like the country club idea. That's what we have to do.
It's the only way. It's private property, because otherwise everything falls under their domain. Even private property they put under their domain.
Yeah.
But
especially if you want to have alcohol there, then they got to know what's going on, you know.
So you know what survives? Like ironically, you could make ties to like mafia stuff, but like the cultural clubs. I've actually explained this several times on like other podcasts. Like in New Jersey, like my family's Portuguese, right? My parents were born in Portugal, so there's Portuguese like social clubs that you have to become a member of, and they'll have a bar and they have like a liquor license, and the drinks are super cheap because they're not making money. They're just, you know, it's for members. So they have like restaurant and a bar and like a ballroom. And the Italians had this, like, you know, they were the immigrant group before Portugal that came to New Jersey. And like they are like fiercely like, we don't know you, you keep out, like you don't get to come in. So during COVID, there's one club that I won't say where, but there's many of them, so I won't say which one it is. But like you would knock on the door and a big motherfucker like biker would be like, who are you? And they'd see you're a member, like come in. And everyone is drinking, eating, partying, doing whatever. And this is during the height of lockdowns. It felt like Prohibition era, like speakeasy type shit, right? And that's what you need. Yeah. Oh, we're expanding the Quill into a fraternal order. Bro, I might have to catch up with you. We need to open a branch here in New Jersey. Rufo disappeared and went to Florida, but he could help me out with it. I would. Yeah,
didn't Rufo like jump in the RV and head to Florida, kind of a thing?
Yeah. So we did the last podcast for Blue Star Union. The last book club was, maybe it wasn't the last one, but one of the last ones was at his house that he was selling, because he lived like 20 minutes away from me, very close. And as he was like packing up his shit, like getting ready to sell, we did it like in his living room. And yeah, he'd gotten his RV and he bought a house down in Florida. So he's down there now, but he still comes up and visits every once in a while.
I have a friend from here. She was in the Mises caucus, pretty like involved, but she just was like, she's like, fuck it, they're going down to Florida now too. And actually this weekend they're going in their RV first to go down there and find a place and all that. So they got 4 kids and them 2 in the RV heading down to Florida. I'm like, I love that everybody's doing it. And it's all like young people doing that now. It's so funny.
Dude, O'Donnell, I'll definitely reach out to you. Like we're trying to start one. Like I'm on the council in my town, and I live like right by a main street that most of the businesses are out of business because of infrastructure reasons. Like there's all these buildings for sale. We were contemplating, like me, Mike, and our friends, like putting collateral together to buy one of these buildings and starting a private club. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe we need to do an affiliate of the Quill down in Jersey and start our first Liberty House there.
Yeah, shit. Maybe we'll open one in Denver too then. Make it nationwide, because I feel like I have. Angela McCardle said I am the influencer for Liberty in Colorado. So like we could start some big club. It's fun. It's like getting everyone together. Yeah,
and imagine, like, I'm assuming if you're like a card carrying member, then you could travel around and go to any of the other Quills. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be cool, actually.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, and every time you go to like another state, you know, you have somewhere to go and hang out and do something. Which I like. That's what I like the Free State Project too. Is they're like, if you want to come visit, you can stay at someone's house, you know, and it's like all very welcoming and like.
What's their mask policy?
What's the mask like? If you go to Justin's house, he'll make you wear a
Only
mask.
shoe polish,
sure, but...
Shoe polish policy. I'll show up looking like Justin Trudeau. How's it going, Hex? I'll be like tap dancing with a cane spinning around.
How the hell does he get away with that shit? Like, what the hell?
Because he loves black people more than you do.
Yeah. And the WEF shit, I guess. It's just all they control everything. They will make the population hate or love someone for something, you know? Like can't deal with it.
I really like the idea of the private clubs. That's like what completely eliminates all of that government bullshit. They can like pass their mandates or make up their rules, and as long as someone's standing at that door, you're not getting in. There's nothing you can do.
Right.
And that's like a cultural move, right? That's what really moves the needle on politics is not the retail politics. It's that. It's like what we said at the beginning, like 2 hours ago. Like these people don't love anyone, right? You go behind that door and that's everyone behind that door is your brother and sister, right? You're going to watch out for them. You're like, oh yeah, that's Johnny's kid. Oh, that's Hex's friend. That's, mommy's cousin, whatever. Everyone's going to like know each other and watch out for each other. It's the way it should be.
Yeah. And
I'm totally on board with this idea.
Yeah, and it would make sense to like kind of go with the same, since the quill's been around for so long, to kind of like just kind of copy the model of it and make it a national thing. That would probably be the easiest way to do it. Keep everyone connected that way. Sorry, making sure we're all connected. All right. What else is going on? Are you going out tonight, Daniel? You said.
What is he saying? Oh,
I was like, he said, "Mommy's cousin's second
equals
cousin."
second cousin. Oh, Jose. Yeah, we have a dinner with a couple of people that we're gonna go out to in like an hour or two. Nice. That's I probably got to jump off in like a half hour.
Oh yeah, Michael, come out here. Come to Colorado. Depending where I'm living, you could maybe possibly park, but I'm somebody living between two houses for a while. But at the one house, you could park the RV there if you wanted.
Yeah, Mike,
we could run the extension cord out.
You could stand to take a yoga lesson from Forest Mommy, 1 or 2. You need more flexibility.
Really relative knowledge pun. Good one, Jose. Okay, so there's the 2 clubs in New Hampshire. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it is when someone already has the format of how to open these clubs, and then that's just the easiest way is just to keep doing it rather than, because that's like with this pack I'm starting. I'm like, I just need to find someone else who's kind of like done it, like gotten one off the ground for something similar and just like basically copy it and know how to do it. But we're getting there. I just took over for everything like this week, so it's gonna be crazy.
The worst part about the packs is just following all of the federal FEC bullshit and
filing, making sure everything's filed and everything's everything's just okay, and like, so we'll see. So the lady who started it is my friend who's going down in the RV to Florida, and it's like kind of thought about just letting it go, but she like put so much work into it to start it, so it's like, well, we'll at least try to keep it going for a little bit here. We'll see. Colorado may even, our licensing board, I don't know, they may just end up dropping it at some point, I would think, because our governor wants to be all Mr. Libertarian now, so who knows what's going to happen, but we'll see.
The political science changed. That's what happened.
Ugh, it's so stupid. He ruined like Amash and stuff will sometimes be like, oh, Governor Polis is great, and it's like, no, he's not great. Like, he fucked our lives up for 2 years, and now he's all like, well, if you don't want to wear a mask, that should be your choice. And it's like, motherfucker, like, do you think people forgot what happened? And like, I think he does, but I don't know.
I went to an Apple store this morning to pick something up for my wife, and like up until like a week ago, the Apple stores in the malls, you couldn't go in them. You had to like have someone bring you your product outside, or you had to make an appointment to talk to someone with a mask on, like in the store. So the whole point of the Apple Store experience was like you just walk up and touch stuff and look, oh, I see the iPhone, I see the Apple Watch. So all that magic is gone. So I've like not ever gone there in like 2 years. And so I went to go pick this thing up, and all of a sudden everyone's going in the store. I'm like, whoa, like I haven't seen this. I walk up, and there's a security guard there, like not an Apple employee, like a guy jacked up in a fake cop uniform. And he's like, yeah, you have to wear a mask. I'm like, I'm going to fucking wait outside. I'm just picking something up. He's like, oh, all right. So a guy came up and helped me. And it was so funny watching like the trained brain on everybody, this like social experiment. Everybody walked up, and because I was standing at the doorway of the store, they all queued up behind me. And the guy kept going, no, you can go in. You just have to wear a mask. And then some people were like, what? And would just go in without the mask. And they just said, oh, fuck it. Like, we're not even going to bother like doing this anymore. So in the store, like 1/3 of the people aren't wearing one. But like he stopped me because I happened to be the only one that walked in when I got there. But it's just like so funny. And he's like, oh, don't worry, the policy's lifting tomorrow. I go, what the fuck changes tomorrow? Like, why do I have to not wear it tomorrow? Like, you know, like, don't worry. Like, I wasn't worried now. What are you talking about? And she's like, oh, but if you just put it on, you come in. And like I said, fuck your mask. I'll just fucking take the stupid thing here. Like, I'm not putting that on. Like, this is stupid. I'm like, look at all the people in there without masks. He's like, yeah, you're right. And he let it go. But it's just like, these people are just so trained to like think in this stupid way. And then they're just sheep, like, oh, they're doing it, so let me walk in, let me not do it. And they're just waiting behind me for permission to walk in.
Yeah, and like these poor retail workers have had to be fucking police for the last 2 years, and just stupid. Oh. He did. I'm sure he did. Polis wants all the money as he can. He is Jewish. No, just kidding.
What?
He changed his name so he had like a less Jewish sounding last name. Polis isn't even his real last name. I'm like, who cares? Like, why would you even? Why? It's so weird.
Self-hating Jews, right?
No. So weird. Just to run on stuff. I don't know. He was a trust fund kid, basically like a rich bitch raised by maids, and then like hit the .com era like at the right time and made a bunch of money that way. And so, of course, now he's a politician, which maybe like that's. Don't you feel like some of these politicians, like they were the WEF or whoever, like found them at certain points of time and like helped like curate them into the positions they're in? I don't know. I feel like that.
You know, fucking. It's funny you bring that up. This morning, we all follow JJ Boogie, right? The guitarist from Arrested Development. He shared a clip from the Jimmy Dore show. And on that clip, Jimmy Dore and whoever his, I guess, co-host is, they played this clip of Klaus Schwab and some other dude, the name of whom I'm blanking on. And Klaus Schwab was literally talking about how they literally like penetrate the cabinets of all these different countries and get their WEF people in them. I can find it real quick.
Yeah, and that's what's the woman from Canada that they keep referring to, who keeps like talking about how they're going to start going after the truckers and stuff.
And she's like a secretary there and for someone on the WEF or something, right?
Yeah, she's either related or is on the council or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, Justin. I was watching the same thing with AOC. They find them at a certain time and then they like put them into the things that they need to be in and make sure they get in the positions they need to be in. And
see, the thing about AOC is she won her race with $250,000. Like in a congressional race in New York City, that is nothing. In a congressional race, period, that is nothing, but especially in New York. So for her, it's like there's got to be more at play than just that is design. Like I agree with that statement that O'Donnell's making. There had to be something more than just the money. That they were like, no, this woman is winning now. She's going into the public lexicon and she's becoming a brand that we all are going to deal with. Because nobody wins races with $250,000, period. That like never happens.
Right.
No, it's true. Because even when I volunteered for this group and I was young, and right away they were like, oh, you need to be on the board because we need young people on the board. And so like all these things, I'm sure it's the same in politics. It's like they see you and they're like, we want to put you in these positions because you fill this, which I'm sure her being like not completely white woman, you know, that would like check so many boxes and stuff. And they do the same shit in every like little organization. So I'm sure it's just like crazy at that level. Let's see here.
Yep, that explains it.
God.
Isn't that amazing?
I'm just trying to start this stupid little pattern out here, and that one's got like $5 million just to help elect someone, basically.
Take Rufo's comment, but just eliminate Checker and embarrass him.
Dirty box. I'm a dirty bot.
Just delete Checker.
I did shower today, so we're all good. Oh, there's an older one. I don't know. What is Nikki Haley? Is she not white?
Isn't she like native or something?
I don't know who that is. Her name is familiar though.
South Carolina.
Oh,
Was she a governor or senator? I don't remember.
Oh, here's the name of that lady up in Canada. Like, it's so fucked up. And it's the same shit here because, I mean, on a smaller scale, the governor just appointed some lady to be in charge of the public health department, which the public health department, made all the fucking stupid ass rules during COVID and stuff. And like, he like placed people in these different positions. And I'm like, it has to be all fucked up.
Comcast call center Indian. That's hilarious.
Too bad we don't have Kenny's not here.
That's racist.
thank you for calling Microsoft. My name is Vishnu. How can I help you today?
No, it's better. It's like, thank you for calling. My name is Tucker. How are you? Like, my name is Dakota. Like, why do you have these like American like names? Like that, your name is not Jonathan. Please, like.
Jonathan.
My name is Christopher.
Yeah. How about those Mets?
Oh my god! Look, we're stupid. Call cast center. That's what Kenny. We have a guest named Kenny who comes on, and he showed us he did like a 23andMe, and he's 100%.
Yep.
100% Indian or Pacific Asian or something is what they call it. Like,
is that a victim group or no? Like, do they have trouble getting into college or a leg up?
I think they're kind of. I think they don't want to, but they want to lump them in with the rest of the Asians who are basically all white supremacists.
Sorry,
now. So,
Asian is worse than white. You're out.
Because
sorry.
they can be doctors and get ahead
Asians
in life.
are very white people. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Asians are the ones that get screwed the most by affirmative action.
Yeah, they do. They have to score the highest on the test and everything. Like, it's not fair. Oh yeah, and Elon Musk was on that. I think the young global leader thing. So people are like, "What the fuck, dude?" What do you guys feel about Elon?
I own his cars. I like them. I like the products. I'm not like hippie environmentalist just purely because, well, I am like, I do care about the environment and stuff, but I don't get like emotional about that kind of stuff. Right. But I got it for a practical reason, just because we put like 50,000 miles a year on our car, and my wife does a lot of driving, so it was like a money saving thing. But everyone sees it as like, oh, you're like trying to save the environment. I'm like, well, yeah, that's fine, but like it's not the reason. It saves me money. I find the space stuff interesting, but the Neuralink stuff freaks me the hell out. Like, that is some other shit. Did you see
like, why would you even be going down that road? Like, why would you be wanting to try to invent that stuff?
Like that like I want to he's like, in some ways he's this like red pill in the sense of like he will shit on certain statist paradigms, but then in other ways he benefits from the state and, does business in foreign countries like in China and stuff, and he'll placate like whatever they ask him to do. So it's like this in between, but like the brain stuff freaks me out. Like, that is like, yo, I want nothing to do with that. Do you see the video with the monkeys?
Oh yeah, where they're like putting the things in their brains and stuff.
They drill like a hole in their head, and their brain is like open, and there's like a thing stuck in there, and they're freaking out, and that stuff weirds me out.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's what's so sad about it. Like, everything you think that's terrible that could happen, and the worst thing in a movie with testing on animals, it happens in real life too. Like, it is really fucking happening,
Fauci knows.
Yeah. Motherfucker. It's a good one, Justin.
There's a Saturday morning cartoon supervillain. He has a great personality, but uses it to hide his market manipulation and corporate lobbying. Yep.
The thing is, all of the manufacturers get a tax subsidy, but Tesla has sold so many units, they actually don't get the subsidy anymore directly for the consumer subsidy. But then there's federal subsidies for other aspects of it that are kind of more hidden and implicit. But it's the same shit that all the other companies get. Ford, Chevy, like Nissan, they all get the same consumer subsidy. They just don't make as compelling of a product that people want to buy. But yeah, it is obviously, like, Biden has made it disgustingly like a federal prerogative to push like electric cars, which is obviously disgusting and manipulation. But like I would say that it's like, yeah, it's not just him. Like, it's all of these oligarchs and like fucking in the corporate world. They're all, Detroit is getting saved by this. Like, Ford is that Ford Lightning truck. That's what's going to save them, because all Americans care about are pickup trucks. That's it. That's what like moves the needle for American car companies.
Yep.
I have an F-150.
Yeah, we have. My father's driven F-150s for the last 20 years. That's like all he has.
Although now I want a car, but now that I want a car, there's no fucking cars for sale. Like, it's been crazy out there. Can't even go test drive them. Like, every time we gotta go test, they're like, well, we don't have one in stock. So it's like, all right.
Yeah, then I love how they just generically go, it's infrastructure problems, and that's why we need to like bail out the Build Back Better. It's like, yeah, you arbitrarily caused all of this chaos by shutting down the country for 2 years, and then you're like, I don't know how this happened. You need to give us more money so we can spend it on bullshit we don't need.
Spending on gender studies in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And the people, like, they just, how do people not see that? How did people not see, like, someone made something terrible and they want to be the solution and they're asking for more money, even though they caused the problem in the first place? It's like, it's so easy to see, but these people out here just, just got to vote, you know.
It's so funny, O'Donnell. I'm on the waiting list for a Cybertruck as well. And the first time I ever got in a Tesla was 2012 when I was in New Hampshire. And I'm not going to call out the guy's name, but it was like a very wealthy guy that lives up there and is very involved in political circles. He had it, and I was like, this is like a space machine. And he let me like sit in it, and he drove me around like a parking lot. Like, first time ever was in New Hampshire that I sat in a Tesla.
Wow.
I sat in one for the first time this past summer at the Libertarian 50th party they had out here. Some random dude I met. He's like, he had one. And it's like a space. You're in like a space mobile, you know? They're pretty crazy. I don't know what kind it was, but
it was not those two people. I don't know who the second one is, but I don't think so.
Yeah, and how do we
If you reach out to me offline, I'll describe. I actually don't even remember his last name, but I'll describe some groups he's associated with, and I'm sure you'll know immediately who it is.
It's a small state up there, so.
Yeah, he was with all the other people that are part of Free State and all that.
What is the population of New Hampshire?
I think it's barely over 1 million. I could be wrong. New Jersey's like 9 million.
That's a lot of people.
It's the most
small spot.
And here's the irony: New Jersey, they all live in the north. Like the middle half of the state looks like a figure, like a number 8, right? It has like a little skinny waist. So there's like north and south. The south middle is all military bases and Pinelands. Like, there's nothing there. There's not even cell phone signal there. So they're all packed in like the shore and like the north and the Philadelphia. All in Northeast Jersey is like, it's even more shocking how dense it is, because most of the state is green and empty.
Wow.
I feel like I drove in a little bit of Jersey before one time when I was coming up from Virginia Beach.
Yeah, you probably drove up the turnpike over the Delaware Memorial Bridge, and you probably came up that way.
And we were going to Philly. Yeah, so I feel like we were right by it. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. If you went from Virginia to Philly, you didn't even cross over into Jersey.
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't have. Sorry. I lived in the Virginia Beach for 4 months. That was my East Coast experience.
What was that like? I hear different things about that area.
Oh, yeah, we weren't there at all. It was weird. So, like, it's interesting because it's all Army based. So, like, most of the population is Army related or Navy related, whatever. And then you have like the tourists, the summer touristy area, and then you have all these rich people from DC. Like this was my takeaway. So then like, and then when the summer was over, and then there's beach trash. There's just beach trash people, and I don't know how to describe them other than they're beach trash. It's not that they're homeless. It's nothing like that. There's just like beach trash people, and
I don't know how to describe them. I just know that they're beneath me.
yeah, like they're just like these people that no. It was interesting being there, like to the turnover from the tourist season and how kind of like the population shifted, and I definitely was like, it was great to be on the beach for a little bit. I went to the beach like every day I could, and but I had to come home as fast as I could. I was there for like 4 months. I was gonna stay longer, and I was like, nah, that's good. I need to go home. So it was crazy. And I worked at a like hotel on the beach. I would ride my bike down there because I didn't have a car for a while. So that was kind of cool. But sounds like it's gotten more violent and stuff. So I don't know. But everywhere has, I guess.
I love all the Jersey comments. Jersey Shore rats. The funny thing is, I went to high school with Mike the Situation. He was from my town. My sister went to college with one of the other girls. She played soccer with her. I don't remember her name. So, and then when they were filming, I actually owned a house right outside of Seaside, which is like an hour south of here, 45 minutes south of here, where I am now. And we would be on the beach, like at the clubs and the bars, like on the boardwalk, and they would just come up and start like filming like around us. Dude, it was the fakest shit in the world. There were never any organic fights. Nothing was real. It would be like cordoned off with security. They'd be drinking like by themselves, cordoned off, and a producer would be like, "You look funny to argue with him. Like, go in there and yell at him." And nothing was real. Like it was all scripted. Like whenever they were somewhere, they were always blocked. Like you could never get to where they were unless you were like in a club or something. You weren't gonna talk to them. The girls used to text my sister while they were filming and say, "Oh, we're bored out of our minds. Can you come meet us at X club or X place?" And be like, "All right." And we'd go there, and she'd be like, "Oh my God, come in here, sign the waiver. I'm so bored." And like they would just talk because they couldn't talk. They were like lab rats, like sitting in a little square.
Do you remember how that Hill show or like Laguna Beach too? They like basically at the end they like proved it was all scripted, and everyone was like, "Oh, I can't believe that." It's like, well, what did you think? Like, of course it was all scripted and like everything was made to happen. God, that was a while ago. When the fuck was that?
I want a reality show with me and Hex going around Newark and showing guns to people.
See which one of us gets shot first.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm from there. It's okay. You look funny there, though. Dude, I
roll up in Wild West pimp style outfit.
Bro, I did a video a year ago when Murphy passed a bunch of gun control bills. He went to Newark to like announce it in front of like some like nonprofit urban group. And my family's from Newark. Like I lived there when I was a little baby for a couple of years. Like my family's from there. I go back there all the time. I'm very comfortable in South Newark and East Newark where like the Portuguese community is. So it's like I went to Penn Station right by like where the event was that he was doing the speech, and I interviewed like there's like a big homeless encampment there, and the area by the station, it's mostly blacks that are hanging out there. So I was like, I'm just going to interview random people on the street and ask them what they think about this. And these liberals will tell you like, oh, black people and urban people, they want gun control. They don't want this shit. Dude, only one person told me out of the like 10 that I spoke to, they didn't want a gun or didn't like guns. Every single one of them was like, yo, this is Newark. You got to be strapped out here. It's just like the way it is. Like, yep. And I'm like, oh, but don't you want the cops to come help you? He's like, fuck that. They never come around here. Like, if I'll fucking die before one of them comes and saves me. So it's like just breaking all of the leftist like progressive paradigms. Like, okay, you're going to speak for black people. I'm actually going to go there and talk to them and ask them. And they're like, no, fuck that. All that stuff is bullshit. Everyone here has a gun. We don't call the cops. Like that'll never going to fucking happen. And it's just like, I love doing stuff like that where it's like breaks their little like worldview.
Yep. And it's glorious to watch their brains short circuit.
Bro, you're nuts. Like, if you go into Newark, Camden, even go to New York City, like, yes, carrying a gun is explicitly illegal. Everyone's carrying a gun. Like, they are carrying a gun illegally in there. The only people not carrying guns are the like dumb tourists that go in there because they're not from there, and they're like, oh yeah, like I'm just hanging out or whatever. But you go into every bodega, like every shop, every local. If you're in a bad neighborhood, everyone for the most part is strapped. Like you're fucking stupid for walking around there like that. Oh, right. Rufo's calling me a white supremacist. I haven't been called that in a few hours. That's great.
I'm still waiting for someone to call me one.
I can help
That's
you with
my
that.
nice goal.
You're the
don't
black
count.
face. You're the black face of white supremacy, Hex.
Can we get white shoe polish for you? You might be prime minister, bro.
That's true. That would help you get up, I bet. They definitely elect you for that.
Yep.
Is Newark where like The Sopranos took place?
So The Sopranos is my favorite show of all time. I have a poster of it right behind me in my basement here, or in front of me rather, not behind me. There were several scenes filmed in Newark. Did you watch the show?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so do you remember the episode where they worked with the black nonprofit, and he kept going to the bathhouse with the black the black councilman and the white assemblyman, and they were working deals to like rip off the federal government to buy subsidized housing? Like that was Newark, that area. Okay. The Calandra's Bakery was Newark. Most of the other stuff though, like where Satrial's and all that, that's like Kearney and it's like other cities that are near Newark and Essex County, but a lot of the show is like not even in those areas. It's in other towns, and it's cool because like they legit filmed in like all real locations. Like they're in Asbury Park, which is like down by me. They go to the Pinelands, they go to Nutley. He lived in West Caldwell, like which is a real town, like, but his actual house is there. It's cool. The show actually does go to all the real towns. The only thing that doesn't make sense is the intro. Like the way he pulls out of the tunnel and then he's like going one way, like looking at certain landmarks, and then other landmarks are south of there, but he's going north. That's the only part that's bullshit. But the places where they filmed were all mostly real.
That's cool.
Yeah, I love that show.
Your battery die, Hex?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Oh, he wasn't calling you a white supremacist, he said.
Oh, usually he does, so I just assumed.
Black kids that you were talking about.
Oh, he changed his profile picture because I teased him. See that?
Oh, did he already?
Yeah, remember it was like weird. It was like him with glasses on. Now he has like Florida Man on there.
Nice. There we go.
There you are.
So I love The Sopranos because it's like, it's so Jersey. It's like Tony will say stuff like there's a lot of racial have you watched it, Hex, before?
No.
Oh, bro, you gotta watch Sopranos. So it's like there's scenes where like Tony is talking to his daughter and he like talks about how he doesn't want her dating a black kid, and like he has black associates that he does business with, and he always says like, they're my friends, I'll do business with them, but I don't want to mingle with them with our families and shit. And it's funny, like they really do put aside that stuff to like get done what they want to get done, but then they're like virally racist with one another for other shit. Funny. But if it's to commit crime, they all do it together, and that's the point. Like it's to show you like liberals get upset about like, oh, he said the N-word, but no, they're like killing people and you're not worried about that. Like, and then the black people are doing it with them, but then you're getting offended by the racists. It's like beautiful. There's this one scene where this Jewish guy, it's the beginning of the show, and they're running Mercedes trucks to Russia by stealing them in Newark. So this Jewish guy's like with his family, this white Jewish guy, and he's talking and they're being nerdy about the air conditioning not working and shit. And these black guys jack the car at gunpoint and steal it. And then as they like run away with the car, the family, like the father drops an N-bomb and they're like, oh, how could you say that? Like they yell at him. And then the irony is like, it's not the black people, it's Tony like paying all these guys to rob the cars to send to Russia and all this shit. But then people are like indignant about the fact that the guy said the N-word after they just robbed him at gunpoint. Like it's all of this, like it's always like fucking your mind like 7 times over about the morality of things. Like liberals watch that show and go, I can't believe they said the N-word. Like that's the thing they focus on, you know?
You just missed the entire point. It's like how people got mad at the clip of Joe Rogan that recently came out. It's like, yeah, do you realize he also did 9/11? No.
The N word is worse than that, though.
It is. It's like 7 9/11s put together. I met
It's January 6th, but worse.
I met Joe Rogan 10 years ago at Gotham in New York. Bro, that guy, like, I say this about very few like celebrities that I meet because most of them are disappointing. He's like genuinely a nice dude. He was like hugging and joking with my wife, like took pictures with her. We didn't even ask for a picture, but like he was like, oh, let's take a picture, blah, blah, blah. And he's joking around about me and like just a really nice dude. Like, so I can only imagine. I've heard all of the instances where he says the N word. It's never derogatory. It's always like quoting something else.
They just remove that in that
clip. Of course, man. Of course. Plus, like,
and I'm pissed at him for apologizing because it's like you are clearly being smeared.
Yeah,
it's so obvious. Why are you apologizing?
He actually threw them red meat, like, oh, now you could walk all over me. You know what this was like? It was like Remington settling with the Sandy Hook parents.
Yep.
Why the fuck are you doing that, bro? Like, you didn't do anything wrong. Now you're opening Pandora's box, and all these people are going to sue you all day long.
Yeah, he gave them an inch, and now they're, because it didn't even start with the N word. It started with, oh, those doctors on and misinformation, and then when that didn't, and then they're like, when that didn't go down, then they're like, well, we found the N word, and then it was like,
well, it wasn't even that. Then there was also the Neil Young ultimatum, and then Spotify kind of sided with Rogan.
So weird.
The fake ultimatum.
And then it's like, oh, here, let's just put together all these clips of him saying nigger first N-bomb drop of the night.
Man. Of all people,
allowed.
Joe Rogan, of all people, like one of the nicest.
He's so
dudes.
nice, but that's what they can't have. Remember we were talking about likable people. He's a likable person, and he treats people like you say. Like if you compliment, you can tell he just treats people well, and like they like him back because he likes them, and he treats people good. And they can't have that. Like you cannot have that in a position of influence. You have to have unlikable people in influential things. You know.
Yeah, because it's that humanity thing, right? Like Joe Rogan hugs other men out of love, right? Like he's a human who experiences emotion and treats people with respect, and they need to break that, right? This man, think about it. He's a meathead who smokes pot, can talk about the deepest philosophy with people. He can have on Bernie Sanders or some right-wing Republican. He'll have on Tim Kennedy, like this, like tacked out special forces guy. He'll have comics, he'll have fighters, he'll have artists and
spearfishers, hunters,
Jordan Peterson, Hunter. Like, dude, the guy
Edward
literally
Snowden.
is the most diverse cast of people you've ever met in the literal sense of the word. And it's like, no, he's racist. Like, fuck you, man.
That's the other thing. You don't even have to know. Like anyone who's listened to his podcast for any amount of time should know that he is like as far away from racist as you could get.
Well, and just the random different, like he has so many different authors. He has so many different kind of people on that. How could you ever say like he's one way about something? It's like he has these different people on, and they talk about everything under the sun, literally. So like, and then they were like, yeah, he's a racist. He's not.
It's all weaponization. It has nothing to do with logic. It's all about. This guy has a hegemony on the public discourse because he's actually open and honest. He's actually fair and brings people with different perspectives on. And that's a threat to their narrative, to their corporate media hegemony. So they have to kill him metaphorically, right? So what's the most effective thing in today's like lexicon? It's race.
Oh, look at that. He said nigger.
Yeah, exactly. And I every time he said it, like when I've heard it, it's always been really funny. Like the best was the one guy who was like, "Say it, say the word, say it."
Oh yeah, what's his name? Greg Fitzgerald. I remember that.
Fitzsimmons or Fitzgerald. Yeah, like that was hilarious. Like he was just goading him into saying it. Like it's all in jest or in context, and they remove it to weaponize it.
And he had just had, I don't know if you saw when James Lindsay was on, and James is just going out, like they take your power, they call you racist till they control you. They call you, and like literally right after that episode is when the N-word video dropped, and it was just like, because James was trying to explain, because Joe tries to see the best in people, and he excuses people, and like James Lindsay's like, no, they really are like, like he's like, they're really trying to like, they will call you racist till they control you, like that's literally all it is, and then boom, it happened to him. And he apologized.
That was like an organized attack by a PR firm. That wasn't like, oh, some random guy.
Yeah, that was like some super PAC or something with like weird ass connections. Put that together.
Yeah, it was. And I saw that whole thread about that.
My thread? Or
You may have linked it, but there was someone else who had like started digging
yeah,
up
oh
on
yeah,
like, the
that thread,
group,
yeah.
and
And then what's really fucked up about that whole thing was I put out my thread about it. I don't know if you saw it, Dan, but I'm like, they went to putting together that clip, and it's like, okay, the reason they're doing this is to get, I guess, mainly black people to like go after him or whatever. And it's like, this video is just a signal to get attack dogs to kill him, and it's like, that's what they think of people.
You know what that is, Hex?
This is the most dehumanizing thing ever.
It's also a way to say, I believe this in serious. Like, black people are so stupid that if we like dangle this lie in front of them, they'll just pounce. Right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like,
that's exactly what it is.
That's what you think of them. Like, they won't actually listen and think, okay, let me hear the clip. Oh, he's joking with a black comic. Like, fuck you. Like, it's not a joke. Like, he's not racist. Like, that's how little they think of the people they're trying to enrage and like fan these flames with.
That's exactly what I said in my thread. Well, not complete in the same vein.
Yeah, they don't notice when they're doing it. I don't know if you guys saw that latest guy, Ulsterholm, that was on Rogan, and all of a sudden he got all like happy, and he's like, "Yes, there's this program where we teach black barbers how to talk to the people in their chair into getting vaccines and talking about COVID." And he was just so like, he was like, and so excited about this program that's working so amazing for this. And it's like, you do not even Joe didn't push him on it, but Joe kind of like it was so fucking racist in its own way, but they don't even know they're being fucking racist, and like, yeah, if you didn't see that,
I think so.
It's
I think
up.
some people don't realize that they're being racist, but I think the further up the chain you go, I think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, because a lot of people, even like the last one Jim Gaffigan was on, he's like, well, black people have to walk 20 miles to vote, like when they say things like that, and it's just like, I don't think they understand their like ivory tower take on, or like what they're like, they don't know what they're actually saying because they don't think about it because they're trying to say these things,
What urban district has polls 20 miles away? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Joe Rogan was like, are you talking about rural blacks or what? And like this guy, Jim Gaffigan's like, I just have to walk down the street. And then like, like I think someone put a video out not too long after, like one of those street people, and he's like, went up to like black people, like, do you know where to vote? And he's like, yeah, it's like around the corner or whatever, like it's. Do
you have a driver's license? Like, of course.
Do you have an ID? Oh yeah, there's this other clip where they were asking like white people about like voting laws, and it's like, oh yeah, because black people can't get IDs, so they can't vote, and it's racist. And then they went around and asked a bunch of black people if they had IDs, and every single one of them said, yeah, I don't leave the house without my ID.
It's like, how can you? We just need to call those people out in the moment when they say that. Like, oh, so do you think black people are too stupid to get IDs? Is that like, like?
Or you could go the absurdist route, which I always enjoy, and go, you're right, this is racist. We need to stop this immediately for both driver's license and gun permits because you're denying black people the right to protect themselves from police brutality. But it's like you could take it either direction. They're wrong either way.
It'll break their brain. Their brain will be completely broken.
And then these are also the same people who are fine with vaccine passports.
Yes. Yeah. That we need documentation for.
It's so fucked
and then,
up.
Just ignoring the fact that blacks are the highest demographic of unvaccinated people in this country. I'm just going to pretend that isn't a thing.
Hey, Jessica. What are you saying? What to Jessica? Yeah.
Hey, Jessica. She's a regular here.
Hell yeah. Oh, we should probably talk about how these white libs. Did you see the other one more recently where it was, what was it about? And at the end, this white, just like your typical white Karen was then brought up like George Floyd was a teacher.
Hate white people.
They're so
white
terrible.
women must be stopped.
Oh my God.
Isolate that one, Rufo. Add it.
He's about to put together their own clip of you being racist.
I just like her because she's hot. The N-word. I hate white people. Like,
that's why it's great on this stream though, because I'm not monetized or anything yet. So I feel like we could say whatever the hell we want.
Got it. He said.
Too funny. Wonder where Waffle is. Wonder if he's still gonna come on. I just noticed Robbie was doing something live too. Sorry, Robbie.
All right, this is going to be my cue to exit. Unfortunately, kids.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, don't you got a dinner to go to or something?
I just got the text. Hey, where are you? Listen, you two are beautiful people. I love
You're
both of you.
beautiful. Thanks for coming on.
No,
Thanks for having me on.
Anytime.
Absolutely. Take care, kids.
Bye.
See you, Dan. That was fun.
I know. He's great. I love how he talks too. I love that East Coast accent, you know?
Right.
Just goes and goes. All right. I'm at my second. We're at 2 hours and I got to go get my hourly potty break in here. Everyone talk amongst yourselves. Jessica's the white women like me. We're not white women. I mean, we are, but you know.
All right, chat. You're stuck with me for a minute. What's going on? Yes, that highlight clip will be phenomenal. I can't wait to see it. Fair enough, Mike. I think YouTube has like built-in shit on their website now that makes it easier to do. The mommy is back. Welcome back.
Thanks. I like your voice. Like, welcome back. Welcome back to the Sunday stream.
Also, like your jacket.
Thanks.
Now you just need an AK.
I do. I know I said that one time when Tactical was on. I was like, I could get the AR at least, but did I miss anything? No. Well, this was fun. Yeah, it was great to go out to that huge show last night and like no, you know, some people were wearing masks and stuff, but there was no when brought it up. You know, there was no passes or anything. It was just felt normal. It's funny because she's had. So the people who bought the tickets, they bought it before COVID and everything went down. So they've been hanging on to it this whole time because it was supposed to be
getting postponed.
Yeah, I got it postponed. And then that comedian, she had a baby recently, so you know I think she kind of like kept pushing things back because of that too. So like half of her show was about being pregnant and stuff, but she's funny. She's pretty funny. So it was a great time.
That's good.
And she didn't like try to do any woke, she didn't push the woke shit. And at the end, she was actually like, what? She was actually like pushing capitalism at the end. And we're like, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. She's like, why can't women be all about like making money and stuff? And she made a funniest joke about like, like when you're a male real estate agent, you can be like, yeah, I'll fuck your wife in this house and I'll sell this house back to you. Like they're all like aggressive about that. They're like, no woman realtor ever is like that aggressive. And I'm like, I need to use that advertising. Be like, look. So it was so funny. It's true though. Like they're like, it is fun. The real estate fucking culture is hilarious as it is. But
that is funny.
I'm not drinking yet because I'm like, I'd be too fucked up by the end of the day.
I was going to Instacart some fucking bourbon, but I can't get bourbon from anywhere.
Like they're sold out of bourbon around you?
No, they're just not like showing up on the like menu or whatever. And it's like, I know somebody here has fucking bourbon. It's like everything but bourbon.
Weird. That is super weird. Could you call the like store directly and ask for it? Or what? I don't know.
I probably could.
Yeah, whatevs. Why
probably
go
get
the
some.
extra step sometimes? It's just
Right.
Bye, Michael.
See you, Mike. It's good to see you in chat. I'll probably see you in the Twitter space whenever Dan hosts another one.
That's fun. How were you on there? Do you do spaces a lot? They're kind of fun. I kind of like them.
Basically, whenever Dan hosts one, I'll pop in and see what he's talking about.
Oh,
But other than that, I've not really.
I've done a couple, and it's fun to like observe people on them because some people are like really fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You can play your guitar if you want to at all, by the way.
You know what? Someone should like do a thing where they go into space and they just record like all the insane shit they hear, clip it all together, and put it up on YouTube.
It would be funny.
It's just like a compilation of all the unhinged people in these spaces.
Yeah, there are people like there's one group. If I ever jump in any of it, they're always talking about buttholes. Like every time, it always goes down that route. It's so funny. Cracks me up. Were you planning on doing anything today, or just this?
Just this.
You're like, I got my shit done yesterday. I like it. You're productive. When do you start getting more parts for that gun and building that gun?
I get paid Tuesday, so I'll probably get 1 or 2 parts for that. But then I also got to buy. See, I got to plan this out because in May I'll be going to Virginia for a camping trip with friends, and I still got to buy the plane ticket and other shit for that. So I kind of have to plan out what I need to get.
Where in Virginia are you going camping?
I don't remember what the fucking place is called. It has some weird ass name. I have to look it up.
Is it Chincoteague or Assateague? Is it one of those by chance?
Say what? Is it what?
There's one called Chincoteague and Assateague. I can think that's where the wild ponies are, and you can go camping there. But
no, that's it. We're actually going to be one of our friends owns property out there.
Oh, okay.
He owns a fair bit of land, so we'll be there. I just don't remember the name of the place. It was going to be Oklahoma, but like last minute it was like Virginia. So I'm like, all right, I guess it's Virginia now.
Yeah, you know what? If someone's going to plan it and put it together, then. And I guess it's not too far of a flight for you out there from you to
it's like
Virginia.
hour and a half, something like that.
Oh, it's not bad. Oh, sick. I don't know if you saw. I had a victory. I had canceled like a massage membership forever ago, but I just noticed they were still taking it out, and I was like, oh hell no! I had the receipts and everything. I had like the email saying they're gonna do it. It was like on a weird day of the month, so I didn't notice it.
Right.
And then so they're like, oh my god, sorry. I'm like right away. Like I didn't even have to fight. They didn't even call me. They just like responded to an email and we're like, we'll fix it. So and it was exactly $420. I was like, yeah,
nice,
$420, baby.
Oh, they're like, that's weed.
Yeah, no, I should buy some weed with it, but it was just. But then they're like, well, but it has to still come through at like, they can't just give me $420 back. They have to do it like slowly. But we started, so that's good. I was just checking that hit my account finally. So, because when you spend money, it's instant, but when they need to return money, it's like
they take their time.
It takes a minute to go through every time. I don't know. Are you ordering food today?
I might. I'm thinking between either order something or heat up some of the soup that I got left over.
All right. Not a B-dubs night?
Nah. I had B-dubs yesterday, actually.
They're so good. B-dubs is so good. It's like
it really is.
I hate it, but it's so good. Like they're just, can't go wrong with it.
Whatever you can get Q on.
I know. Where's he? I should text him. Who up to? It's so fun. Like I like how our streams are when people just kind of come and go. It's just so much fun.
Oh yeah. I wonder if John Page is in the chat. I still want to have him on.
And Collin said he wants to come on. He's like, He needs to come on before I get too big. Like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm sending Q the link because we can't be up to too much.
You starting driving again soon?
Yeah. Although it's always fun to be able to just be in the mountains like he's been able to be. It's really made me happy he's been able to be out there and like.
Right. I need to fucking do that. Just fuck off to the mountains for a little while.
Hell yeah.
Apparently, there are some articles that are going around saying mask mandates don't need to make sense.
You just do them.
Yeah, just logic need not apply.
Oh, Don! Everyone go follow Donald for Liberty. Yeah, he was you and it was like you, Justin, and the other Justin Campbell and Rebel with a Cause was like the first people who had me on. That was fun. Justin's was fun. I was drunk for that one. It was a good time. Everyone's made. I give credit to everybody on my way up. Don't worry. I will not forget the little people. ever. Just kidding. I'm excited for it. I'm glad this technology is working because I'm like, oh shit. I'm going on Chrissy Mayer's thing and my technology is all shitty, but this works good. I was worried.
I just followed you, Mr. O'Donnell.
He's cool. He does a lot of work with the Free State Project and actually like doing a lot of the politicking and stuff in New Hampshire, helping write bills and all that. Jesus, I couldn't do shit. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, you always have to give thanks to God and Jesus. That's the way of the world.
Yep.
Sorry, I just got a shit ton of texts.
Apparently, while I was asleep, some random ass chick followed me and then tagged me in a tweet asking me to follow her back. And then I looked through her profile. She's got like BLM shit. And then a lot of people she follows also has like BLM and feminist shit. And I'm like, I'm not following you back. Fuck off.
How did she find you even?
I don't know. Like, that's a good question. I don't know how
people.
she found me.
How can I follow black people?
This chick is black too.
Oh, good. Great. That is weird. Isn't that weird? The random people that I follow and then some of the random shit people say to me sometimes. And I'm like, why are you even like following me?
Yeah, and then or you see the random people who say something. And they're just like random people come in and like to a tweet that has nothing to do with them and they'll just say something dumb and it's like, the fuck did you come from?
Unlikable people. They exist everywhere in real life and online. What else happened this weekend? Oh, my friend. So some of my Twitter friends got to meet my Joe Rogan lookalike friend because he came out to my Twitter group meeting. He's super cool. He's a real estate. He owns a pretty successful boutique brokerage, but he's always like, cool. I think I'm libertarian. I think you are too. Like, I think he is too. So I'm trying to get him more involved. I was hoping he could come to the at least the gala for the convention when Dave Smith's going to probably do comedy and stuff, but I don't think he's going to be in town. So, and I'm trying to get, so he has an office in Miami and I'm like, oh, you have to meet this guy named Clint in Miami. I'm like trying to set them up for just to meet, like for networking, right. You know, I'm like, I just got to get more people into it who like care, you know, and like you can invite, it's funny nowadays. I'm like, oh, like there are friends I used to hang out with and stuff, but I'm like, I couldn't invite them out with some of my Liberty friends because we always end up talking like politics or political to some extent, you know. Yeah, like some people hate it, which I get. I used to kind of hate it too, but it's just so important now.
Yeah. And then your normal friends are just there like
I was just here to dance or whatever. Like, it's like,
right.
But they also just don't know, like, not that like they're not smart or anything like that, but like just there's just things that we know because of what we're exposed to all the time and the people we talk to all the time and what we listen to. It's just like people don't even know about the WEF. Like they just don't even know.
And then they'll tell you it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, if you bring it
And
up
that's
in
your
the
fault.
slightest.
Right.
It's like,
Mind you, they literally have a fucking YouTube channel where they have a
Yeah.
video about the Great Reset.
and the guy wrote books called The Great Reset and like has
Yep.
other books out and shit.
And apparently they
too.
have a podcast too.
They do. What was funny is my mom, because my parents go to church, and they ended up learning about Klaus Schwab and the WEF in their like Bible study.
Wow.
It's like, I know. Yeah,
They actually touched on this type of stuff in the Nation of Islam too. About these
that there's like a big white group controlling everybody.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's true. There's a shadow on me? I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it's from this. I was like, why is there a shadow on my fucking shirt? That's why. I don't know, Justin. That's why I won't get into that. I have thoughts on that kind of a thing. Jesus. Blaming Jesus for stuff. I don't want to lose everybody. The Jews. That's true. Well, that's what I was wanting because when I had that Jew podcast,
Tuesday.
I was like, the Jews Day. I was like, is the
Just call them the
WEF like the
Jews.
Jewish? Because I said something like, I don't know very many Jewish people in my life, but apparently y'all are controlling the world. And I was like, that was the joke. But then I was like, are the WEF kind of like Jewish people? And I guess they are Jewish people, some of them. But I'm like, well, that's everywhere anyways now too. So I don't know. They're just a fucking authoritarian pieces of shit who have too much time and money on their fucking hands, and we're the insects in the jar, and they just like shaking it,
Yeah.
Ugh, hate it.
I want to micromanage society, and it's like, no, fuck your pods, fuck your bugs, fuck
Like,
your...
how do you get that bored? How do you get that bored
Yeah.
that you want to fucking like engineer society? And it's the worst thing you could think of in a comic book sense, but then it's like that. It's it's what's happening.
It's real.
And there's like nothing we can do to stop it. Oh, here's someone. Yael just posted something from New York.
Let's get her on.
I know I should tell her to come on. Article. Okay, so as this proposed rule, so there's a new rule being a quarantine rule in New York. As this proposed rule is written, it could give local health officials the power to remove individuals from their homes and place them in a government-controlled quarantine facility. They are simply exposed to COVID-19 or communicable.
Is this New York City or New York State as a whole?
Let's see. I'm opening the article.
Because if it's New York City, I dare them to try doing that in the hood.
State health department, so it's the state.
Still, I dare them to try doing that in the hood. See how that goes.
And why are they doing that now? If you are so scared that you think people have to quarantine still after just exposure, which we know is not true. We've all the WHO never said to ever do that. The WHO never said that. Just brief exposure. Like I have that old documents I posted that one time. Like they never said that if you were just briefly exposed that you need to be fucking quarantined now. Now, how are we still doing this 2 years later where they want to quarantine people and they're having events and they're doing like
because it was never about the virus.
No. Like it's just so weird, especially with the kids. Like still wanting, like obviously that's because kids are very helpless and they want to fucking control them still. And it's like there's no reason for this shit 2 years later after we're opening things up. We we could go on. I could go on that shit. It's just makes no goddamn sense. Oh, I gotta read that article you sent me too. Fucking Trudeau. What's funny is I met someone at the Arizona LP convention. He's from Arizona, but lives in San Diego right now, but he kind of looks like Trudeau. I haven't told him that. I should tell him that. You kind of look like Trudeau.
You should get him some shoe polish.
Right?
Then it really look like Trudeau.
He's I think he's part Indian, Native American too. So like
don't even need that much.
Yeah, just a little bit. No biggie. Not hearing back
How
from
many people we
Q.
got watching today? 6. Shout out
There's
to all
6
6
now.
of you.
Hell yeah. There was like 15 at one point earlier, so it was good. People pop on and off. I don't know. We can stay on. We can take a break and come back later if we want to.
Yeah.
Whatever we feel like. Because I'm good. I just want to be off. What did I figure out? 9. At 6 my time. So 9. Well, are you East or Central?
Eastern.
Yeah. So by 8 o'clock your time. So whatever. Maybe other people want to come on. We could jump on again after a little bit. Or not. Alice is listening while she cleans. That's
Nice.
normally what I do too. I always put on podcasts and just fucking go to town.
And do other shit, yeah.
That's the best way to do it. I mean,
Yep.
music too, but. And I'll have the vacuum going and I'm holding it to my ear so I can still hear it while I'm vacuuming.
Yeah.
Because I can't push pause. I have to actually like just keep going.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, do it at work too. Makes the day go by way faster. Either a podcast or music or a TV show or something.
yeah. Yeah, it's nice you can do that. I was thinking like towards the beginning of the pandemic when they needed grocery store workers. I was like, it'd be kind of fun to go work there at night when you're stocking and just put the earphones in. You know, it wouldn't be a big deal at all.
Yeah. There's some employers that are just absolute assholes about people having music on.
So
I've been at those
stupid.
places. It's just the dumbest shit.
Just the rules, just authoritarian rules to have rules.
Yeah, and then like most of the time, it's like it doesn't even matter whether or not someone has headphones because it could be somebody who doesn't deal with the public. Then like what I do, I just sit in the back, like away from everyone else all the time. There's no reason that I should have to abide by a rule like that. Now,
Like,
at my current job, we don't have those kind of ridiculous rules, thankfully. But
that's good. Alice is the crazy girl.
I can't get rules. Hey, we meet up. I'll let you play one of mine.
Jessica, don't apologize. We just doing what we do. We existing.
Don't apologize, girl.
We just existing here.
Yeah, I mentioned Penn Station earlier. Now I'm kind of in the mood for Penn Station. It's just East Coast sub restaurant.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You have them there?
Say what?
You have them in Cleveland?
Yep. You're not going to find them on the West Coast at all. It's just an East Coast thing.
There you go.
Kind of like how we don't have Jack in the Box here.
Well, I mean, last update, because Five Guys was the East Coast thing, and Dunkin' Donuts. Well, Dunkin' Donuts was Midwest, but they eventually brought that shit out here. You know.
Yep. There's like a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts around here.
It's better Dunkin' Donuts I found because we would have them in Chicago, and they opened them up out here, and it's like. It's just not as good. They like every time I go, they're out of donuts. And they're like, is this not like
Jesus.
your one
What time do you go?
I just every random time I've ever gone. In the morning they would have them if I've gone, but I haven't gone in for fucking ever anyways. But I just think the high altitude, they just don't taste the same in the high altitude. They just don't. I mean, I was a kid too eating them, so maybe it's just like not as good as I remember. But I'll still eat them. I'll still give me my donuts, But I mean, yeah, I remember on the East Coast, like in Virginia, there was fucking Dunkin' Donuts everywhere. Like,
yep,
everywhere.
There's one like a 5-minute drive from me.
Nice.
And then there's like 2 that are near where I cut, because I cut through downtown Cleveland on my way to work, and there are like 2 of them there in downtown Cleveland.
That's right. Do you work pretty much downtown?
It's like 10 minutes outside of downtown, but
okay. There was a shooting, like a violent shooting in Portland last night. I don't know if you saw that.
Yikes. Was it Antifa?
It was some sort of protest that got. It was a protest against police violence. 1 dead.
It's
I
like
don't know
you
who did
shoot
it.
random people like the cops do. Whose side are you on?
Right? Well, and then someone was trying to say no because you know all the shit that's been going down in Portland. They were trying to burn down the fucking courthouse, which whatever, no, not too much judgment with that.
I'm not
But
going to shed a tear over that.
yeah, like you were at least going after the right people, but like I know of at least 3 people in my company that moved to Colorado from Portland because of what was going on in Portland since 2020, and like that just got. And these people were like, no, this Portland's not destroyed, blah blah. And I'm like, well, if people are moving out, then something's going on, you know.
Yeah. I wonder if Bortak is still there. Remember that? They had those like fucking dudes just piling people into vans.
Oh yeah, the like secret police.
Yeah, it's Bortak.
Yeah.
They're like basically some kind of like border, for lack of a better word, border patrol, like a certain distance in or outside of the border. And they are under the DHS.
It's fucked up. I remember last year, like people were like, "Why are the libertarians mad about those secret police?" And it's like, no, we are fucking
We are,
mad
motherfucker. What are you
yeah,
talking
like
about?
listen, you retards, like we don't like them doing that either. And then those same people are the ones who are probably okay with the Ottawa police, you know.
Right.
The shooting appeared to be a confrontation between armed protesters and an armed homeowner. So
They went after some. Oof.
that's what it
Well,
was.
who's the guy that got shot? Probably one of the
It was a woman, or people said a woman was dead when they arrived. Yeah. So the woman died. 2 men and 3 other women were taken to a hospital. Yeah. So it's technically a mass shooting.
Yeah, not really. I think the way the FBI defines it is at least 4 people have to die.
Die or just be shot?
Die.
Oh, okay.
It could just be shot. I had to look it up again, but last I remember is they have to actually be dead.
So the shooting took place right as the march began. Of course. Huh.
They just got bored. It's like, yep, time to
let's do some
pop
more
some
shooting.
shots off.
Oh God. People always gotta be giving guns as a bad name, you know?
Right.
Ooh, just saw a picture of KFC. That fried chicken looks actually pretty fucking good. Maybe I should do that.
That reminds me, I like just gotten my hair cut and I was like on the bus on my way downtown. This is several months ago. And the bus got rerouted because there was like a women's rights protest in the middle of the street.
That's smart. That's a smart spot to have it. Was it organized or was it like just?
I think so. I think it was. But my whole thing is like y'all get together, complain about whatever rights y'all supposedly don't have. And it's like, but whenever y'all get together, you literally slow down society. So
yeah, you fuck up other people's rights. Wasn't it a women's march that did actually try to go in on the Capitol as well back in like a couple like in 2016 or something? And that's why like after the insurrection, they're like, you guys like.
Apparently there was something else that happened in 2020, a similar thing. They tried to go into the Capitol. That you know, they're not talking about that, but you know,
no,
a bunch of right wingers that literally got led in. You know, those are terrorists.
I was watching well, I have a friend. If no one follows, his name's Sean Weitzman on Twitter, and he's fighting charges. He was there as a journalist basically, and he's fighting charges because they started charging him just for being there on the 6th. I don't even think he went in the building or anything. And then do you watch Alex Stein, The Conspiracy Castle, or do you know who Alex Stein is?
I don't.
Oh my God. It's Alex Stein, I think, on Twitter. He is so funny. He like lately he's been trolling. Well, he'll call into Zoom meetings for like random town hall meetings across the world. And he just trolls them. Like he just trolls the shit out of them.
How does he find these things?
I don't know. That's what he just spends his time doing. And like,
are they just like, I don't know, is there like somewhere you can just kind of like where they just have like all Zoom calls going on listed somewhere?
I don't know. Well, no, because he has to like,
points?
he just spends a shit ton of time because he has to like email them. And like one time he was on, I think Tower Power or something. And like, he was getting a call back from one of and it was, I think she was Australian. She's like, hello, sir, you know, that wasn't Australian, but like and he was like, she was like, "What's your complaint going to be for the call?" And like he started talking, like it was just he's so funny. And then he has his show's called Conspiracy Castle on YouTube, and he hey Cactus, he yesterday he had a guy on that was who was there on the 6th, and he's running for something, but he was getting charges too. But he was explaining how it was inside and everything. And I guess he has video footage of Ashley Babbitt when she got shot.
Yeah.
So this guy's like, he has all this footage and everything, but he was just explaining how it was not a fucking insurrection. He's like, there's older ladies standing around like yelling at people if they're destroying stuff, and ugh. Oh yeah, O'Donnell had Sean on his YouTube about the January 6th stuff, and then he got a strike. So they got it taken. Of course. It's like, how is that possible?
And I should let you know there's something bigger going on with that.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, they have to control the narrative on that 100%. And yeah, and all those people there's all those people who are still in jail for it, like haven't seen the light of day, like.
And God only knows how they're being treated too.
That's true. And how is her getting shot okay?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And then I've seen all those people saying she deserved to get shot, and it's like, yeah, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Jose, wasn't he? I don't know if you were on. He was on Tower Power or something. He's so funny. This guy has so much energy. He was actually on Chrissy Mayer the other morning too, and it was hilarious because he's just walking around his neighborhood and he has his friend. He has this black friend named Fro. Like, so then Fro was on the show too, and like they were talking. Like, it was so funny. Like he's just this high energy dude. Like all of a sudden he's just one of those really fun people. You could tell. Like he just all of a sudden like so much emotion comes up, and he's just like, oh my god. But, yeah, you have to check him out, especially when he's just hilarious. I would assume he's kind of a comedian. I mean, he's online doing, podcast type stuff. So, how you doing, Hex?
I'm good.
Doing good.
Everything is good over here. The sun is actually out. Thankfully.
It's nice and sunny here. Oh, did you see that stuff at the California LP? Those like Nazi, everyone's a Nazi. The MC, the Mises Caucus is Nazis and stuff.
Oh Lord, I did not see this. What happened there?
Weather Girl, if you follow Weather Girl, she posted it. But so someone was posting out, they were like passing out these. They literally made these like fucking newsletters. Like it's a big piece of paper with all this writing on it, and they were like, oh, the Mises Caucus is on Nazis, blah, blah. And then they brought up the Dave Smith and the 12 shots thing. And they brought up the Mises Caucus guy out there and like all this. And that's why I made a video yesterday because like let me read the sentence about Dave Smith. It's so like, really, people, like how could anyone like take the time to do that, first of all? And then, so they're like, date rape Dave Smith. On Dave Smith's podcast, Part of the Problem, he said, if you go out and getting a girl hammered who wouldn't have sex with you anyway, if you're 12 shots in and said, come here, fuck me, cry me a river, you didn't get raped, which was like that whole thing that got taken out of context with that. And then the next thing they wrote, alcohol is the most common date rape drug. Men and women have different tolerances of alcohol. 12 shots of alcohol can kill a woman. And then they're like, Dave Smith was invited to state party conventions the past few years. Like, that's how they are. They're just these fucking like just dumbasses.
It sounds like they're just mad they're not as cool as Dave Smith. At the end of the day.
It is like, it's the unlikable and likable people. And like, you don't have to worship Dave Smith, whatever, like, but he's a likable person and he says shit how it is. Like, the whole fucking 45 minutes of him on Joe Rogan recently was just talking about talking. It was like, we need to be able to talk. Like, it was just, right. It was wild. I mean, it's just sad that so much time has to be spent saying, hey, we should be able to talk openly. Hey, Boosted. It's like, why do we have to have this like discussion about having discussion with like, it's just,
yeah, it's fucking goofy.
Everything's so weird now. And
also the hilarity of calling the Meat Hawks a bunch of Nazis when Dave Smith, who was a Jew, is a part of it.
That's why if Waffle is gonna come on, because he's Chinese, and so he he photoshopped a picture of like a SS guy, but with his face on it. It's like, I guess this is how they see me. Like, no, and that's what, like, whatever. Like, I actually don't like groups, and the reason I like the Mises is because I felt like it was not a group, although there's drama and shit going on. But like overall, I'm like, they're like, hey, we can all get along and be different, and we just gonna have to organize to fight the state right now and to do shit, and like, oh, it's so funny how, and they're the people. Those are those disruptors I talk about. Like, they're fucking little 7th grade girls and boys who got made fun of, and now they're sitting at their lunch table like, this person
And they
did
never
this.
got over it.
Yeah, this person was mean to me, and I hate them forever. And like, that's all it is. Like, literally, like, and they're just, no one wants to fucking be around that. Although, like, I'll be like, you can, if you want to help with liberty and just stop doing that shit, I don't give a fuck who you, what you are, like, but this disruptor shit and this like catty bullshit, it's, I don't know if humans can't get over it or what, but drives me nuts.
It's like Dan said, some people just haven't been punched in the face enough or at all.
It's true. No, Boost, now look it up. Oops, I just spilled. Why am I so cold? It's actually nice out. It's gonna be, so it's like gonna be 65 today, and then tomorrow it's gonna be 8.
That's Cleveland weather in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everywhere
It's 65 in the middle of the goddamn December, like it was this past year.
And then everything got cold after Christmas.
Yep. Then we had like 2 crazy storms.
Oh, that's good, Mike. Or maybe I could share the screen on here. Hold on. Let me pull it up on my nifty thing. It's 48 there right now.
Yep.
Tactical's at work. I'm like, come on. He's like, I'm at work. So?
Yeah, just get all your employees on the podcast. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's a gun shop. All right, sure.
Yeah, we're all like guns. He works at a goddamn gun shop, and come on, Tactical, quit being like that.
All right, here we go. So is that coming up?
There it is. When people ask why I'm not a liberal, economics and logic. Yeah, pretty much.
It's that simple.
And just in general, not being a goddamn pussy.
I haven't heard back from D Boosted. Hold on, let me give you the link. I want to have D on so we can have like conspiracy talk.
Sweet D? Or
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But she doesn't, like, she said yes, but she doesn't respond to DMs. I'll send it to her too, just because. She's threat actor D right now.
That's a total Babylon Bee headline. Trudeau demands protesters stop shutting down cities so that he can shut down city.
Oh, that's
a total Babylon Bee headline.
It is funny. Hold on, I guess I showed the wrong one. Hold on. I'm getting pretty good at this technology, though, aren't I? I'm sharing shit.
Hey, making progress.
Little by little. Look at one for about libs. Oh, is it the Trudeau one? Boosted. The one I quoted. Oh yeah, that's what it is here. Hold on. Open it up. Right. Pull up here. Definitely true. The core of liberalism is the spoiled child. Miserable, as all spoiled children are, unsatisfied, demanding, ill-disciplined, despotic, and useless. Liberalism is a philosophy of sniveling brats.
Yep.
That's true. And whether like, and yeah, like even if you say left or right or whatever, it's like, it's just that attitude. Yeah, they just can't stop. They can't just live their own lives. They have to control everybody's life, you know, like they can't ever just stop. But,
Oh, yeah. What about Define Else getting nuked?
oh
Do you follow that
yeah.
account?
Yeah. And all they do is just quote tweet or like
It's not even that. It's just screenshots of
screenshots.
tweets that
Yeah.
are diametrically opposed to each other by the same person.
What other people say, but they got took up. And then isn't there some tea like Eliza Blue's like dating the person who runs that account or something like that. I was like,
Say what?
oh, Eliza Blue. You know who Eliza is?
Yeah.
She's like dating the person who runs that account, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
that.
Little connect. I don't know if that's true or not. I could be totally starting a complete rumor right now.
All right. So, yeah, don't spread that because
Or
right
do.
now no one knows.
Let's just start rumors. Who gives? That's Alice's cousin. Yeah, just those people who are like, and you like, that's the thing is like, you have to go through hardship or you have to go without, or you have to like to be a evolved human, you know, and then you have all these people who, whatever, or their hardship makes them worse. Like I was talking about the fucking bitter little kids. But like, you have to go through shit in life. You can't just be all
Right.
spoiled, but it's hard not to. I know, especially now, like, you know, people have money and you want your kids happy. Everyone wants to live vicariously through their kids, and it's hard.
You got helicopter parents like my dad.
My sister's literally moving across the country because my nephew moved to Atlanta, and like, I don't even think they really want to, but she's like, my Mr. Forrest mommy always makes fun of her and goes, like calls her a helicopter. Makes like that noise. It's so funny because it's so true. Like, she's just, what are you gonna do? I feel bad, but
Yeah.
I feel this was such a weird last 2 years too, where like, I don't know, you want to be by your family, especially your kids. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's making me, because that's where my parents are going with them, and then I get to go to my parents' house. So whatever, it's good for me. Works out good for me.
You get a
And
forest in
Hex
your
can come
backyard.
visit. Yes, going back to my forest. Can't wait. Okay, that's it.
All right, what's going on, chat? I know it's only
Yeah,
like
it's
7 of you now, but it's still 6, but you know.
Still 6. Bounces around. You know, we gotta start somewhere, Hex. We gotta start somewhere.
Ain't that the truth?
I was just a dumbass, and now I'm gonna be on Chrissy Mayer's podcast. So, you know, I really should have started doing the streaming and stuff much sooner, like during COVID, but that's okay. Better late than never.
Yep. The funny thing is, your first live stream was because you wanted me on to talk about how I got banned.
Yeah, that was good.
That was the very first one.
Yep. And then I was like, well, this is as good as time as ever. You're my friend. You got banned. It was good. And then like now I've been building off of it, and now we have our regular thing, which is fun.
Yep.
It's good to stay connected with my brother.
Damn straight.
Oh,
I just need to move to Maine and get a log cabin like in Q's stream.
Yeah. That was hilarious. I love when you have dreams like that, where it's like, you know, people from Twitter, and then it's just all fucking weird and like crazy shit going on. All right, here we go. Got our nuclear scientist here now.
Just an engineer, not a scientist.
You should just say it. I would call myself that.
I've been
Welcome.
working on my little stainless diamond.
Was that printed?
Ooh.
The 3D printed?
No, this is
You're
this is-
welding.
this is TIG welding.
Okay,
That's
that's what
nice.
it was. Yeah, I know. I saw your pictures while you were making it, and I was like, "What is that?" But now I see.
Ah,
Yeah.
fuck.
So there's a website online called Weld Metals Online, and they sell these kits. Like they have soccer balls and things like that you can just use for practice and filling it out, because TIG welding is 90% time behind a torch just to get steady and properly
Practice.
It's a difficult hobby to master.
Your camera died. Heck.
I know. I am replacing the battery now.
Well, so have you been boosted? How was your week?
I'm good. Work has been kind of slow, so this upcoming week I got to go across Texas again for work, but that's what it is.
Yeah. Make hay while the sun shines, as they say.
Did y'all see the full booster stack up at SpaceX?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so Elon was giving his yearly presentation of progress, and they did a full booster stack up on the orbital launch pad.
Oh, was that the thing that was
Right.
like something swinging on top? They were putting some. Okay, I did see a little bit of it.
So the launch tower itself actually stacks the rockets. They've what are called the chopsticks. They have these arms that come down, pick up Starship, or they'll pick up booster, put it over, stack it onto the actual launch pad, and they'll pick up the actual Starship, and they'll stack that on top of booster, and then fuel and go.
It's crazy. So the thing they stacked, is that gonna go? Was that something that was gonna launch? Did it already or not yet?
No, they still have more stuff they have to. Never mind.
Yeah. You could tell us, but you'd have to kill us.
Yeah, there's NDAs involved and shit like that, so it's not done that fast.
I'm sure it's all very complicated. I've never built a spaceship before, so.
Yeah, the subsystems involved on this launch system are so complicated as hell. Like it's an absolute fun project to be part of. I'd love it. It's fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. And that you can see it from the back end too, and building it up.
The inside, yeah.
The inside of the phallic spaceships.
Mm-hmm. They're all just fancy tubes.
It's too funny. So you've been welding this week.
I finished out. I mean, it was mostly done. I just had like a couple spots, like a couple inch spots that I hadn't finished around the actual facets. So I just filled them in. Now I'm working on grinding everything, making the facets actually nice and symmetric and geometrically accurate, and then polishing it all up.
Nice. So it's all pieces of stainless steel, and then you welded them together kind of from the inside, right?
So it's all the facets were individual parts, laser cut from stainless. And what you do is you actually start with the bottom, and you put these side by side, and on the inside you put 2 tack welds, and then you just keep working your way around it, and then you fold all that up to make this shape, and you put 2 more tack welds on the last seam on the inside, and that creates this solid but still malleable. And you do it the same with the top. You lay the central, I guess that's a hexagon, down, and you put all these facets around it, and then you fold them up, and then you tack weld all these on the inside, and then you combine them, and you just tack around the outside, and that makes the geometry relatively solid. And then so TIG welding is an art form about knowing where you can put heat, because as you add heat into the part's going to deform. It will shrink on those welds. And so if you don't put your tack welds in very strategic places, as well as your actual fill-in spots, the entire thing will warp itself out of geometry. So it's a very time-consuming process to make a structure that actually stays where it needs to be stayed, or where it needs to stay.
Good job. It looks like you're on your way. It looks like it looks good.
Yeah, I built do you all know what an infinity cube is? So I can show you.
That's vaguely familiar.
So this is an infinity cube. I 3D printed a model of it. It's one continuous loop that creates
all those things.
Yeah. So I made a coffee table and an end table, one of these out of stainless square tube. That was a process, because if you fill out any of these corner welds without having welding to counter the force that you put into it, the entire thing just warps into some weird shape and it's just destroyed.
Well, good job. Your tables are up and running, right? So did good. What's up, chat?
I haven't even been watching chat.
It slowed down.
Yeah, it's slowed down to a standstill.
Everyone's
Also,
clean. Everyone's cleaning and doing shit.
Yeah.
No one wants to learn today.
I also just ordered food, so soon I'll pop off for a minute just to eat, then I'll pop back on.
Okay. I will say, like I said, I have 4 more hours, so we can pop on and off again.
Right.
Justin's still here. Love it.
Jumping out of my comfort zone, I actually went to a concert last night with some friends.
Nice. What'd you go see?
It was just some country guy at a local bar that was putting on a concert. It was more just to get out there and actually start,
being normal again.
Yeah, trying to anyway, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what, like I said, I went out Friday night with Twitter friends, and then Saturday night last night I went to comedy, like a big venue, and yeah, we just have to keep being normal again and like force it.
Break out of the mold that they put us into.
Yeah. Yep. And I like these people who are so scared, it's like, then stay home.
Don't go.
Yeah, stay the fuck home. Don't let me.
You were never forced to go do that shit anyway. That's the thing, though. It's the people who are like, I just call them insecure introverts, because they're like, if you're a true introvert, you don't say, oh, I hate when people go, or like, you don't care what other people do. You do your life. You live your life as your life. And
true introvert gang right here.
Yeah, and like people go or you choose what social things you like to do. You don't go like. But those are the people too, like you invite them out and then they sit there and have a terrible time the whole time. And it's like, because you have to make your own fun. We're adults. You have to make your own fun. Sometimes you have to be, if you don't want to be social, then don't be so, like, you have to find your groove, whatever you do. And they're just like,
I have to be around the right people. People have to know who I am for me to open up, because I don't open up to strangers, which is weird considering what we're talking about here. But yeah, no, I have really I don't have a lot of friends where I am. Most of the friends are in one of the cities displaced where I was for a while. Most of them are up there. There's a hint. But a lot of my old friends that I actually grew up renting cars with in my teens are still around. At least some of them are down here. And one of my really good buddies is here, and him and his wife, we all went out to a bar, and they don't go out at all much, but they're like one of the few people who, I grew up around, so they know me.
Right.
That's good. You got to see old friends and go do something fun.
And they break me out of my shell. That's difficult to do.
You? What?
It's funny that I call myself an introvert, and here I am getting on the stream.
So, yeah, we're online
Sunday.
for anyone to watch, right?
Right.
It's just different though. Like when you choose it, and like, I don't know. Well, I was always an introvert, and I was like, but there's a couple social things I like to do.
Like, but between us, it's so easy to talk. Like, there's nothing that's off the table because we're open to discussing any ideas.
Right.
No, yeah, it's different in normie world.
And that's why I don't go to bars, because I don't want to get in front of some, toxic libtard who, they can't contemplate any level of science, and all I'm going to do is sit there and basically mansplain to them, and they're going to go butthurt because they can't keep up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too. Are like certain, if if the conversation is going to go political, there's just certain people they just can't.
Yeah, you can't trust that they're going to be there, because they're going to go full Karen on you and destroy the conversation.
Yeah, and just repeat some stupid fucking lines they've been told that you're like, oh my god, we're so like when people try to have a anarchist argument and then someone brings up the roads and it's like, oh great, we've never heard about the fucking roads before. Wow,
fucking whole ass roads.
Please tell me who's currently maintaining those roads where the dollars are already stealing from us.
Yeah, like it's.
I know. What about that bridge that just collapsed in, what was it, Philly or Pittsburgh?
Yeah,
I think Pittsburgh. Outside Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think it was Pittsburgh.
And they had showed that they had given money to the cops that was supposed to go to all that shit to fix it. And like the government had gotten plenty of money to fix it over the years, knowing that.
And it didn't actually go to that.
No. but they're like, well, we need to. Then they're
It
using
goes
that
to
as the build
monitoring
back.
mantis shrimp on freaking treadmills, or
Exactly.
how often
Right.
cats
Something
masturbate
dumb
or
like
something
that.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, some butterfly. I remember that was in LA. Like someone was making literally like 400 grand a year to go to the airport like a couple times a year and see if there was butterflies there or something. Like it's just like that's what's happened. Like it's all this money is just fucking
It's Rand
gone.
Paul's. What does he call it? His end of the year like pork roundup that he posts up on Twitter.
Just like the fat and the pork and the bills and all the stupid shit that got passed.
Yeah, all the bullshit projects that are the special interest payouts. I need to go shooting.
I do too.
Me too. Me too.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually, I'll be right back. I'll get my favorite picture.
Oh, you came in late, but I got my upper receiver in.
Is it just a non-forward assist, like a DPMS?
Yep.
Yeah.
No forward assist.
Those things are bullshit anyway. They're never supposed to be there. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go get my favorite blinker.
All right.
All right. So firearm nerd mode activate for a second. So the original AR-15 actually didn't have a forward assist. But the reason it got one was so the Air Force, they were buying AR-15s for their guys, and they were doing tests, and like, yeah, we don't need the forward assist. But for some dumb reason, the Army wanted the forward assist, and it was this back and forth between the Army and the Air Force. And Air Force was like, no, this is stupid, we don't need it. Army was like, yeah, we do. And the Navy and the Marine Corps, they didn't really care either way. But the reason it became standard is because the Army was buying more of the models that came with the forward assist than the Air Force were buying models that came without it. So that became standard.
Yep.
Oh.
You really don't need one.
What was that you just unscrewed? Is that legal?
It is if you pay for it.
Very cool. That's a cool looking little gat you got there.
Yeah, it's just a 2245. Cheap ammo. Can run anything you want to throw through it. Everything winds up being subsonic, so it's quiet as shit. And then
what model is that?
That's a Ruger 2245. It's one of the early ones before the pack lights came out.
I might have to get one of those. I've been wanting to get a 22.
You should also get one of these.
Yeah.
Which everyone should get every gun.
Yeah. 22 long rifle is one of the few calibers where if you suppress it, it's actually like as quiet as they portrayed in movies.
Yeah, mouse fart quiet. Threads are a little gummy.
Forward assist was used to be a non because mud getting into the receiver keep rounds from receiving fully. That makes sense.
You know what, fair, O'Donnell, that is a fair point that I did forget. They did find a use for it when it came to like muddy environments. But other than that,
well, you can't go battery.
Yeah.
Well, it's time for my hourly potty break. Fresh coffee. Give me some fresh coffee. Are you
what else is going on with you, Boosted? How you been?
I'm all right. Just had some relationship woes recently that just fucking threw me into a tailspin. Mommy knows about it, but I haven't been talking about it on here. And so that's part of the reason why me going out last night is just trying to get back out there and just see if there's anything that can be found that's decent.
Oh God. I feel you there.
Yeah, it's
especially at this COVID shit. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
It's not even a COVID shit. It's just that humans suck, and I'm dating into a dating pool of narcissists and people who just, social media has made everybody so fucking full of themselves, and unable to accept any deviation of what they perceive as being perfect. That it's just, the dating apps and everything else have destroyed dating.
Yes, 100%.
And I talk about this a lot with Carter and Lady and Kennedy Edwards and all them on Twitter, just in the background. But
Oh,
I mean,
did she include you in that matchmaking thing she started?
lady did, yeah. I'm in
Yeah,
there.
okay, yeah, she threw me in there too,
Yeah.
which I wasn't expecting, but I was like, oh, cool.
Might as well throw all the lures out you can.
Yeah.
But it's not out.
No, yeah, but dating these days is just a fucking nightmare.
It's so there's a meme that I like to throw up there about what dating is. It is there. It is.
The dating.
Sorry for the shit.
Oh. Yep, pretty much. That's funny.
It's just missing a couple dead bodies and some, crack pipes.
Right. Well, Joe Biden will have the crack pipes covered soon.
Yeah, free crack.
Are they going back on that yet or no?
I have no idea. I don't care. It's a giant fucking shit show. I mean, it's like the worst thing you could ever possibly expect. Just expect it to happen now. I mean, the world is so upside down and inside out that it's just like, all right, when's gonna fucking start raining, literal brimstone? Because it's what's next?
Oh, if this Ukraine shit boils over, they might start raining nukes.
This is the
Hopefully
most
not.
Raining
the most
nukes. Hallelujah.
This is the whole Ukraine situation. The United States government is trying to gaslight Ukraine and Russia into fighting. I cannot. Why?
It's messed up. It's so messed up.
Just leave everything the fuck alone. Stop poking fires.
They're like, oh, it'll be a false flag, so we need to respond to false flags. But I'm like, well, if you know it's a false
Well, that's
flag,
fucking
why
retarded. Right.
yeah.
But the most interesting thing about this is I guarantee this is why they're doing it. Biden needs to go in there and wash up what his kid did.
Yeah.
Probably. I can
It
see
would
that.
that makes complete sense.
That's why it's going on.
Wasn't there all sorts of weird? Wasn't the Bidens involved in like property ownership in Ukraine too, or something for a while as well? Like, where was that?
I just know the Burisma bullshit.
Yeah. That was under Obama too. They funded the actual Nazis there, which is nothing to see there.
No, the Democrats being Nazis again? What? Nah.
God. Did you guys listen to the new Joe Rogan with the new Joe Rogan with I forgot his name, Majad or whatever, however you say
The
his
guy who
name.
was showing out the New World Order bullshit.
He's like, yeah, he was a Muslim and like was imprisoned in Egypt for years, and like then he like left everything, and he was just like, it's really good because he talks about like where he understands. He's like, he lived terrorism, like he literally lived terrorism, and so like he talks about like how when he noticed here in America they were starting to use because people questioned an election, they're terrorists. Really, like he could see what's going on with how they're like manipulating the language and shit, and he's like, he said he didn't believe the Bush Gore back in the day, the whole Florida thing in 2002. He's like, am I a terrorist because I didn't believe that election was legitimate? Like, he's like, how he could see like what's going on. He's been based on like all the COVID stuff and everything, and it's because he was in jail and he like talked to people, and it helped open his eyes up to where he had been attacked. He lost his family, and when he stepped away from the like more extreme end of the Islam, then like he got apostatized, basically lost his family, but it's really good. I think I didn't finish it yet, but it's so far like super good. And they recorded it a while ago, right before the whole Joe Rogan shit blew up, and so I think they're waiting. It's out now, and it's really good. I don't know how you spell his name on Twitter because he's on Twitter. But it was great. Oops.
You see that a lot too with like people who grew up in like some communist bloc country back in the 20th century, and then they come over here because obviously they don't like communism, don't want anything to do with it, so they come over here and then they start seeing the same shit that they went through back in like Romania here, and it's like,
fuck off with your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was like. And he was talking about shit that went on out there that like, oh, it's Majid Nawaz, Maajid.
Majid.
Yeah, Majid. Like, I mean, he was talking about just so much of this murder that was going on and all these people who were thrown into all these camps out there. And like, it's disgusting. They're saying like they would round up even like more westernized kids and stuff. But they're like throwing these kids into these prisons. And of course, then they were getting turned into extremists and like, it is nuts. And he goes on about basically, he talks about how America is basically supporting the like dictators out there every time and against each other. And like, he knows all his shit because he fucking lived it. And he turned like he didn't become it because he'd been attacked himself and like put in jail and tortured and all this stuff. So, it was because, and this is something else he pointed out. So I guess the president of Egypt at one point had gotten killed. I don't remember the name, but they put an emergency order in at that time that took away rights from part of the population, like I think people who weren't exactly Egyptian or whatever. And so he said it lasted 20 years. It was a 20 years emergency. And that's how they had all these people in jail and like they just used it to take away rights from some of the population. So he's pointing out like the parallels of how that's going on again.
Nothing says temporary emergency like permanency.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government.
Did you see Biden extended the national emergency?
He did.
He extended it. The one that Trump put in, and Trump could have taken out on his way out, but he did it, and now it's getting extended. So it's like, yeah, it's it's so true. The whole like nothing's more permanent than a temporary emergency to the government. And that's how everyone got away with this ton of shit because of the national emergency. If there had been no national emergency, a lot of the state people wouldn't have gotten away with some stuff. Well, they would have still probably, but it definitely gave them an excuse to kind of go cray-cray.
Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the states had the right to do that if they wanted to do that, but it shows which states knew what was going on and actually had the proper thoughts of control or lack thereof, at least the way to keep the citizenry safe. And it showed which states were full fucking tyrants and which weren't.
Yeah, exactly.
Just give them enough time. They will play their hand.
Yep.
Fucking tyrants.
Mm-hmm. Tyrant's gonna tyrant.
They are. And there's so many of them have gotten like turned on the last 2 years. It was like something in their body clicked and now they're like full steam ahead, even though I'm just some whatever loser. I'm a fucking tyrant authoritarian.
You know what we need to do
for the power.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's absolute hard on, but we need to make exile a punishment again.
Yep.
Like if you're gonna true, you lose your citizenship and you get a one-way freaking ticket with a parachute into the Amazon jungle. Don't come back if you face 9 mil.
Yep.
Be like, bye.
You get one chance, we're yeeting you the fuck out of this country. If we find you back in here, you're just. That's it.
Well, yeah, the lady who's running for secretary or treasurer of my state or whatever is like, I need to have more protections and security and blah, blah, blah. And I posted, I'm like, you know what? Actually, if you're going to be in a position where you're ruling over people, where you have control of the government guns, you need more skin in the game. You need your life to be more dangerous so that you don't make these stupid decisions,
Yeah. You put yourself in a bubble, you make dumb choices.
Yeah, and then they'll be like
All I'm going to say is that these people have names and addresses. Yep. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
They do. I've looked up a handful. Just when I'm mad, especially like the guy who shot Johnny Hurley in Arvada when we found out there was no charges against him. I was like, I found out where I was actually surprised that his house was still in his name and he didn't put it in a trust or something, but it does. I'm not going to fucking do anything about it, but it just gives you a little power back to feel like, oh, that's why people love doxing people on the internet, because it makes them feel so powerful, because you're like, oh, look, I know something about your life and I know
where you live.
Yeah. It's like,
I'm going to intimidate you into, following my ideals. Like, how about I turn you into a fucking chicken?
Right.
Like, If you know where I live, come to my house. Come show
Yeah.
up. Like, come on.
It's like, let me know how it works for you.
Yeah, like, cool.
Right.
Come over.
I just gotta make one phone call and I got 5 ex-military buddies in my house.
Right? Even my whole block. I'm in like a more blue collar area. Like, oh, we're good here. Like,
You got a very good friend who ran with Second Force Recon.
Really?
Second Force? Is that Army?
No, that's Navy
Marine Corps.
Marines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the people who shouldn't have been where they were when they were.
Ugh. Are those friends turned against the government a little bit lately?
Oh, they're absolutely red pilled.
Good.
No, these are like hardcore not anti shit lib, but getting like full fucking black pilled at this point.
Good.
It's
More and more. There's so many ex-military people who are just done. Yeah, O'Donnell was in the military, so he was doing that shit, seeing that shit.
Well, it's the ones who actually truly left the military are the ones that are actually that can open their eyes. The ones that haven't are obviously still government drones.
Yeah. Shout out to Matt Best. I mean, what?
Fuck Matt Best.
Who's Matt Best? Is he like a neocon or something?
Black Rifle Coffee.
He's the Black Rifle Coffee
okay,
dude.
that whole all that stuff.
The whole anti-Rittenhouse thing when the kid was clearly defending himself and they basically came out and lambasted him. It's like, ha! You guys are pro firearms. Fuck you.
Right.
Because they like tried to take the BLM side more, that everybody who supports Rittenhouse is racist or something like that, right? I didn't follow the whole thing.
It was more that you shouldn't go and take the gunfight into your own hands and all that crap. The whole thin blue line argument bullshit. I think I've forgotten the history on it. If anybody can clear that
There's
up,
something stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's
It's like, isn't that you guys' whole
Bullshit.
stick?
I don't trust. Well, anytime anyone says, "Oh, he shouldn't have been there with a gun," blah blah, like I instantly don't trust them because they obviously don't know what the fuck was happening in the situation and the fact that yeah, we do need our fucking normal. Yeah, he was young and it sucks, but if someone's gonna show up to defend their friend's property, this is a good person,
And then his dad lived in Kenosha. He said in the trial, so it's like,
yeah, everything's all close out there. At that, they're like, "Oh, he drove across state lines," and it's literally a suburb of Kenosha.
One of my big manufacturers is literally down the street from that place, and he was watching it burn, and I was just like, I can't believe this is happening in this country, and no one is doing anything about it.
Yeah, the cops weren't doing shit. The businesses were burning down.
If you wanted a more clear need for a local militia to form to put something down, you had it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
but he should have showed up and just used his fists because
Yeah, one of the other dudes he had shot also had a gun. How?
He was a felon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should never have been able to even have and be in possession of even a freaking a cartridge, let alone a firearm.
And that's the one who was on the stand too, wasn't it? Because they're like, "Did you point the gun?"
He got his bicep vaporized.
Yeah, and they're like, he tried to make him a victim, and he's literally the one who's not supposed to have the gun at all. And oh man, that shit was crazy.
All right, my food's almost here. I'm gonna pop back on when I'm done eating.
All right, see you after a bit. Yeah, man, that whole Rittenhouse. Thank God it went the way it went, but then now they're all parading him around too, and it's
yeah, I hate the fact that they're using the kid as a political token rather than letting the kid heal. He needs major trauma therapy after what he did. I mean, he's either very good at hiding the PTSD, which I think is probably the case. They should have let him alone.
Yeah. On top of having to do that, which that's hard for a human to do, and then going to jail, and then this whole fucking crazy case and being called a white supremacist by the fucking president, and the poor guy.
Yeah, he needs to sue the fuck out of every single media outlet out there. Go buy Epstein's Island and retire.
That would be good. Hopefully, I mean, if the Sandman kid's got three cases now, he won, I think. So hopefully, Rittenhouse can win. Go after the View too. That's what they were saying. Like, you should sue the View. I'm like, oh, that'd be so fun.
I think there should be a class action lawsuit against Twitter and Facebook for anybody who had their posts suppressed for posting up like legit video and pictures of what happened that night. Like, I've lost multiple accounts on Facebook, like permazucked, because when Rittenhouse was declared, not guilty, we all went meme crazy. And because everyone was posting up memes that the AI of Twitter or of Facebook was auto banning for, if you post up anything, you're done.
And then look, and then he won the trial. So how does that make any sense? I don't. Yeah. What are they going to do with the tech? Sorry, my nose is so. I need to grab. I gotta grab Kleenex. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I can sit here and talk to myself. Is anybody in chat?
I probably caught COVID last night being out with all those people. No, I'm just kidding.
I've already had it.
I think I had it too.
I know I did.
And like whatever, if I catch that's normal fucking life. You catch colds sometimes,
Well, I was a childhood asthmatic, and so I had to take it a little bit more seriously. So I came to the realization, like in the summer, that it's an inevitability that I'm going to catch it at least some point. And so I went to my doc, and I'm like, Doc, I need a nebulizer, budesonide, and albuterol, and just write it. I don't even care. And he's like, okay. So I wrote it off and just went and grabbed it. I had it sit on the side just in case. And as soon as I was coming back from a business trip and I lost my sense of taste and smell, I'm like, oh shit, here we go. So I just started huffing down budesonide.
And it helped? Hitting it right away?
I did that, and then I went and had the antibody infusion done. Like, I came back on a Wednesday. I had my doctor's appointment Thursday. Friday morning, I had my infusion done, and by Saturday at noon, I was regaining my sense of taste and smell. Like, it was slowly coming back, and it really came back very slowly. But I never even had a fever the entire time. Like, I'm sitting here like right next to a thermo gun, because if customers say, "Oh, you have to not have any signs," I'm just like, what the fuck you want, huh?
Yeah, when I had it, I don't think I didn't have a fever at all. I could tell like my nose was a little different, kind of runny, but the taste stuff, it was months of weird taste stuff.
Mm-hmm. It was really strange because it went away within a matter of like 2 days. Like, I was sitting eating some chicken wings, and I'm like, I can't taste the barbecue sauce on these chicken wings. What the f is going on? And I'm like, oh shit. So I drove home, got a double test kit, not the PCR garbage, those things don't work, but the regular, quick test kits, double positive. And then, yeah, just like you, like I caught it in early October, and it wasn't until like mid-November that I could distinguish flavors again. Yeah, everything it was melding.
It's weird. And it's still like yogurt still tastes different to me. Yogurt and
lime
thing.
Limes.
Oh yeah, I think we talked about limes. It's like, what the hell? It was weird. And like coffee tastes terrible for a while, and like toothpaste smelled weird. Like everything smelled weird, and it was interesting. I was thinking it was because of drugs. Not that I do any drugs, but like maybe that's what's messing with me. But then everyone started talking about this taste. I was like, oh, okay. It's just is what it is, And I've lost taste and smell with like a more, not a terrible cold, but I've had colds kind of like they mess your taste up. But this was different.
I caught the flu back in the 90s that made me lose my sense of taste and smell.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
But this one's weird because everyone's like talking about, they all had the same experience, and like it's just interesting. But they didn't fuck with it in a lab or anything.
No, it wasn't. Yeah.
No, not at all. So I'm like, the next one will make us lose taste permanently, so that we'll eat the bugs in the Soylent Green. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm like, maybe they messed with this specifically because everyone started having the taste stuff. Like, never know.
Yeah, all they have to do is get the contrast right at that point, the texture.
Yeah, they know. They're fucking doing shit with these in labs. I'm not the one fucking spreading shit from a lab, but everything's my fault, and I'm killing all the grandmas. So
yeah, we're the ones who are spreading it by staying home when we're sick.
I know. That's what's just so funny too during like 2021, especially like when it's like you guys understand, like even the whole time in 2020 because our summer was open and to some extent, but like I didn't like wearing masks, so I didn't go out to bars or anything because it was stupid anyways, where you wear it to go in and then take it. I was like, this is stupid. I don't want
because having a dedicated urination plate or point in a pool makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is stupid. So I didn't go. I had friends who were supposedly so scared. They were going out all 2020 to the bars and stuff. And I'm like, I didn't. The people who didn't like it weren't the ones going out for the most part. They were, and I still am staying home more than I used to. Like, I'm not going out as much as I used to go out. Not that I went out a lot anyways, but it's like, they don't get it. It's like, fine, fuck you. I don't want to. The places that discriminated against me, I have no interest going back to because fuck them. Like, you want me around? Look at me. You want me around? Fuck you. Like, you're fucking lost. Then I won't come back, Especially the dancing and all that bullshit.
For me, it was when the CDC buried the mask research. Mm-hmm. Because when this all was unfolding, they actually had studies out there that showed that these stupid blue and white cloth masks we're wearing had like a 25% efficacy, which in statistics, anything below about 99% efficacy is total fucking garbage. Like right. when they came out and said, oh, it has a 93% efficacy rate, the fucking clot shot. I'm like, I ain't taking that shit. That's a 1 in 11 failure rate. That means 1 in 11 people will still catch COVID after having that fucking injection.
And they are.
Mm-hmm. And I knew it from the get-go because I actually had the actual data and an understanding of math. And who knew? They're lying through their fucking teeth, but people don't understand stats. And so they think, oh, 93%? That's great.
No. Well, I always laugh too. Like, I mean, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but so you have your scientific studies or your trials where you have, 2,000 people or whatever. And then technically that compared to fucking 8 billion people on the planet, that's anecdotal when you're doing this to 8 billion people on the planet. Like, I know it's tested and like in a it's supposed to be controlled and all that, but it's like, I'm like.
So what they do is they have a multi-tiered study. The first thing that happens is they have animal testing just to make sure the thing is going to kill somebody. And then it goes into a non-randomized, but a controlled study where they're actually bringing people in that need that need to be protected, or they have other issues, and they test to make certain that it's not going to conflict with the other issues. And they do that trial is supposed to last for several years to make certain that any possible conflictions are caught, so that they know that this stuff is going to be bad for, say, you're taking nitrates with the blue pill. They found out that messes with your heart, and they didn't capture it. They didn't have long enough actual testing to capture that because it takes a while. The same thing with anybody who's on like any other type of long-term medication, blood thinners, that kind of stuff. They need to watch these cases to make sure that you're not going to get any extraneous events. And then what it moves on is into a randomized trial where they actually give it to people who, just ran, again, it's a double-blind random study. And that's supposed to last for another 5 years. So the entire study is supposed to be a long-term study of about 10 years to really approve a new drug. Both of my parents work in this industry, by the way, so I've been subject to it kind of like my entire life.
You know what you're talking about.
No. My mom does oncology. My dad does everything else. So, yeah. But, I had a good buddy of mine who was, he works like as a kind of as a tech in some medical thing, and I'm just like, that this thing, they haven't been able to distinguish the genome from any other respiratory virus, right? He's like, no, we have these dyes, and like, what did the dyes show you that there was an RNA there? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what is it? He goes, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all fucking horse shit. And it could be, do I think that this bug exists? Yes. Do I think that the amount of cases that we had are real? No. I think there were so many false positives that were other bugs. Like, notice that fucking, the actual flu disappeared last year. The tests were just capturing everything, every possible event to show it was COVID, because money, right?
Yep. But you can't bring that up anymore. That like, oh, maybe big pharma in the medical industry is, it used to be
they're
terrible.
Colluding together. Maybe all these politicians are invested into big pharma and they need to get their portfolios bolstered. Who knows?
No, that only an evil capitalist CEO would do something like that, not people in the government.
Right. That's why I'm saying we need to bring back exile again, because these people who profited off this shit, they need to be just get all your assets are frozen. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, like which Batman was it where the bad guys took the court over and then they would send him out on the ice.
That was the one. That was the last one when they took the bomb out. Yeah.
We need to set up a court like that and
send him out. Not necessarily. Well, more tribunal. Like, it needs to be done through some type of hierarchical system, not necessarily like a group of just whack job, people in the country, but like bring the generals in, like make people find. You can't. How do you find the people that are impartial enough, that are in government or in any form of government, that'll actually hold people accountable?
I don't. Especially the judges. The judges don't hold anybody fucking accountable anymore.
Judges are partisan anyway.
Yeah. We're all fucked.
Yeah, the system is gone. That's what's happening in Canada is going to spill over. Or, there's going to be a militia group that goes up there and what they're going to have to do is you have to round the truckers up and gulag them. That's the next step.
Well, they're already saying they're going to take care of if their family, they're going to go after your family's financial shit. Like, they've already said all this openly.
Yeah, this is next level scary shit.
Well, I'm like, what's this? Yeah. What do we can't do anything, but I own Bitcoin and all that. But
yeah, Yumi Bomber. That's if you had a PCR test, because the PCR test grabs so much more information than they actually have to send to the lab. And so, you opted in to whatever as soon as you sent any of your stuff into a lab for them to look at it. And yeah, that's true. They don't have anywhere to run. That government has gone so full tyrant that they know exactly who's doing what and where they are, and they will go and grab them because political dissidents. You don't get a freedom of speech. When you give up your guns, you give up everything else.
No, I definitely agree. We can do something. We can at least take a couple out on our way out. That's our plan. But
there was a recent Twitter post about how do you know when I won the lottery, and it'd be like there'll be subtle hints, and it's Killdozer.
Yes. That's what I need to start building as soon as I get down to the property. I need to get a bulldozer and then
the D9 and start reinforcing it with AR-500.
Yes. And he had like a problem with his
it was the hydraulic lines.
Yeah,
there was so much weight. There's so much weight that the hydraulics were getting overwhelmed. He needed to reinforce them, and he didn't.
And don't go anywhere with the basement.
Yeah, stay away from basements.
And I would want to make it so I could get out. Like, he couldn't get out, but
well, he knew that what he was doing that was it.
That was it.
But I mean, they had forced him into an absolute corner. I mean, that entire town conspiring against him because he wasn't from there. I mean, it was so fucking pure evil. I mean, absolutely pure evil.
Kept going. Like, they even basically blocked him from accessing his own property at one point. And it's like, you can't fucking do that. Like, Count Dankula has a really good 15-minute lay it out there, like everything that happened to him and the whole story. Like if anyone hasn't heard the Killdozer story, which is in Granby, Colorado. Yeah, it's great. It's the way that Count Dankula lays it out. It's really simple and easy.
And what was it? Was it Netflix that had a Killdozer movie where they actually went and interviewed the town people, and the town people are like, oh, we never got along with anybody. He was always up, always just completely defaming the guy's argument and
ostracizing him. I didn't see that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Granby's an interesting little town too. It's like it's a little tiny town, and then there's a lot of like vacation homes all around it. But
so the town's this little isolated podunk where they all just want to, circle jerk each other.
Yeah, especially in like the local government. Yeah, for sure. And then that the government was helping like his neighbors basically extort him out of his property and like
like, hey, do this, it'll make him go even more crazy.
And that did. I'm glad that's where it's like he caused some damage. Like, yeah, we're all like, don't cause damage, but it's like in that case, I think he got his point across. So I'm okay with it.
And Collin, speaking of welding, I don't know if you were here, but yeah, there's no bulldozer in my garage. Don't look.
Not yet. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, actually, when I get to the other property, there's a huge shop and everything. So maybe I should just start learning because Mr. Forrest Mommy welds and stuff. So I'm like, I should learn. Actually, my dad's adopted, but his dad was like a welder for like fucking 60 years back in the day. And so I think my dad has a bunch of shit down there too. Should use a front end loader. Yeah. Do you guys follow Josh? I think it's Josh. He's in Canada, but he's been building like a fucking thing to put on his tractor too. And it's like it's like pointed in the front so that he can just like run into shit.
Battering ram.
Yeah. It looks badass. What is his name on Twitter? Josh. It's Josh Bayer or something. I don't know where it is. I'll have to figure it out.
Why would you use a front end loader instead of a bulldozer? Yumi?
We do need to all become killdozers.
Why would you want tires instead of tracks?
Yeah, I guess that's what's good is to have the tracks, huh? You can go over anything.
Yeah, tracks are, you can disable the drive wheel, or you can break the track. And if you break the track, it's fucked. But tires are tires.
Oh, a bulldozer with a front end loader. So still then. There you go.
Yeah, I get that. The actual plow being too far down versus actually being able to lift it up.
Oh shit. Got Quincy here. What up?
Hello.
What are you doing? Hex will be back in a minute too, by the way.
Right on. What's going on?
What are you doing?
I am still here in the mountains, enjoying the good air and the chemtrails and all that.
Gorgeous.
Just hanging out. Got the dog. He chilling.
Yeah, enjoy the nice day because it's gonna get fucking cold tomorrow, apparently.
That's what I'm hearing. It's supposed to be real bad, like Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 8 degrees tomorrow or one of the days. Yeah, it's like okay, so it'll be real cold where you're at, I'm sure.
Yeah, like whatever it is down there, it's gonna be about 10 to 15 degrees colder up here and shit.
Hell yeah. This is boosted, by the way. This is Quincy. I don't know if you guys been on at the same time.
Nice to meet you,
What's going on, Boosted? What's going on?
There he is.
Hey, brother bounty hunter. You can't hide from me, boy. I'm everywhere and nowhere all at once.
That should be your tag, the bounty hunter tag. I'm everywhere and nowhere all at once or something.
Right.
Oh, too funny. So you've been up there working, helping your buddy up there.
helping a buddy, getting Twitter all in a tizzy. I mean, apparently I have a real knack for that.
All because you're doing push-ups naked. Like, come on.
Fucking push-ups. Push-ups, baby. Shit. Push-ups. Oh my God. Who would have thought?
That's the internet for you. You can say the most like inane thing and someone's gonna be having a problem with it.
I swear to God, last Saturday was a motherfucker. I mean, 14 hours of grown men in my mentions arguing about push-ups. Jesus.
Better thing to do with your time.
Well, that's so bad. Go ahead.
What's up? No. You first.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I understand how people want good, like the proper form and all that shit, but people gotta start somewhere. You gotta start fucking. You just gotta start. All those people who are on like 600-pound life that they're not shaped in a way they can even do proper fucking form. Like, you just gotta start somewhere, you know?
Right.
Like I tell them, I'm 400 pounds. You try lifting that shit up perfectly and get back to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Because you have to build your muscle up to get into the, like, it's a whole fucking process for them to be like, yeah, people always be fucking like that. Even back in the day when I was like, I mean, I'm fit still, but I would be like looking like competition style fit. And like someone was still telling me what to do. I'm like, yeah, you don't get to tell someone like me what to do. Oh, that's a dog.
He's on a prowl. He hears something. He on a prowl. He on a prowl for something.
He's coming to see you.
You gonna get it, boy. You gonna get it. Don't look at me. Go look at your food.
So cute. He's got good life for a dog, doesn't he, out there?
Man, listen, we spoiled the fuck out of this dog here. Let me tell you, okay? He was very happy about getting prime rib earlier this week. Yeah, he is spoiled.
I saw that prime red picture. I was like, oh shit, that looked good.
Oh my God. Hey, people mad about that. It ain't cooked enough. It is for me. I'm like, whatever.
You're supposed to cook prime red for like it's supposed to be red.
Like I said, I was feeling frisky, ordered it rare, put some horseradish on it. It was good.
Internet.
Quincy, what's your Tinder? Or God damn it. There's my brain. Sorry,
Yo. Hey,
hi.
He's up. It's like, I'm outie.
I don't even have one. I don't even have one.
God damn it. What's your
What's on your mind, brother, on a Sunday afternoon? What's on your mind?
I was talking to a friend about dating, sorry.
He's BBWs are awesome one.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Got you.
Man said, "What's the Tinder?"
Fuck my life.
Apparently, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody, you know what? Everybody looking for some. You know, it's all good. Can't blame nobody.
Yeah.
Make sure you leave that in the stream, man. That's for my Tinder. Make sure you leave that in. That was awesome.
I know. I need to start clipping my. I want to clip where you were at the shooting. I'm like, I need to clip that.
But listen, ooh wee, what a fucking night, boy. That's you gotta love this old small mountain town drama, man. It was something else. Seriously, like you said, one dude accused the other dude of banging his wife, and none of the motherfuckers could shoot for shit. And then like the freaking sister comes up and headbutts the wife. I mean, it was a textbook, England soccer hooligan headbutt. Bam!
God.
And I'm just sitting there, just like, what the fuck is going on, Mike?
You're like talking to us, and then it was like, I don't know if you could hear it or not, but you're like, there was just a shooting. I'm out.
I heard that thread up, man. That thread was legendary.
That whole night was crazy. Like I said, my last tweet was like, yo, man, we putting Lawful Black TV, white folks getting fucked up. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Peace. Just running down the street like I'm out. Because a full scale pure Donnybrook just broke out, man. I mean, chairs flying, people getting yoked out. I'm just like, yeah, I don't need to be here no more because somehow, some way, this shit gonna get blamed on me.
Stray bullet.
Yeah.
Either that or it's gonna get blamed on me. Either way, I'm out. Gotta go.
There's welding questions boosted. I don't know if you see.
Robert,
Puppy.
Robert, not yet. Titanium has issues. Oh, Papa Love. So
Yeah, it is, buddy.
Robert, titanium has issues when you weld it. If you basically don't weld the entire thing in an inert atmosphere, if you get titanium over a certain temperature, it likes to go into its oxide form very, very badly. It catches fire. So stainless, it's just steel. But when you start getting into your weird alloys, like your magnesiums and titaniums, it's just not yet.
So I get a little windy. We going inside.
Good. Nice view. We got the close-up view of Q right now.
Yeah, right. Want extra content? Got to go to the OnlyFans.
Are you growing the beard out again? Are you gonna grow it long?
You know what? My fears came true. Now that I cut it, it won't grow no more.
Oh no.
So I might have to go with the goatee or something.
That happened to my eyebrows. I plucked them and then they never grew back. Fucking sucks. But...
So Boosted, where are you at?
I am in unknown area of Texas.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with what I do, since cancel culture is real, I have to kind of stay a little bit anon, just because I work in the back avenues of industry, and with some pretty high-end clients, so I kind of have to be.
I tell you what, can I at least get an area like north, south, east, west, or is even that too much?
It's southern
Okay.
Texas. It's southern Texas.
Southern Texas. Okay. Listen, I love Texas in general. Like each area has its own unique charm. I like Western Texas because ain't nobody out there.
Yeah, that's Badlands. Yeah.
Once you get past El Paso, just set your cruise
Once
control
you
at
get past
85 and let
Midland,
it
there's
rip.
nothing out there.
What's up?
Once you get past Midland, there's nothing out there.
True. I was talking about like I-10. Like I used to travel I-10 a lot from LA going over to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And once you cross over past El Paso, man, just set it and forget it. Put your cruise 85 and be gone.
Yeah, nothing but desert from there on out. No, I'm very. I-10 is a familiar freeway for me too.
Yes, and East Texas is pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Like the food is ridiculous because it's like half Louisiana, half Texas.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we have one of the highest Vietnamese populations as well down in southeast Texas. So the cuisine is out of this world.
The freaking boudin balls. Good Lord. Give it up. Oh my God. Shout out to that pilot truck stop. Exit 891 in Orange, Texas.
Oh yeah.
Boudin balls, boy, and the meat pies. Ooh wee. Goody.
Beaumont, yeah.
When are you back on the road, do you think, Quincy?
Well, it was going to be tomorrow, but then something came up, so I got to wait a whole nother week. But hey, I'd rather play it safe than sorry. You know what I mean? This is just me, taking my medicine, dealing my lumps. But
you're in I'm glad you are where you are during this time. You and
me both, man. Because otherwise, I'd be at a homeless shelter right now, chilling. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have a house, so luckily the homie is hooking me up and everything. Or if I wasn't here, I'd be at Heck's house, just eating up all this food and trying to steal all the women.
Yeah, no one on Twitter would let you be at a homeless shelter. You got bros all over the place. You'd be right.
True. You probably right. So
you covered.
Because
you give the love in the world, and that's what you get back.
Man, I'm just out here, me being me. I ain't trying to cause no trouble. I just want to drive my daggone truck, make some money, maybe find a good woman, and go from there. That's it. I ain't looking for much.
Simple life, man. It'll happen.
Dead on that. So that's that. So what y'all talking about, man? What's going on over here? Y'all been going for 4 hours, I see. What's been going on?
Oh man. Well, at first we had. Do you know who Blue Star Union is? He was
Can't say
on.
that I do.
He's a Hex kind of knows him a little bit. He's in the East Coast. He was on earlier. He's a really cool dude. He's fighting for 2A rights and stuff. Oh, we've talked about a lot of shit. We talked about everything, man. So we can talk about whatever.
Love it. Let's thumbs up for that old 2A. Love it, love it, love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you ain't down with the 2A, just stay away from me. Go away.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
if
because
you
they're
think
like
only,
stupid. And when oh yeah, everyone shows their gats on here. They want the government to be the only ones with guns, and then
which is
they're like,
stupid.
yeah, and then it's like, it's just also stupid. Here, I'll show my guns. I already showed them earlier, but here's my
Do
guns
it.
right here.
Nice.
Got a nice, better camera here.
And your subscribers just went up another 50 people. Good
I
job.
wish. I'm just trying to get monetized, for Christ. I'm almost there. Just all I need is watch time, so we're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Chrissy Mayer is, Quincy?
I've heard of her. I don't know if we follow each other or not, but yeah.
I'm gonna be on her stream tonight, but she has like pretty big streams, so I'm like, ooh, so that should be pretty cool.
I was supposed to be on what's that chick? Something Daddy.
Sky Daddy?
Yeah. Her. I was supposed to be on her podcast in about an hour, but she had another pressing engagement, so we had to push it back. But someday I'm gonna be on.
I've been trying to get her on mine too.
Yeah, she is elusive.
She is. She like started a YouTube for a while, and then like she was gone for a while.
Man, Gladys kept on. I'm trying to get on Patriot J's show on the Blaze, man. To be honest with you, but I'd have to tone it down so much. I'm not trying to get that brother kicked off his brand new show that he just got on.
Good for him, though. Good for him.
Oh yeah, hey, listen, that dude is my actual attorney on retainer, and it feels so damn good to say I got an attorney on retainer. Like, get some bullshit pop out, just go talk to my attorney. Go leave me alone, okay?
Hell yeah.
Quincy, just to show you another one that I've recently had put together. So that's a 10 gauge single shot.
Hey man, I heard them 10 gauge will make you reevaluate your whole damn life, man. I heard about them 10 gauge shotguns.
And I load single round ball through this 780 caliber round ball at 665 grains of hard cast lead.
Jesus, son. The very definition of fuck around and find out. Like, good Lord. What you're gonna find out is you got an extra hole in your body.
Right.
That's how much barrel we took off.
Damn.
So you got a little freaking cannon right there.
Club in and of itself.
Yes. Just put a handle on it. You know what I mean? Good Lord.
You're gonna get ruby ridged over there.
Nah.
No.
Yeah.
It's not a short barrel.
You know, I thought about that where I was at because honestly, there's a shit ton of guns at this compound over here, like well over 100. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my people was like, "Yeah, we wish some motherfucker would come over here, selling some bullshit." Because, honestly,
that's the kind of friends you want, though.
Yes, but the thing we got going on in our favor is like the freaking cops and the sheriffs over here. They're just as libertarian and 2A as we are. They're like, we don't give a fuck about guns over here. What about that shit? We got a meth problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. They might hire y'all to hunt down some meth heads.
Pretty much, man.
That's why I can't give up on Colorado because that's what Colorado is. Like where you're at. That's how most of us grew up. Colorado isn't just Denver and Boulder. It's that shit. And there's enough of that shit everywhere in Colorado, you know, like all around. So it's like, I'm not worried. Like I'm not giving up because I know there's still so many good people here. The mountain cops, yeah, like you said, they're not like the fucking city cops, you know, like.
Nah.
Yeah.
Like I said, the freaking city cops are cool. The sheriffs are cool. Fucking Boulder can suck me from the back as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you know what's up. You spent time up there.
Yeah, I used to work in Boulder, and boy, let me tell you something. My beef is not with the college kids. Now, granted, I haven't been there since 2009, so I can only speak on my time there. The college kids, they were awesome. Showed me nothing but love. It was the so-called adults in the room who couldn't tell their ass from a hole in the ground. Them the ones I got an issue with. Like I was working security at the Fox Theater, and there was another. Hey, Hatch, you might get a kick out of this. There was another black dude that worked there, right? We got confused for each other all the time. It would be like nothing alike. Nothing. I mean, dude, it would literally be like confusing me with you or you with me. That's how much we didn't look alike. Dead ass,
Christ.
bro.
That's
was
funny.
nuts.
Yeah, they're not used to the black people up in Boulder.
Yes,
for
and they
sure.
let you know that because I got introduced as my black friend a bunch of times, and I checked them every time. Like, come on, don't do that to me, dog. Like, you know my name. Like, I've been inside your house. Like, we just got through smoking weed. Use my name. I'm not your black friend. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Don't make me a token.
Right.
Boy, listen, I actually had a friend for saying that bullshit. I was like, we're not doing that, fam. We're not doing that over here. No.
It's definitely worse in Boulder since it's gotten much worse in Boulder. Much more.
It's
I've
always
heard it's
ironic.
bad up there, but-
It's the northern Democrats that are always the most racist and willing to drop the N word or just hold stereotypes.
Because here's the thing. I lived in Austin for a decade, and them liberals are quick to call you that too. I'm just like, really? Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Which, by the way, F Austin too. I freaking hate what Austin's turned into. That's heartbreaking. Like, I just found out 2 days ago the Austin Music Hall got shut down like 5 years ago. And I'm just like, are you shitting me? Like, I worked there. I made my bones at that concert venue. It held about 5,000 people, and I did a bunch of shows over there. And I found out that it's now condos in a parking lot. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit.
I mean, Austin has just turned into little LA in Texas. They've got 10
Pretty
camps.
much.
It's garbage.
Yes, the rent is through the roof. I got a
buddy who lives there who bought a freaking reclaimed apartment as a townhouse, and he paid house level prices for it. Single story, like 2-bedroom. Just no, thank you.
Man, I've got a buddy who does real estate in Austin, and he's like, he gets clients from LA and New York all the time to come down there, and they're shocked. Like, the prices are damn near the same as it is in New York and LA. Like he showed one house, I think it was like a freaking 3.2, and the rent was like $4,000 a month. I'm like, bruh, that was a crack house like 10 years ago. What the hell happened?
It's because they're coming from California, and they have all that money from the house they're selling, so they'll overbid to make sure they buy it. And it's just like they did in California. It's making the housing market go insane in pricing.
Yep. Same thing happened here. It's still happening here in Colorado, Denver, especially what people are paying. It's fucked up, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I make money. I make money off of the higher price, and I'm still like, no. I like it when my clients put more money. I was just like, it hurts me because I don't want you to be overpaying for the shit. Like, especially knowing what we know, with money being fake and like crashes are imminent and all this shit. And it's like, it hurts. So who knows? I've been getting better at learning how to do foreclosures because I'm like, maybe there'll be a huge foreclosure thing come up and I can make money off of that. So
I'm a lawyer.
See, yep. And that is yet another reason why I plan on spending at least the remainder of this year in my truck. And if need be, I'll live the rest of next year in my truck as well. I'll freaking wait till these prices go down, do the foreclosures and repos, and make out like a bandit.
And there you go.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's not on Blaze. He's on Breitbart, by the way.
Okay, that's what it was. Breitbart. Yeah. Shout out. Oh, well, fuck, if it's Breitbart, then hey, I can go there and say what the fuck I want. It's Breitbart. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't. They're like, say whatever.
Just come in and talk some shit. Like, Glenn Becker's a little bitch. Like, no.
Oh my God.
Who knows? Hey, actually, is this still freaking snowing up there? Where you at or what?
No, it's mostly gone now.
All right, cool. Got tired of seeing you tweeting about you slipping and falling and busting your ass.
Man,
Lord,
some of these days are freaking brutal.
Because it's
Man,
so icy
look.
there. You get more ice there.
Dude, I busted my ass yesterday and it was 48 degrees. But the
48
damn
now
snow
here.
the freaking snow hadn't melted yet on the stairs and went to the left. Walking down the steps, got to that last stop, and whoop, like, oh fuck! Yeah.
Did you land? Did you land on your butt, or did you catch yourself?
I landed right on my fat ass. You know, man. Jesus, it was all slow mo and shit. Like,
Falling on the ice and shit always is slow mo. Why is it like that? It's always like,
I have no
oh.
idea. I'm trying to catch myself. Like, there's nothing to catch on to. Here we go.
That's when the little extra cushions are, right, for landing on it, you know.
True. But I deal with a wet ass for the next couple hours, which is not as fun as they make it out to be.
Ugh.
But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Still dusting myself off. Still got in the push-ups and the yoga, and yeah, that's that.
Oh
Which
God.
I'm still in amazement how upset people got over damn push-ups, for crying out loud. Like I might as well just got on Twitter and just said fuck white people, and probably would not have had the reaction that I did over push-ups. Just wow. That's all I gotta say is wow.
Internet. So I used to so every now and then I'll post like a yoga pose, but like for the longest time I never posted working out and shit because people always would just say shit and it's like whatever.
I'm gonna put like this. I posted a video yesterday of me doing naked push-ups that did not get the reaction of me starting out doing push-ups. You know what I'm saying? Which for the record, y'all can't see that because my belly is still big.
Yeah,
So
you can't see it. You
so
can't
hit
see
everything.
anything. You can't see
Yeah,
anything.
all
It's
you
all
saw
good.
was the belly and my chest hitting the ground 30 times, and then I did my squats.
And then the unicorn daddy jumped in and he was like, why is there a naked black man on my timeline?
Yeah, I'm like, I know your black ass ain't talking. Of all people, I know you ain't talking about somebody naked on the timeline, sir. How many times have you seen your goddamn flame broiled cheeks all on the timeline and
So
thong?
funny.
And you still, hey, seriously, I was giving him shit. I'm like, bro, you traveled all the way down Louisiana just to get your ass on top. Jesus, just all ever see that video.
Yeah, with the white, it was a white kid or so. He's another poster,
man.
right? Yeah.
Freaking unicorn cut that 2-piece with a biscuit. No drink, no side items, just a 2-piece and a biscuit. Like, you got your ass beating a thong, bro. Like, pipe down, sir. And like, this the dude that's been challenging to fight me for 6 months. I'm like, bro, stop.
Hey, Blue Star Yun's in the chat. There he is.
We are talking about cooking. What the hell? Oh, folk metal band. Oh, hey, yeah, that's the dude. Yes.
He was on earlier.
Folk metal bands that one day. Which, if you ever heard folk metal, give it a shot. It's not bad. It's not that bad at all.
Oh yeah, he's campaign. So he doesn't use the Blue Star handle during his campaigns.
Yeah, just think like if Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter just took a bunch of acid and decided to play music. There you go, folk metal.
That's your folk metal.
Yeah, folk metal is actually pretty good. Yeah.
What was like? What's folk metal compared to like Dragon Force? I know I've talked about my Dragon Force.
Way mellower than Dragon Force.
Okay,
like,
Dragon Force is like video game music, basically.
Yeah, Dragon Force is like, let's see if we can break our fingers playing music.
Yeah, pretty much.
Lord.
That's what I've said this before, but I had my one groupie experience was with Dragon Force.
Really?
Yeah.
My one groupie experience was with Marilyn Manson. And unfortunately, he was the groupie, which would have been uncomfortable. That man wanted to have sexual relations with your boy. I'm not even joking about that one. I'm still a little bit weirded out, man. Motherfucker grabbed my ass and everything. I'm just like, bro, I don't go that route, bro. Like, please take your hand off my
Tinder.
Yeah. What's your Tinder?
Oh, boosted. Ha. Uh, uh, uh.
I have one zinger every now and then.
Listen,
That's a good one.
apparently Marilyn Manson is a huge Mr. T fan, and that's the look I had at that time. So yeah, he fanboyed out on me, and I got witnesses that can attest to that shit. I was just like, "Am I being pranked? Am I being punked here?" Like, no, he's a huge fan of Mr. T, and had the hots for your boy. I'm just like, "Nah, I'm good. Thank you, but I'm good."
Did you have the hair in the middle, the mohawk? That's
Yes, I had
okay.
the mohawk, I had the beard, I even had a couple of gold chains at the time, working security. And his manager brought me backstage to say hi to Marilyn Manson. And that dude geeked out on me. I'm just like, all right, whatever, I'm cool. Like, here I am. Like, seriously, like, we took pictures. He's all like giving me the bunny ears and whatnot.
What?
Yes, it was that type of night.
You could
And
have
like,
me too. You could have me too'd him probably.
listen,
Pound me too.
I gave him my email address. He said he was going to send me the pictures. I never got them, so Lord only knows what he's doing to them pictures and my name. Just, yeah, it was wild. And like, after about, 45 minutes, I'm like, hey, man, look, this is cool and everything, but I'm kind of on the clock here. I need to get back to work. He's like, are you sure you don't want to stay? And Lily pinched an inch. I'm just like, hey, bro, I don't really go that way, bro. Why don't you take your hand up my ass there? He's like, damn, we could have some fun. I'm just like, no, we could not have fun.
Oh my god, that's so funny. You learn the most funny stuff on these streams sometimes. I love it.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I could write a short story just on my like 5-6 years working security for concerts. Because yeah, I've come across some random stuff. Just
That's the best shit
ridiculously.
though. You've lived life, man.
Seen some things, done some things. I'd have to change a few stories around so I ain't, so I don't get sued or nothing. Did you pity that fool? Yes, I did pity that fool. Lord have mercy. Yeah, like imagine Mr. T, but with a freaking neck beard. That's how I was, and a Charlie Chaplin mustache. That
Oh,
was
you went
me.
Hitler.
No, Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin. I would
Uh-huh.
not
A little
say
bigger.
Uh-huh.
Charlie Chaplin, baby. No, 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 no.
Well,
It was nuts,
this is
man.
we're all Nazis here anyways, because everybody's a Nazi.
You know what?
So
According to the Ottawa police, yeah, I'm a Nazi because I support the trucker convoy, which honk honk. I stand in solidarity with
honk
all my
honk,
brothers
baby.
and sisters up there, man. Don't let them boys take your property. Like, honestly, if it was me up there, you want me gone? Cool. I'll leave and then never come back. Like, you want us gone? Okay, cool. We will leave and stay gone. I wouldn't deliver a pallet to Ottawa ever again. Screw you guys. Like, all right, y'all want to play games? I know a whole lot of games.
That's why, like, I wish we could do that to Denver, like just cut Denver, the city, off, just like cut it off completely. But they want the powers that be will always have their trucks delivering their supplies, So
It's crazy. There's supposed to be one coming up here around March 1st.
yeah, coming
I
down
don't.
I-70.
Yeah. I finna say because like the first census I saw of it, they had the route going through Wyoming. I'm just like, you want to go through Wyoming in February? Good luck with that.
Right.
Good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I-80 was shut down for 4 days last week, and even with it going through I-70, you still got to go over the Rockies. You know what I'm saying? And that chain law is in effect until the end of May. So I don't know. Me personally, I would have took I-40 or I-10 and gone up to DC or something, but whatever.
Yeah, we'll see. They're all going to be parked at because they're going west to east, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they'll have to get through that. I was going to say if they're going east to west, they'd have to be parked at that where I met you at that at that truck stop before going up the mountain.
The TA and on the west side of Denver.
Yeah, Wheat Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
Too funny. Yeah, we'll
That
see.
was
Like a lot of the Colorado people are like, "Are we gonna go out and cheer them?" And then everyone's like, "It's gonna be all feds." And I'm like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what's going on.
Hey
that day.
man, if we see a group of 5-6 dudes with the same haircuts and whatnot, yeah, they might be the feds. So be careful, y'all, because they are known to throw us some false flags every now and then.
They are trying to
Yeah.
psyop the shit out of us.
Yeah, and they don't have
Mhm.
to answer for shit. Y'all saw that lady answering to like I think it was Ted Cruz or someone asking, and she's like she's part of the CIA or FBI, and they're asking, "Did you incite violence on the 6th or whatever?" And she's like, "I can't answer the question. I can't answer the question." She said that to every single. And it's like, well, if you have no duty to like answer a question, then what the fuck does anything matter anymore? It is all completely out of our control, and
To
there is
be
no
fair,
justice.
that interview between Cruz and her, that was all show on Cruz's part, because in all honesty, she could not comment on that. She couldn't give away any identity of any of the agents if there were agents involved.
Right,
So
and they never will be able to. So it's like
they will behind closed doors in the actual, if there's an actual like tribunal meeting for security purposes, but out in the open, being publicized like that, no, she did what she had to do.
yeah, well, that's still bullshit.
It's
That's
still
what's like we
bullshit.
need to make like how can we can't ever make anything more transparent. Like we're fucked.
First of all, I wish we would stop talking about January 6th because I mean,
No
in
shit.
all honesty, ain't shit happened
Shut up.
on January 6th. Okay, some lady died, people die every damn day. I'm sorry, not sorry, blah. Okay, if you're gonna tell me
But
you
that
had
was
all
their
these people
church.
there,
That was the church of the almighty state
The
that
Oklahoma
got
government, yeah.
desecrated.
I'm
But
like
even,
that
they
was
were
not an
they were invited
insurrection.
in.
Yeah, they were let in.
Like,
They let them in. It wasn't like they broke in.
how is it a fucking insurrection? There's no fucking guns. Everyone walked in when the cops opened the fucking doors.
And no politicians lost their lives. So I was at a fucking insurrection. You
Right.
know what I'm
And
saying? Nobody got freaking
Biden
tarred and
says,
feathered. Nothing.
this is after Biden says you have to have a fucking, F-16 and nukes to go after the government, and they rolled over and showed their belly to a bunch of unarmed fucking Trumpsters. I mean, what?
Yeah,
It's insane.
yeah, that was, call it civil disobedience, call it a protest, but insurrection, yeah, right.
They
I
didn't
see
call
all
like
these
an occupation of
politicians.
the Capitol, but it was done. I mean, you
Yeah,
can't do anything when they were fucking invited in.
I saw all these tweets from politicians. They were scared and everything. Yeah, you should be scared. You should. I want
Yeah.
every single politician, Democrat, Republican, be scared for your life. That way, you'll think twice about doing something that's going to fuck over the masses.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, like, you being scared actually brings a smile to my face. Let's go. Let's go. Be upset. Be afraid. Be very fucking afraid. We ain't fucking around out here, man. Like, just
Like, look at Canada, and they don't have guns.
Yep, we do.
No step on snack.
Yeah. Don't tread on me, bitch. Don't
The silent-
tread.
Don't
The
tread
silent
on me.
majority is beginning to
I asked you to.
they're starting to snap awake. I mean, Canada is going to be the reckoning.
It's crazy that Canada became a tyrannical government before the U.S. did, but here
Why
we
is it
are.
crazy? They don't have guns.
That's true.
Yeah, true that.
They're
Yeah.
in the
They invited
chat.
it.
They're talking about possible cyber attacks. What do you guys think about cyber attacks? I don't know if it'll be actual attacks. But
I mean, listen, man. I mean, you got Bitcoin dropping like a motherfucker, so somebody call that a freaking cyber attack. Who knows?
Yeah, they're just it's the whales dumping. I've seen ledgers of billions of dollars from the Federal Reserve in Bitcoin.
well, I'm like, the attack is they'll just freeze our accounts and all that shit. I know that fucking can easily fucking
They can't
happen.
freeze Bitcoin. What they'll try to do is kill the servers.
So
I'm right now. The motherfuckers freeze my account. I'm going to the nearest Chase Bank and taking my shit back, whether you bitches like it or not. Fuck all that. No sir.
Exactly.
No sir. I'm not even playing about that shit. You lost your goddamn mind. Like, you think you're gonna take my hard-earned money because I happen to say something that you don't agree with? I'm freaking leaving with something. Okay, I'm leaving with something.
Yeah,
There
they
it
don't
is.
get to they don't get to steal from you. Like fuck that
Hell
shit.
no. Shit, I don't
I've
even
got
fuck.
a Navy account because parent was military, and I've been thinking about just using that account versus any other bank and they actually pay out interest.
They say you can look up any bank that's participating in the ESG stuff to like, and then at least start there. And if your bank is participating in the ESG, which is a social credit score, then like get your money out of there and go to one that isn't. But I'm like, I don't know, whatever.
Credit
Let it all
unions,
happen.
baby. Go to credit unions.
Yeah, that's what
the
I
point.
have. I'm in a credit union.
Yeah, I'll be getting my money out of Chase pretty soon and going back to a credit union. Nice.
Nice.
I 3D printed that.
Oh, really?
Nice.
I like that. That's cool.
On
Did
that.
you paint the black? Is the black part painted on?
Yeah, what I did is I did a coat of like Bondo filler for cars so I could sand it to get rid of the actual print lines.
Right.
You can still see them a little bit in there, but it's for the most part it's gone. Like there's a couple places like up here where you actually still see the 3D print lines.
Okay.
But everything else has been sanded down. I still have to get an airbrush and finish up the cheeks and the lips, but for the most part it's done.
You a little artsy fart. You're doing arts and crafts over there. I like it.
Have 3D printer goes burr.
Shout out to all my 3D printers out there. You know what I'm saying? You know, especially a certain one out there in Knoxville. Hey girl, yeah, how you doing? Well,
I have one, but I haven't printed a GAT yet. We'll
yeah,
get there.
there may or may not be a 3D shotgun being printed for me.
Nice.
Just because I can keep it in the truck as the attitude adjuster if need be.
Well, hell yeah. I've always said the truckers on the road, because anytime I do like a long drive and drive overnight, the truckers on the road are like the angels. I always feel like y'all are the angels especially overnight in the middle of the fucking night when you guys are like driving, you know. But you guys need to be armed and stuff. I know everyone thinks truckers are dangerous, and I'm like, no, they're the angels on the road. Like,
Man, we listen. We chilling. We don't want to start no trouble. We ain't trying to be in no trouble. We just trying to get this load off so we can get to the next damn load for real. Like just like I've noticed. Like everybody, you know, thinks it's gonna the same thing that's happening in Ottawa is gonna happen over here. I don't think that the government would go that far with the truckers. Because if they did, well, they would see that this country would come to a grinding damn halt. And I like to think the politicians, I like to think the politicians aren't that damn stupid to fuck with the truck drivers.
They are.
If they were, I think they would have did it by now, though. You know what I mean?
They don't have the numbers. Remember, everything they did for the whole lockdown thing was based upon the public receptance or the public acceptance of what was going on. It was all based upon like the polling data of what people would find acceptable for the lockdowns. They don't have the polling data to say that, you know, they are that stupid.
But see, that's it though, man. Like as far as the lockdown, that was a boondoggle for truckers. Like the first 6 months when there was no traffic and y'all were buying up all the fucking toilet paper, we was making money hand over fist. Like it felt like the 80s, man. It was wild.
When oil went negative, like fuel prices must have been like an absolute godsend to you guys.
Well, that, and then they had all these essential loads, and they got rid of the hours of service, and we could just cowboy the fuck up and drive for 18, 19 hours a day. Man, I know some cats that were making 13 grand a week after expenses and, you know, fuel and whatnot, man. Like, yeah, I was just like, fucking hell. Like, personally, I didn't make 13 grand a week, but I was really goddamn close. And I made it from Katy to Beaumont in like 30 minutes at 5 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, which you know is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of.
I can't comment.
Well, okay, well, you can comment that Houston traffic sucks, right?
But there was none.
Exactly. And normally, Katie, the Beaumont doing rush hour traffic, that's a minimum
Going
2
through
hours.
downtown.
Yeah. Like
Ah,
literally
bad.
on freaking I-10. Literally
Yeah.
from I-10 Katy, I-10 Beaumont, you're looking at a minimum 2 hours doing rush hour traffic.
hmm
I did it in just under half an hour. And I was just like, man, this
Can we
COVID
keep this
shit ain't that
around,
bad.
please?
Yeah. I mean, just out there just stacking money. And I don't think the government would be stupid enough to fuck with that, because then they wouldn't be getting their supplies either. It's like I know Forrest Mommy said, uh, they be getting their supplies. No, they wouldn't. I mean, because think about it, they shop at the same places we do: Walmart, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. You know what I'm saying? If the trucks are sitting down chilling because y'all tried to fuck us with a new tax or something, a new permit, then yeah, I mean they're gonna be hungry just like everybody's gonna be hungry, and I don't think that they want that.
I don't know,
We need to
man.
talk off this. I'm gonna send you a message on Twitter if I can.
Okay.
So that's what's been even before COVID and shit. I remember a handful of years ago being like, they can control the supply lines, they can control the money, like they can control fucking everything. But I'm like,
Think about
now
it.
with Liberty, I've learned that we can do our parallel economies and stuff. But I
Man,
don't
think
know.
about it. Think about it. If a decent amount of truckers go on strike, and it doesn't even have to be all of us, because there's like 3 million drivers, we don't all have to go on strike. Just the ones who deliver gas or the gas
Oh,
stations.
gas. That shuts everything down.
Yeah,
Yep.
or let's
Remember,
say the people who pick up produce. Let's say they sit down for 3 or 4 weeks. That's gonna hurt. You know what I mean?
do you remember after Harvey?
Yes.
Remember when DFW shut itself down because everyone freaked out that the refineries weren't going to be able to keep up?
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't even with a lack of deliveries. That was just people being stupid.
Which, quite honestly, if there is a hurricane, I'm not driving any damn way, because it doesn't matter if you're fully loaded or not. 50-mile-an-hour winds will tip you the
Across the
fuck
side of that
over.
thing.
Yep,
Jesus.
they always close. Like even just going up from Colorado into Cheyenne and stuff. People are always getting blown the fuck over up there.
Oh
Even
yes, I've had a few close times where my back end has caught air. I'm just like, good God Almighty, that was not fun.
woo! What are you
That
gonna
was
do? I
not
mean,
fun
like,
at all. Yeah, I mean, just like I said, I've never tipped over, but I've been in some sketchy situations in Iowa and Illinois where it's like 50-mile-an-hour
Flat.
crosswinds, and I'm only 5,000 pounds. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna go find me an off front to park at real quick and screw this noise.
it's not worth it. Because and trucking is the most dangerous job, isn't it? Like the most dangerous job, or up there?
I don't know if it's most dangerous, but it's definitely in the freaking top 5. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'll be the first to admit there are a lot of drivers out there that probably shouldn't be driving. That I'm just like, where the fuck did you get your license at, homeboy? Like, just go back to UPS or Chick-fil-A or something, because this is not for you, my good man, at
Yeah,
all.
like that poor kid who made that huge accident here. It was not far from my
You
house.
know what?
Poor guy,
Screw,
like
pour my ass. Screw
he
that
shouldn't have.
dude.
Yeah.
Okay, I've driven that stretch of 70 easily 300 times. That's on him, because there
Yeah.
are signs every damn like 3 or 5 miles, like, hey, slow the fuck down.
And they
I
have video
saw,
of him passing like the run. There's a couple runaway
yeah,
lamps there,
yeah,
and he
yeah, yeah.
passed them.
He passed 2 of them, and like I freaking seen his court case, and he had a hard time, speaking and reading English. So I'm just like, could he even translate the signs? I don't know, because in all honesty, even the dumbest son of a bitch truck driver out there, they know, watch your ass if you coming down I-70 coming into Denver, because you can lose your brakes if you over there just effing up bad. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm upset that his sentence only got put down to 10 years instead of life. Like, I'd have put his ass under the jail. I'm sorry, not sorry. Like, nah, fam. You had way opportunity to pull over,
It was a
put some
bad. Yeah, it
water
was
on your
very
brakes,
unfortunate.
slow
4
down or
people.
something.
4
Hmm?
people died. Like 4 people. That's
Yeah,
a big fucking deal. Like,
4 people, and the dude only got 10 years. That's not even
yeah.
3 years of body. Like, that is crap. That is
Yeah, because
absolute crap.
everyone was all mad. It was 99 years, and then Polis made them take it down or whatever. It's like,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
you know
really
I was
know.
mad at 99 years because you should have put his ass on death row because that's just more fuel to these idiots out there saying we got to get the drivers off the trucks and put in self-driving trucks, which I would debate anybody and their mama about why self-driving trucks will never be a thing. At least not in this country. Nah, it's just not happening for a variety of reasons.
They can't make last minute decisions to figure out, which.
Thank you.
Yeah, AI can't do that. It's all based on statistics.
That's one reason. Two, there's things on the truck that a computer just can't do, and for whatever it costs to hook it up so that it can do it, it would be cheaper to keep that human in the truck. You know what I mean?
For now,
Come on.
I sell the sensors necessary to make those automated systems.
Okay, who's gonna put the tarp on the flatbeds? You need a human to unroll that tarp, strap it down, put all the freaking the connectors on. Or how about this? When you get to the truck stop, who's gonna fuel up your truck because all the truck stops are self-serve? You know what I'm saying?
You have battery
So if
swap
you
out
do
stations.
that, you're gonna have to freaking automate the daggone truck stops and kill more jobs. It's not gonna happen, B. Nah.
It can. I'm not saying it should. I'm just saying it can. I can visualize ways to make those processes happen right now. Like, you have electric trucks, all you have is battery swap out stations. The truck parks
You
itself
see,
in one.
yeah, and that's another thing. Those batteries hold a range of what 200-300 miles. As a truck driver, 200-300 miles ain't shit.
Oh, I
That
know.
ain't
You
shit.
guys, you guys are hauling double 45-gallon tanks of diesel. I used to design Peterbilts.
Thank you. And I can get a good 1,200 miles on 2 full tanks, depending on how light I am. If you put an electric battery in there, that means I got to stop every damn 4 hours to charge it up, and who
I
knows
mean,
how long it's going to take to charge up.
you could make. I'm not talking about charge up. I'm saying they have battery banks already on standby, already charged. You pull up, it automatically comes in, drops your old battery bank out, puts a new one in, and you're gone.
How long is that? How long will that
Depends on the
take?
system,
Because
how
also
well it's
also you
designed.
got to
Give me a
remember
second.
we are on an electronic clock. You know what I'm saying? Like the truck can only drive for X amount of hours. If you're spending, an hour or so every damn day, you know what I'm saying, charging up them batteries or getting new ones placed in, that's gonna F up your time for appointments and I just don't see it happen. I mean, right off the gate, it's gonna cost an arm and a leg. Not every trucking company is gonna be able to afford it. You know what I'm saying? And the ones that can, they're not gonna shoot their whole wad, you know what I'm saying,
Well,
on
it'll
this.
be incremental, just like with Tesla. They'll put a few in, they'll start the process rolling, and eventually the infrastructure will exist, or at least be adapted to handle a larger portion of the trucking industry. And I'm not saying it should be full-fledged everything, but
Right.
there are certain loads that can be automated.
And Tesla, dude, how many reports have we seen of self-driving cars crashing in this shit because they were driving into the sun and the sun effed up their camera view? I'm not even sold on Tesla self-driving cars, to be totally honest with you. Like,
I don't think self-driving. I mean, I think there should always at least be a human that's there
yes,
behind
yes,
the
yes,
wheel to
yes,
take
yes,
over.
yes. Yes.
But you
Sorry,
don't have
let
to
me cut
have
you off.
you don't have to have a team there. You can just have one person on
Now,
standby.
now, see that I agree. Like I always agree. Like there's always going to be at least one human in the truck. Our job may change from driver to babysitter, but there's always going to be a human in the truck because the human is the fail safe. You know what I mean?
The
The
override,
human is
yeah.
the fail safe. So on that, I will concede. Like, yeah, um,
Isn't that how pretty
our
much how
jobs may
trains
change.
are? Aren't trains pretty much all self-driving,
part.
and they just have a
Always
conductor
run
in
on
there.
tracks. You've got to make sure the diesel engine keeps running.
Yeah.
Correct. So, we'll see. You know, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Chef Boosted. Let's say it does become a main thing. By the time they get the kinks all worked out, I'll be at the age of retirement. Best of luck to y'all. I'm going to the mountains with my pear-shaped women and my bottle of whiskey. Good day. Good day.
Hopefully by then, because of the industry, I'll have my retirement done because I'll be hand over fist selling sensors to the trucking industry.
Hey, listen again. Good luck with that. I hit 46 next month. I figure for it to become viable, it's going to be at least another 10, 15 years. Like I said, by that time, I'll be close to retirement. Best of luck to y'all, man. I'm going to be over here in southern Colorado in the mountains, surrounded by, like I said, the women's and my dog, and get off my lawn, all of that good stuff. That would be me.
Maybe we can have our Liberty Commune and actually, create that thing that needs to happen.
I'm here for it. I'm all here for it. Because I won't say tribalism. Maybe I'm saying tribalism. Just get with, other like-minded people. You know what I'm saying, and like make sure that y'all house is in order, so that if and when the shit does hit the fan, it doesn't hit your fan.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that.
I just want a good group of neighbors that I can count on that we can trade skills and other things with. Fuck the IRS, fuck government, get them out of the picture, and do everything as low key as we possibly can so that they can't mess with us.
Boosted gets it. He gets it. Ladies, y'all can find him on Tinder right next to Hex. I'm trying to find you a soccer mom in Ohio, bro. For real, B. Just a nice,
Alice is in the chat. So, Alice, do you have any single soccer moms that Hex
soccer
can date?
moms up there, that knows what a spice is and how to use it correctly.
I'll go ahead and dox myself because I already told God, BBW, I told you in a message where I'm in North Houston. I could think you guys probably figured that out by now.
No worries, man. Listen, I didn't know.
You were there.
I left Houston. Damn. Right as Minute Maid Park was being built, so that's what late 2000 or something like that.
I was in college.
Yeah, I was fresh out of jail and up to no goddamn good. I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. Who we you?
No, I grew up in West Houston. Went to DFW for college and then came back down and worked for a couple. Halliburton moved me back down, and then fucking all the ripple waves from 2008, couple layoffs, and now I'm working in sensor sales.
Houston has changed a whole lot. You know what I mean? For real.
Back in the 80s, you couldn't go downtown. Now it's all been
gentrified.
Yeah,
gentrified. Yeah. So,
dude, freaking in the mid 90s, downtown Houston was still fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
For real. Like I remember I was staying at the Montague Hotel in downtown Houston, right off of Main Street. It was like $400 a month, ran by this hairy back chested Greek dude. I walked in, and like literally as I'm walking in, because like my mother kicked me out. I'm walking in, there was another dude who had flatlined from a heroin overdose and shit. I'm just like, where the fuck am I at, man? And the dude sitting
at the wrong part of town.
The wrong part of town. Dude sitting at the hotel desk, just got on a wife beater and some cargo shorts. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you do. Just have my money first of the month, or I will break everything that moves on you. I'm just like, dear God, that was an eye-opening experience. and now downtown Houston looks like downtown freaking Vegas almost.
Yeah, I mean it's almost they've completely turned this town around, and it wasn't the Democrats, I'll tell you what. But dude, fucking goddamn, what's her face? The tyrant DA that we have in Houston right now. I don't live in Harris County anymore. I grew up in Harris County. Got the fuck out. So what's her name?
Is it Kathy Whitmer? No, that's the old mayor. I'm tripping.
That's the old mayor. Yeah, it's. Why can't I think? My brain has gone dirt mode.
Got me.
Is she like a activist DA that was put in by Soros and shit?
No. Why can't I think?
I have no idea, just because I've not been or cared about Houston in quite some time.
Kim Og or something? Is that
No.
it? Oh.
But shout out to the Harris County Jail, them boys. Don't drop the soap, gentlemen. Trust me on that.
Never been there. Don't plan on going.
You ain't missing a damn thing, bro. I was there for a month. I was their guest right before 9/11, and yeah, it
Lena
flooded.
Hidalgo.
What?
Lena Hidalgo is the tyrant cunt who's basically running Harris County, and she's a fucking peach. Like, I know people who know her personally, and they're like, "Fuck that bitch."
Jesus, that bad, huh?
Power tripping cunt, like straight up.
Damn.
Good.
By the way, Hedge, are those some guitars or guns in the back? Or both? Okay.
Yeah, my gun over here though.
Bet you do. Good times. Oh shit. Hey, that is a special friend here trying to holler at me. Let me holler back at y'all. I gotta go put the work in, okay?
Take
All
care,
right.
I'll be right back.
Peace.
I
So
love all the different shit we talk about on the stream. I love it.
now y'all know.
Alex says soccer moms don't like her.
I get that, Alice. I get it.
They probably
Where's
won't
Alice
like her
at?
either.
She gets shopping.
She's in my neck of the woods,
Got it.
actually.
She's part of the Ohio crew. Yeah, Quincy is Collin. Collin, you need to jump on and start talking about the whatever we were talking about, the tech hits or whatever. Because he knows about
like
that shit.
I sent Quincy a message. If he's ever back in town, I'll be taking him to lunch.
Heck
Yes.
yeah. Once he's driving, that's how I met him. It's because he was just driving through Denver, and I'm like, hit me up. Took him to lunch. He come to my house before too. I fed him food.
He came through here, me and another dude. We took him to this random ass Irish pub we found. That was
I love
fun.
Irish pubs, dude. Irish pubs are the best.
Especially two black dudes walking into them.
And then just one
Are you
Irish
black
dude.
Irish?
Yeah,
Well,
Colin,
let's
the
be honest, they're
cyber
basically
attack.
the same.
Black and that, yeah, right.
Same with the Italian.
And if you were a WAP, if you were a WAP back in the day, you were basically black. That's what's so stupid about everything. It's just like fucking. It's just dumb.
Is it 5 o'clock yet? It's close enough.
Yeah, it's for you guys. You're central boosted, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost 6 here.
Almost 6. Look, we can keep going. We can stop. Whatever you guys feel like up to doing.
Nah, we gotta wait for D. She's gotta make good on her promise.
I sent her the link, but I don't know if she checks the.
I think you might need to harass her a little bit. And if you do, I'm not the one who gave you that idea.
We should all just all at the same time post it or wall. D, where the hell are you? We're live streaming.
D.
Nuts.
Yeah, it's supposed to see who else. Where's Robert? Where are you at? That's getting cold. It's getting cold in Denver today or this week too. It's gonna get cold, like fucking 8 degrees. Not the most excited, but what are you gonna do? I had like 8 cups of coffee, so I keep having to pee. I apologize.
I've just been hydrating.
I feel like I'll probably have a drink when I do Chrissy's thing. I'll definitely have a drink. So, oh, yeah, Sir Con. Okay, hold on, Con. Let me send you the link. I'm gonna get Collin on. You guys can meet Collin.
Why?
COVID.
COVID.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my mask on over a live stream. Make sure y'all don't get COVID.
Yeah,
Don't infect me, bro.
That's like all the fucking public health people would have meetings at home with their masks on. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, fucking virtue signaling psychopaths.
Ugh, it's so stupid. The one in my county, she was terrible the whole time, and she stepped down. They like made her fucking step down, basically. So I don't know. They're all trying to save ass and cover their ass now, but
I honestly, with the level of the international, the Nuremberg violations that have occurred, like, I hope they have a gulag just for the fucking politicians.
yeah. I want to see them suffer. They need to suffer. And I'm
They
not
just
even
suffer the
like
way people
I'm not
suffer.
sadistic like that, but like
Lock
you
them
can't
up
do things
for
to
6
people.
months.
Yeah. Like you can't do what they did to us and just be like, oh, it was a mistake or whatever they're gonna say, which they won't even say
Oops.
that, but yeah.
You got it
it's
wrong.
like-
My bad.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Minus all the people who shot and killed themselves because they can't deal with being locked up with themselves.
Yeah, all the kids that have committed suicide, all the fucking facilities that, like, our governor Polis was bragging, oh, we're putting all this money into more mental health, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you literally created a fucking problem over the last 2 years, and now you're going to say you're going to fix it. All right, here's Collin here.
Think about the amount of kids that have undergone such incredible psychological stress, just not even be able to see people's faces.
Right.
There is such a loss of learning about how to read body language that is necessary as an adolescent, and they've been deprived that.
That's crazy. Are you there, Collin?
I am here.
Hi, Collin. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to the Golden Shower Sunday stream as a participant and not just
I
a
know.
chatter.
How crazy.
So what were we? Oh, the cyber attacks. So we're gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. So what do people think when they say cyber attack? What do they think is going to happen here? Like,
I don't really have an idea on it. Cyber attack.
One
I
of the
forget
most
who said
effective
it.
things I see is the crypto ransomware stuff. That stuff is actually pretty powerful, and it does work, but it's kind of dangerous to use.
It'll hack like wallets and stuff, or
no, because attacking wallets. I mean, you can attack wallets if you can get somebody's private keys. Otherwise, it's a little bit difficult. But what you can do is put viruses on corporate machines that encrypt everything, and they can't unencrypt it
Unless they pay them money.
Unless they pay the money. There's been several businesses that have had to pay millions and millions of dollars in ransom.
The pipeline.
Yeah. I mean, that's effective. I don't know what other things people are thinking that cyber attacks are going to be, though.
That's the beautiful part about the ledger is it can't be changed, right? Unless you, like you're saying, they have to hit the intermediary, the actual exchange versus, but people can still trade to each other if they want to.
Yeah, as long as we can trade privately between wallets as much as we want to, but they could take down stuff like Coinbase and crack. Well, they don't have to take down Coinbase; they'll just make Coinbase do all of their rules. But yeah, you could take down Coinbase. You could take down stuff. There's no right now exchanges I think that are completely distributed in any way. So that is a weak point in crypto right now.
I'm trying to think, wasn't there a cyber attack not like during COVID? Wasn't there one where it was they had a company buy its balls and made them pay? What was that?
That was the pipeline.
What? Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Okay.
It was the pipeline that feeds the entire East Coast from Houston.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, it got shut down. Yeah, okay, I remember that. Do we think that was a actual bad actor, or do we think the government did it?
And my camera died again. Give me 1 second.
I think it's a bad actor. I would imagine it's probably Chicom.
Well,
There's an active map that actually shows all current attempts, all current cyber attempts. I gotta find it.
How you doing, Collin? How's it at your house?
Took the dogs out for a walk. It's nice and sunny. It's all good.
I know it is nice today. I'm like, I should be outside enjoying it before it's 8 degrees, but I'm being an internet nerd and stuff.
I'm really excited to see you on Chrissy Mare. That'll be great.
I know. I'm a little nervous, but whatever. I'll just be my charming, wonderful self. So
It's on Simpcast. That's hilarious.
We'll see.
Yeah, you can be the radical version of the Simpcast.
I know. I'm gonna be like, I'm the domestic extremist.
I'm the thought criminal.
I'll be that. Oh well. At least Chrissy's pretty fucking base. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm just a guy who has too much knowledge in his head.
Yeah, you do have too much knowledge in your head. I don't, and that's okay.
Ignorance is bliss.
There's a point, where that's true. It's just true. Well, it looks like there's going to be a conservative thought patriot. Leon Starr is going to be on. A couple other people.
THOUGHT or THOT?
Oh yes, her bio thought. Her bio says conservative thought, THOT.
Okay.
And patriot.
All right.
We'll see how that is.
That should go well.
They're like, "Do you want to be Forest Mommy?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to be Forest Mommy. That's my name now. I'm gonna get it legally changed." I'm not going to.
You can put it on a ledger somewhere.
Yeah,
a crypto ledger.
That's what I should name it. Yeah, that's all good. Like, oh, Alice, her son has speech issues. Yeah, and the kids' obesity shit went up like crazy too.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
dude, my nephew he porked up like crazy. I mean, he's better now.
What'd you say?
I actually lost weight. I dropped 5 pounds, at least during the first year.
Collin's lost a bunch of weight too.
About 35.
Good job, dude. Keto?
No, just not eating like an asshole and working out.
It's funny how that happened.
Dude, I got depressed like a lot of people did. I was just like, oh, this sucks. I'm indoors. I don't have any friends. I don't have anything to do. And yeah, and booze for sure. I guess.
Jessica's meet Jessica lost weight too. I think she just figured out you're on.
Yeah, she's like, I can hear him upstairs.
Okay, got it. I was in 2018. I dropped 40 pounds and doing ketosis, and so I've kind of stayed in that mentality of being anti carbohydrate, but still doing an 18-hour fast. And it just, you don't even need to exercise; your body just stays regulated.
I did exercise. I started up a training program mostly because I saw a lot of dudes that were losing a lot of weight, and it was great. But they also ended up kind of looking like noodles by the end of it. Mm-hmm. They had no muscle tone to keep their shape. And so
I've got my shop downstairs that I still lift heavy objects all day long if I want to.
And you look great, Collin.
Oh, thank you.
Great. I've seen you.
A black screen.
Yeah, I know. This is the best way to look.
I've actually hugged him before. I know exactly what it feels like. No, just kidding.
And Jessica, yeah, it is. If you want to lose weight and stay fit, you have to do a 2-point approach. You have to exercise with some type of, good full body cardio, like swimming, as well as control is what's going into your body. So
I don't ever control what goes in my body.
Coronas.
I don't have any Coronas right now. Like, damn it! But I had some last night, and I didn't have some last night. I had some Friday night.
I've become
Why are they so good?
I don't like them, but I became a huge fan of gymnastics rings and kettlebells. Those are what works.
I was a swimmer in high school.
My whole life, most of my fitness has always been calisthenics and my own body weight and yoga. I've always been able to stay lean and stuff. I mean, that's I think half of it's genetic, but it's
you have a high metabolism to begin with anyway.
I do have my metabolism's out of control.
She doesn't stop moving usually, except for this stuff.
But I don't though. I have to get up and do shit every hour or half hour. Gonna have to stand up. Sure. Whatever, Hex is serenading us over there. Collin plays guitar too. He's a guitar player.
I just
He's all, no, yo, don't be shy. Come on.
I made a mistake though, and I screwed up a set of strings because I forgot that I had put locking tuning pegs on, and if you put them on the wrong way, it just cuts your strings off.
Yep.
So
I've done that before.
I was like, oh, it seems so convenient at first. And then I was drinking when I did it, of course. So
What?
All
why I
great
screwed
ideas
it up.
happen when you're drunk.
Luckily, strings are not expensive, or at least not the ones I was trying to put on.
And they're
So
also
just
made
wait.
of nickel, by the way.
Oh, they're made of
Nickel.
nickel.
Bronze round, browned.
Yeah, did you
Yeah.
buy more? Do you have new strings on the way?
Yeah, I just need to put them on, sober.
What brand do you use?
What did I get this time? Let's see.
Oh, Jessica said, yeah, Jessica, what, like, I've always, like, weighed heavier than I look. And then,
These are
yeah, muscles.
Diadro
weigh heavy.
XLs.
What is the brand again?
How do you say this? Diadro?
Diadario.
The Dario?
Yeah. I got these because I was like, oh, I can.
I actually use the Darios as well.
These are 52 to 10.
10 to 52.
Yeah.
I have 11 to 52 on the guitar I have in my hand right now.
I've been being badgered to play more guitar. So
Well, you
I had to buy
should.
strings. I remember it up in my head, but not in my hands. I'll tell you that.
I know. That's me too. It's like this, especially the piano. I'm like, I could be playing a lot, and I'm like, ah.
I played piano for 10 years, being forced by my parents. I got so burnt out of it, I don't want to touch ivory ever again.
I get that. I just can't sit down and like, I need to get a bunch of Adderall. That's what I need to get. But like, I never been able to just practice a bunch. But I could play anything. I can pluck anything out. It's just I hate sitting there practicing. It's so hard for me. But then I could be on Twitter like, I'm like, why can't I do this? But I can't like make like I'm actually creating sure like it sounds good, And I'm like, why is this so hard for me to focus on?
I'd rather
But-
practice on this thing.
Yeah.
Like go downstairs and fire up some beats than sit there and play music. It's just I can't do it anymore.
I get that. I like piano, Jessica. I could teach basics. I could teach you the basics.
I'm a giant pianist.
Yes. I learned a
Love
little
it.
piano 20 years ago. I know what all the keys mean, but that's about it.
No, I started playing piano on like some garbage stand-up piano, but then I was under the tutelage of a concert grand pianist in Houston who had a 9-foot concert grand, and that piano ruined me. Like I can't listen to music anymore ever. That's out of key.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yikes.
Man.
Yeah, I got cursed with a true pitch ear.
Oh boy.
She knows. She knows.
I gotta pee.
No
I gotta get up
giant
and pee
pianist
again
here.
already.
I'll tell you that. I'm 5'9".
Are you? What did you say, Collin?
No giant pianist here. I'm 5'9".
Yeah, I'm normal height too.
Whatever. That doesn't matter. Height doesn't always matter.
5'9", 170. You know what? I don't bitch. The world was created for me.
Dude, we're in the exact same freaking ballpark.
Yeah, it's everything. Everything is easy for me. Everything's the right height. Everything,
Don't have to have any
Awesome.
special clothes, nothing weird. Just go buy something off the shelf and you're done.
Yeah, Hex probably has a real pain in the ass time. Because
Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's rough.
Are you tall or what?
I am
very
6'8".
Holy basketball player, Batman.
I would look like the little
I mean,
kid he
why don't
adopted
you
next to him.
You should put that on your dating profile. You should be like swimming.
I do put that on my profile, and it doesn't really help.
Jessica, I'm not married. I'm single. I was also cursed with an engineer's brain, and that kind of doesn't help that regard. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's bad.
001. Jessica's taller than me though.
Oh,
She's 6 foot tall.
you know, there's so many basic surface level women out in the dating pool. They think that if they're 6 foot tall, they have to date somebody who's 6'5" or bigger. I'm just like, do you realize how much of the population that you could actually be compatible with that you're just completely saying, nope?
Yeah. I mean, I think she mostly married me because I can open up all the jam jars and stuff. But
There you go.
I mean, that's good, a good a reason as any, right?
yeah, it's like I didn't go lesbo because I need these jars opened. And
Well, she
but
could
on the
probably
other
like,
hand,
do some good
Maybe
side
she
hustle.
could go temporarily lesbo still, though.
well, yeah, you know, as
Every girl
long
can.
as long as heavy stuff doesn't have to be lifted, that's fine. You know. However, she's the one that gets stuff up of the tall shelves, and I'm not.
Yeah, she is tall. Very helpful. Collin, I went last night. If you remember Alexa from my party in the
Yeah.
group, she randomly had tickets to Eliza Schlesinger, and they bought it like before COVID, so they've like had these tickets for 2 years. So she had an extra one. She's like, "You want to go?" So we went. It was at the Belco, which is 5,000 people. It's huge, and no mask, no vax or anything. And I think they do it by the artist or whoever's doing whatever. It's their choice. And I think she was like, "No, I'm not gonna make that." So like it was great. That like nobody cared about masks or nothing. It was wonderful.
So good.
I don't know. It did. It was like a huge group of people. There's tons of people there. I haven't been around like a huge group of people like that in a long time. So it was pretty cool.
Well, I saw like Tim Dillon was coming, but I didn't know whether or not it was going to be at a place that had.
So apparently the official that's officially lifted, the like 500 or more thing in Denver. Yeah, because Jordan Peterson as well, wherever he was doing it was, but I think it's lifted. So I don't know, like I think it's all right. So I would like to go to Joe Rogan. Even my brother-in-law's like, "Are we going to Joe Rogan?"
I need to shake Jordan Peterson's hand just for fucking 12 years. That book is amazing.
Isn't that amazing? Like how much he's inspired people and how much people hate him for it.
The thing I learned from Peterson was the most useful was don't be like Homer Simpson and be like, "Whoa, that's a problem for future Homer."
Right.
Instead, be the guy that thanks your past self for the cool thing that you did.
Yeah.
And I do it. I actually do it out loud whenever I do something. My past self, and I recognize I was like, "Oh, my past self took care of that." I stop and I actually thank my past self. I'm like, "Thank you, past Collin, for
making my problems lesser."
Yeah, that works so well.
That's a good way. That's like a good thing to do. That's a good helps you to like stop for a minute, think about and then be like, "Okay, I did that before. That made things easier, and I'll always keep doing that now. Like keep being better." Oh, Alice is going to see.
It's like
Alice is going to see him.
Yeah, we've seen Peterson and Joe Rogan.
I want to meet David Draymond.
Yeah.
Who? David who?
David Draymond from...
He's the vocalist of Disturbed.
Oh.
That band has put out some very, very, very inspirational music for me.
They were my shit back in my teen years.
Yep. That was my music I listened to before I would go and do swimming competitions. That was my pump-up music.
Nice. Who plays the song, Hex?
Yeah.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
You're the one with the angelic voice here. You sing, Mama.
Angelic. I can only sing some songs sometimes.
I like Tool a lot, but I always feel like I'm kind of doing math whenever I listen to Tool. It's
yes.
Their beat regimen is amazing. I love how all over the place they can be with their songs. Yes. If
anybody hasn't seen it, the video where they focus on Danny Carey doing Numa.
Yes,
Is
I've been obsessed
fantastic.
with that goddamn video.
Yeah, I've seen it like 5 times.
I've seen it 5. That's it.
I can't play drums, X.
I can't either, but I'm still obsessed with it.
Danny Carey, Numa, Guide by Tool. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so I guess if that thing's up, maybe I should look to go to Jordan Peterson. I wonder if they still have tickets for it. I think it was at that Belco where I'm at, where I was last night.
Away.
Oh yeah, it's at there, Belco.
Damn it.
March 16th. Collin, are you and Jessica coming up for the end of the LP convention, at least like for the gala or anything?
Do any of y'all? Oh, sorry.
You know, I don't have clothes for a gala. I'll tell you that.
Do any of y'all
Yes,
follow
yes.
Elon Musk, because he just posted out something?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. So David Frum was slamming Elon for comparing Trudeau to Hitler. Was comparing Trump to Hitler for years, and Elon Musk responded going, "You hypocritical mega douche." Fucking love Elon, goddammit.
Where he just posted it? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
he just posted this. I'll get you the link. This is fucking amazing. Like, oh my god.
I saw them like going at. They're like they got so mad that they post. Oh, I did see that David Frum saying that.
What are you
That's
gonna do
always
to
how it
Elon?
goes.
I
Sorry,
can't
go
do
on,
anything
Colin.
to Elon Musk.
Damn it.
Anytime anyone gets so mad at someone else for doing something, especially like saying the N-word or whatever, then it's like always in their fucking past history, you know? Every fucking time.
All right, chat. Help me get Forrest Mommy drop a hard R. Go.
It'll be like that, the Joe Rogan one where he's like, say it,
Yeah.
say it.
We'll just get her listening to a whole bunch of old Richard Pryor until.
They've been playing. That was on TV a lot recently. Richard Pryor. I've been watching it.
He's one of those comics that should be on the Mount Rushmore of comedy. I mean,
Yep. He inspired a lot of people too. A lot of current comics.
I grew up
Yep.
listening to Pryor.
Yeah,
My
that's
parents
funny.
didn't know I was listening to Pryor, but
God, when Elon and Elizabeth Warren were going at it, holy shit, that was gold.
Oh, because then they had video of her walking out of her private plane and stuff, and he was like, "Is this you?"
Well, that plus, she was complaining about the amount of taxes that he doesn't pay for some reason. And, he's like, don't spend it all in one place when he's like paying $12 million in taxes this year. And goes, oh, wait, you already did.
Yep. And I know why they do it, but like her and Bernie and all them trying to make like rich people look bad. And I'm like, you do nothing. You literally steal from us. You don't provide a service. You don't provide a product. You provide nothing except divide and bullshit. And you're out here trying to get people. It's so like frustrating. Can't do.
so with Elon, I heard you guys briefly talking about like, okay, the car's cool, the space stuff is pretty cool, but the mesh thing,
Neuralink.
Neuralink, I couldn't remember what it was called. And like, have you ever heard his whole rap on why he's interested in doing that?
Not necessarily. It's not at the top of my head anyway.
I know he already thinks we're a cyborg anyways.
Well, no, I think he kind of goes with this idea of like, we better be part of the AI. If general AI happens, we should be a part of it and not be a separate thing from it. So that
Because it'll kill us.
Yeah, it has a vested interest in keeping us alive because we are it. and that's pretty much the reason why he's doing this.
Or we're there as being a real-time shepherd of it.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I don't
I
know.
don't
I mean,
want
he's
it.
smarter than me, but
That's the hardest part, is because like, and that's what everyone we talk about. Like, yeah, they create this, cyber world or whatever, but like, will there be a choice to not participate? And as we all know, as technology and shit always goes, like it becomes where you have to do these things. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the forced chipping, because otherwise you can't function in society. That's absolutely dangerous. You get
David Frum's like, why is he trolling me? I don't know if you saw that. Oh my god, the internet's so funny.
do they ever think that it's not a great idea to try and intellectually wrestle with a genius billionaire?
Oh god.
He's smarter than all of you. He's smarter than all of you, for sure.
Every single one of you.
Elon's a dreamer. He's got good ideas, but the implementation of them is not. I love the dude because of his ideas and where he wants to go, because it makes sense and we have to go there. We do need to become a multiplanetary species. It has to happen.
Right.
If Earth gets wiped out, we have no redundancy. What he is doing with his money is like God tier level human, because he's literally doing everything he can to advance us with what he has.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to have a good time. That's
I'm
my
just doing what I
advancement.
can to help that system work. That's all I want to do. I love the fact that I actually get to work with his companies and help make those rockets. That is my claim to fame, and I have all the pride in the world. Let me die. I'm good.
Oh, see, and I don't care at all. I work in tech, and I'm a mercenary about it. I would work for Somali pirates if they had a good dental plan. I don't care. I don't care about a legacy. I care about having relationships with human beings. Much more.
I get it.
I'm very selfish that way, Lucy.
No, that's fine. I'm kind of guess on the opposite scale. I want to use what I have as far as my assets to help benefit us where I can. Trying to be a good human so that we can make your path, what you've done to the earth known, or at least for the species. I won't be famous for it. I'm not going to get written in the record books, but I've done something.
That's cool.
I get that. I feel like that with my work in land conservation. I'm like, I help do stuff. I help save some land, even though it's fucking half of it's status, but whatever.
It's kind of hard to avoid when they own half the land in Colorado.
Well, exactly. And even like when private landowners put a conservation easement on their property, well, it's technically, in the end, it can be enforced by the state, so whatever. But you could drive from Monument to Larkspur, and there's a lot of land conserved in there, and it's really pretty. So
I do that drive all the time.
You know it. There's a ranch right outside Larkspur there, and she could have made probably, billions if she had developed it, but she was like, nope. She's from Texas originally. They're called the JA Ranch in Texas. They used to be huge. I think they sold a lot off, but then they decided to move to Larkspur. They bring the cows to finish in Larkspur, Colorado. But
okay.
6,500 acres, and none of it will ever be built up, ever.
Dope.
As long as shit doesn't hit the fan, whatever. Perpetuity is, I like anything's in perpetuity until it's not. Because everything can be amended. Like even the conservation easements can be amended. So it's like, whatever.
Isn't Walden also privately conserved like that, or
what? Walden?
Yeah. The way I understood it it is a bunch of private entities that bought the land, but the way it works is nothing can be done without unanimous consent of everybody, but like 500 people own a piece. So you'll never get unanimous consent, so it's always going to be just kind of let.
Is that a
Let
town out here, Walden?
No. Walden, like Walden Pond, Thoreau.
I don't know what that is.
Henry David Thoreau. Never mind.
I mean, it's sure it's similar like that, where you have to have everybody agree.
Oh,
Because even like when you have a trust that owns land, you all have to fucking agree. And that's what's been funny is a lot of these ranches that ended up conserving, like especially Sandstone Ranch and Larkspur. At one point, the original family sold out like fucking 80s, and it's like, you dum-dums, you should have kept it. But like, your kids, you don't know any better at that time, and they were boomer age, I believe, so they're like cha-ching, cha-ching. But you all have to agree on these things. Like, you always have to agree. So I like that. That's kind of a good idea. But then you have to put up with people too. That's why I'm like, ugh.
Well, it's weird because it's private entities that set things up to particularly make it a pain in the ass to do anything else but just leave it alone.
Right.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, the easements are like basically a part of it's like a deed goes onto your deed of the property. It's like a covenant, but
Right.
But I've been in meetings where we fucking amended some of them. So it's like, so how because a lot of there was people who would have these ranches where private owners because you could get like a tax break if you did it as a private landowner. You could get like a tax credit.
All in your 30s.
Poor boosted. But like, so these people bought ranches in Larkspur and stuff, and they were going to make them into wedding venues because that was like the big thing everyone was doing, So some of these guys bought a ranch. This one's particular was like the very southeast end of Douglas County in El Paso. He bought this ranch, and then he was just going to like start building it up to make it this wedding venue. And they were like, actually, according to the easement, which is the deeded to the property, is a part of it. Like, you can't run this property. Which in that it's like. It sucks because he should have checked that when he bought the property. Like, you should check that shit when you buy property with easements on it and stuff. You have to read what it says,
Mm-hmm.
But then they ended up just amending it for him anyways, a bunch, so he could still do it anyway. So it's like, whatever. Gen X. Yeah, you guys are Gen X. I'm older millennial too, but
Same age.
I don't know. Things I had to. I'm a girl, which is different.
It changes the playing field a little bit.
A little bit. But my life was just random and weird anyways to start, so.
It doesn't help that go.
Oh, no, I just me and Jessica met before meeting people on the internet and stuff was a thing.
Right.
I mean, we met in the late 90s. So it was a different world and I think objectively a better one.
Oh yeah. So it's a factor of feminism, a factor of the actual dating apps themselves. The culture has degraded to the point to where women have become narcissistic and entitled, and no one can settle. They have to have everything perfect. So it like it's not happening.
And in my in the older millennial, I remember it started with us where it's like you can't choose to be dependent or independent. You have to be an independent woman, and you have to go out on your own you have to do this, you have to do that. You don't need no man, which I had that in my head too. But then like eventually I was like, oh, I'll take a man doing that, taking care of me. That's fine. Like, but it got weird. Like, people got so weird about it, and they're still weird about it because then they're like, they want to have like all the control in a relation. People are just messed up.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
They fuck the gender roles. Like they completely gaslighted everybody into thinking that gender roles don't matter, but the sexes are different for a fucking reason.
Yep.
And it's okay to like give in one way or the other or whatever. Like, It's okay. Like I remember back in the day, because so my sisters are Gen X, and they went out and they got dependent on men right away and married and stuff. And then I was like, for a while, I'm like, I'm better than them because I'm paying my own rent. And then I'm like, then I would see, I'm like, fuck, I'm broke, I'm unhappy, and like they don't even work, and they live in nice houses and like all this shit. And I was like, oh, okay. But when you kind of you got to get the balance eventually somehow, but.
Yeah,
I don't know where you go if you're trying to date now. Like because the dating apps are not a place.
What was that, Hex?
like-
Yeah.
I've just about given up on it.
I'm the same, dude. I just fuck it. It's like it's an incredibly sad state of affairs because the ones that at least look decent are typically
church.
Instagram
Go to
boards.
church to meet him.
Yeah. No,
I probably should.
the other place would probably be stock shows.
Yes,
Talk shows.
they're
Stock
down to
shows.
earth. Yeah, you can go to the is there a Houston stock show? There's a big
Yeah,
Dallas
we have
stock
a-
show.
Oh hell, of course there are.
That's the
If you
Houston
find
rodeo.
single women that are involved in that sort of thing, then you're finding
Agriculture.
women that are raising animals.
Yeah, there's
you
the
know,
Mother
and-
Nature. Yeah,
And so, well, there's a couple things to that. They understand hard work plus time pays off, which a lot of young women are not being
Investing.
taught.
yeah,
Right.
sacrifice.
And the
Yeah.
agriculture people pretty much want to have kids and live
Right.
that life, and
Well,
like you said, the
they
hard
see
work.
it because their families. You have a large family working a farm because you have more hands to help work the farm. Therefore, you get more shit done.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
true.
I would
And then you
never want to try and find a quality person on Tinder. Jesus.
well, and it's so funny. So, like, you have your agriculture girls or whatever, and like, even if they're dependent and taking care of you, they're still gonna work at that. Like, they're gonna work to make your guys' life. Like, I knew so many girls who got married. They thought they weren't even ever independent, and they got married right away. And they just thought you just spend. Your man just makes all this money, and you just spend it. You just spend it. It's no big deal. It's like, and so, yeah, I like the agriculture girls because they understand. Like, we're a team here. We're building something. It's not just.
That's it. It's the team mindset. The people don't want to give in because they feel trapped if they devote themselves to one person versus being this nomad of females that can just jump from bed to bed. They think that that's liberty or liberating. People aren't willing to go in and sacrifice.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. Oh, Demo, we're at 5.5 hours almost.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
Good. Mommy's crazy.
You are. I don't know how your voice holds out.
Well, but I don't even have to talk. I don't talk half the time anyways. I'm the connector. Any lucky church or Tinder? No, yeah, people have to understand it as like it's a team. It's not perfect all the time, and why wouldn't you? Like, it's just easier to work together. I don't know, and everyone does want everything perfect. I'm like, you'll never have everything perfect in a relationship, and if you're expecting that, and then people will end one relationship over one little thing, and it's like, but everything else was okay. Why would you do it for that one thing? But everyone's listening to their friends in their ear and all
My
that
most
shit.
recent problem, remember?
Yeah.
Got fucking ghosted by a chick for no fucking reason. She didn't tell me anything. Single guy, owns his own house, has a retirement account, a stable job, and you're gonna look the gift horse in the mouth and just walk away from it.
I know, it's like the dream. I have a friend like that too. He's a trust funder technically, but he's super down to earth. And so he was like, maybe I do need to start flaunting my money. And I'm like, no, you don't flaunt it. All you say is you can come live with me and not have to pay rent, and we can have a family, and like it's that easy,
Like, even we could just be like good friends that just raise a family if you want to look at it like that. But
yeah.
like, I'm paying my own mortgage.
I know they say all men like are all like they just like don't have shit together. Then you're like, hello, I have my shit together right here. Stupid.
I also feel that it's equally weird for young women, though.
Yeah.
This is not a just one-sided thing.
We can't look at it from one perspective. No.
Yeah, it's definitely young women are getting a lot of bad advice.
Oh yes, and society is teaching them bad life choices.
Yeah.
I
You guys,
made,
you got to go for the younger ladies.
No, I've been dating trying to date into the early 30s/late 20s, but the late 20s are so immature, it's not even worth trying.
I'm mid-20s. Just imagine how bad it is for me.
I can't. Just trying to date into people who are just trying to get started in a career.
yeah, and now in the younger generations, even, I mean, it's okay to live at home and stuff, but they've been like babied at home until they're like 20.
Yep.
Like they've been at home being a baby until they're 25, and they don't know how to do any, like, I don't get, how do you live at home till you're 25 and not know how to clean your own bathroom or do laundry or shit? Like, how does that, like,
That's strange.
Helicopter mom.
Yeah, the I was on Hex earlier. My sister's a helicopter mom.
Yep.
Mr. Forrest mommy's always like, like making fun of her and making the helicopter noises. It's so fucking funny. Cracks me up.
I want to know the percentage of people of girls in their 20s that legitimately have freaking OnlyFans accounts.
Well, it's a lot. I'm sure it's a lot.
Just makes a point, I will double on this point. If you can work at a company that hires a lot of Praxis students, that's...
What is Praxis?
Praxis is actually what my kid did instead of going to college. It is an alternate program.
To make any money... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Praxis is an alternate program to college. Basically, the first 6 months of it, you're working on self-improvement, self-marketing, how to basically define the tools that you have as a young person, what you want to do, all that sort of stuff for about 6 months. And so that's all online. And then after that, you create profiles online, you create LinkedIn stuff, all that. And then they help you pitch yourself out to businesses throughout the country, usually startups. The startups then will hire you for 6 months as an intern at about $15 an hour. And almost all of those kids go on to get full-time jobs. And it runs from, lower level management to coding to things like that.
So it's on workplace skill set, like not tutoring, but like what's the other term? My brain is checking out. The Adderall is wearing off, and it's just like,
I know I'm still here, but my brain's checked out a little bit too. But I'm still here.
But yeah.
But the thing is, so what I do, I work for a very, very small company, and we're outside sales for a whole bunch of very, very accurate sensors that we sell into all different types of industries, but it's all engineering. So
right.
99% male dominated, office buildings. Like running across a female in there is like, okay. But that's just the nature of the thing, right? Because it's so pure, it's so highly logical what we do. It's not that attractive to the female mindset.
True. Well, okay. So it's not about what's like the place that my kid works at is male dominated as well. There's some women that working there, her included, but it's not highly female dominated. A lot of these, like I said, they're startups. So it is a bunch of dudes and, maybe a quarter at most of female. And she's doing like program management for a bunch of coders. Well, a few coders. Anyhow, the idea is that there is a completely different path for kids that are like, I don't want to spend $100,000 at college for a bullshit degree so that I
Century
can.
of Belgian lesbian studies.
Yeah. And they hired her for a lot. I mean, she didn't have a degree. She was 20 years old, and they were like, how does $60K a year sound? So
Boom.
it's a great program for kids.
$60K out the bat's a really good gig.
Yeah.
My praxis, I practiced by just moving out and having to pay all my own bills. That was my praxis.
Trial by fire.
It was. But I learned how to be a full-time bookkeeper. I got paid to become a full-time bookkeeper at the time because I got paid to do it and learn how to do it. You know, it's like, why isn't there more of that shit going on? Not that I wanted to do that for fucking ever, but it worked at the time.
But we have been talking about stuff, you know, these alternate paths, you know, that like alternate systems to the systems that are existing right now. And Praxis is one of them. There's a bunch of businesses out there that are like, I don't want some dummy college kids that come in here with their goofy ideas destroying my business.
Yeah, a bunch of green ass engineers who don't know how to design shit.
And they're activists. They're activists. They learn to be activists at college.
And one of the things that's the most important that they teach at Praxis is you need to display how you provide value for a business. That's how you get hired. That's how you make money, not by, you know,
a degree,
some woke bullshit.
Yeah, or just showing up. I have a degree, so I deserve the CEO position. Like, you have to actually like prove what you're doing.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
No.
Yeah, I was stuck doing like basic garbage design work for the first, God, how many years was it? Graduated in I guess for like the first 6 or 7 years of my career, just doing CAD work, boring, no engineering involved, just drawing out parts, making models, and kicking it off to get approved, blah, 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 blah. And that,
factory work.
Not factory, you're still doing design work. So, but there was also a lot of like failure mitigation going on, like actually going in and doing root cause analysis to make certain that what caused the part to fail was addressed and fixed, especially in manufacturing. So I learned a lot doing that, and that's kind of what made me what I am right now. Is I can actually look into an entire manufacturing process and see exactly where things need to be, and that's what makes me a good sensor salesperson, because I see the entire manufacturing process. I can visualize it in this, but that's also the problem. So
yeah, as long as it's got the Adderall in there to organize the thoughts. Organize the thoughts.
It's a complicated this thing. For I don't know if you've been in the live streams where I've been one of the previous ones, but this thing can microspec and macrospec around a dynamic system, watching all the subsystems working in parallel and finding out where failure points will be.
Crazy. My brain does not work like that.
So a lot of women will run screaming when a guy is an engineer, because the bad engineers are these just over the top egotistical, like, oh, I'm smarter than the 99.5% of the human race. It's like the ones that have to brag about it are fucking retarded. They're the ones that I would never hire to be an engineer. It's when engineers talk to engineers, we have a certain level of determining how deep down the rabbit hole have you gone, and you just know, because you see how people talk about, you know, things that they've made or what they do or the hobbies they have. Who fucking goes and buys a 3D printer?
I still use a computer. I don't know. I don't tend to talk about my work at all because it's fucking boring to other people. So I just lie and say I sell shoes or something.
I mean, Demo.
You got your TI-83 or whatever, right? Or is it 85 you had, or 89?
9. I need to do calculus stuff sometimes.
too much. I don't like talking about my work because people fucking hate the people from my industry, but I'm like, I have to talk about my work.
Are you a bean counter?
No, I'm a real estate agent now.
Yeah, you still serve a purpose. You're not there to fight engineers.
No. I'm not there to fight anyone, but it's fucking fighty of an industry, man.
Bean counters are the antithesis of engineers. What do you
Because
mean?
they're like, they have to put the budget to what you guys are trying to do, right?
We can't spend that much money. Do you want people to die?
Right.
See, I've always found marketing to be the bane of my existence.
Yeah, because you're like, that's what I hate about like with real estate, because it's, you don't really have to market the houses and shit anymore. You have to market yourself. And I'm the kind of person, I'm like, fucking take me or leave me. Like, work with me or don't work with me, you know? And like, I do the work's fine, but yeah, marketing is crazy. Like my business partner, he's a marketing, like he's so good at it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm always like, like I have friends who might be selling house soon, and I'm like, I'm not gonna push myself on them, you know. I'm just not that kind of, you know, Collin, I told you, I was like, you shouldn't have to pay so much for a realtor. I'm all about like discounting and like getting away from the boomerness of it all. And like I'm making it easy, doing off market. Like I love off market deals. Like that's what I want. And I'm not even doing it for more money. Like it's for way less money, but I prefer off market shit. So exactly.
Okay, so with all that you've seen, Forest Mommy, when at least in Colorado, is all this crazy nonsense going to fall the hell down?
I don't know. I mean, like that's the crazy thing, because it's been nuts since I've been in. People have been paying over appraisal since 2015, since my first clients, you know? Like I don't know. I did an update course this last week for continuing ed, and like they keep saying, like, I remember 3 years ago I was like, oh, I bet the foreclosures are going to start going up because, you know, shit's like everyone's been paying more and then things are going to like crash. And the teacher did say something about more foreclosures are going to start going up, but I'm like, I don't know. Like the money's all fake anyways. Everything is all fucking fake. And it's like nothing makes
Why are we
any
paying
sense.
taxes? They can print as much as they fucking want.
Exactly.
Right?
It's like, oh,
Things
everything's
are about control.
Yep.
It is. It's wild. I don't know if it's going to crash. Like I would love for it to crash a little bit like it did in the 90s out here, and we can get cheap houses again, you know, but who knows? You saw I'm like trying to rent out that house in Castle Rock for fucking almost $2,500 a month, and people will pay that. Like everything is just so fucking
Wait a minute.
crazy.
How big was that again?
It's like almost 2,000 square feet.
Oh,
It's a decent house. It has like a backyard and stuff, but it's still it's expensive.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can't see how this is sustainable in any way, shape, or form. You know, you've been to my house, Forest Mommy. I don't think it's worth $650,000, but that's what
on paper
the market says.
Yep.
Yeah, that's dumb. I like it, but it's not worth that much.
You know? I know, it's nuts. Well, even you've been to my house, and what Mr. Forest Mommy paid for it compared to what we can get for it now, it's just like, what? Like what? It's the 70s. It was built in the 70s, and what they're popping off for 600 and 500 around here too. It's like, what? Like, it's just so crazy. Even I love this story. I had a client. We finally found him a place in Denver, this cute little mid-century modern house that's on a block with all mid-century moderns. So they're all kind of the same. Everyone's like done a few little different things. The one he got has a 2-car garage and an add-on, and it's real nice. And we got it at the end of 2020 for like $711. Literally 6 months later, the house across the street, which didn't have any garage because they finished it and made it part of the house, smaller, not as nice. It was a rental. It went for $880. 6 months later.
God.
In Denver, and it's 2 blocks off of Colfax. Like it's how, who are these people? I've even what my clients put down. I'm like, where's everyone getting all this money? And like, if you feel so terrible, like he was like, I have this come to Jesus moment with my clients because realtors get paid more the more you pay, obviously. And I always tell them, I'm like, I am not like when I'm on the buyer side, especially, I'm like, I don't want you to have to pay this much. I don't want you to have to go over appraisal. I don't want you to have to put this money down because it's their cash. So like if something happens, it's gone. You know, if things do crash, that money's gone. They're not going to recoup it in any sense. So it's like, I try to always tell, I just don't want people to think it's me trying to make them pay more because it's not. I'm like, no. Oh yeah. And you guys sold that other one. You sold that one in 2020, your guys' other rental, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a good time. I mean, it's still a good time.
Well, here's something bananas. That house that we had was built in 1964. It was not in good repair, but so we ended up selling it to a contractor.
Oh, that's right.
We sold it for a decent amount. We made a profit on it, and that was all fine and good. When he finally got done and finished it, he sold it. It's a 2,000 square foot house that was built in 1964 next to Fort Carson, and it was he sold it for $405,000. It's not worth it.
No, a lot.
I'm assuming it's the same in Ohio and freaking in Texas and Houston and stuff.
It's everywhere now. So my parents, the place they bought in South Carolina, it took them forever to get in because everything's going so fast out there too. There's just no supply.
Houston's going apeshit.
I don't even get it anymore. And then all these flipping companies and which I'm a capitalist. I'm a free market capitalist. If you want to buy a house and flip it and whatever. But do you know how many of my clients who are actually wanting to buy a house to live in? They don't want the flip shit. They want their own. They want to make it what they want. You know, and they don't want to have to pay $150 extra because someone came in and put IKEA cabinets in, you know, like, so it's a crazy market, man. I don't know. It drives me crazy like every day.
We have a break for Boomergat.
Yeah.
Boosted and Hex are getting out weapons.
Nice.
Like, I'm going to get a motherfucking house.
Love me a good 1911.
Look
You
at
make fun of them, but
Les Bear makes these are all hand filed into final tolerance.
oh wow.
They ship them in a bag of oil with a note saying, do not clean this, wipe it down, take it to the range, and put 500 rounds through it before you even think about calling us for a warranty concern.
Damn.
You cannot barely rack these things when they come out of that bag because the barrel nut interference is so tight.
Wow.
That's what she said.
But yes, look at Les Bear. They make they're one of the big four. So Nighthawk, Ed Brown, what is the other one? And then at Les Bear, that's the big four 1911 manufacturers. The high-end ones.
I'm trying to think. I think we have a 1911 in my house somewhere.
Smith makes a good 1911. My dad has one.
Smiths are decent. Do not buy Kimber. If you're looking at $1,000 range gun, do not buy Kimber.
Yep.
Springfield makes a decent 1911 $1,000 range. Do not buy Colt. Colts, even though they have the original name on it, they're fucking garbage guns. My first was a government model stainless Colt model 70, and that thing jammed like all day.
Button gun.
I need to put it together in AR. I don't have one yet. So,
but buy a lower or buy an 80%, finish the lower, and then do not buy once a pistol, always a pistol. If you buy it, and you can't convert it if you want to.
Right.
So always buy a lower and build one, and you'll get a much better appreciation for the firearm, and you'll know how they work.
Jessica says it's her birthday first, so.
Oh, she's gonna get the AR first.
Figure out what caliber you want, because ARs, I mean, it's literally like a designer gun. You know, figure out what you want to do with it. You want to go shoot varmints. You want to shoot coyotes. 223 is fine. If you want to shoot
tyrants, I mean, what?
Let me go get my my tyrant.
5.56 probably. I was thinking.
I would do 223 wild, versus 5.56. 5.56
Right.
limits you to overall chamber length. So look at 223 Wild, WYLDE.
Okay.
That's a better
I've
chamber.
heard that one before.
It's a combination between 223, which has a longer projectile secant length capability, with the ability to handle the
Jessica,
pressure of a
nice.
5.56. Because 5.56 is a higher pressure round, but it uses smaller, lower mass projectiles.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Good tip.
Or just do 9mm, or buy a 223 regular AR-15 and convert it into 9mm. I mean, you will not find a better home defense gun.
Yeah, that works out anyway because our handguns are 9mm, so sheer ammo.
Like my plate carrier is 4 Glock mags, 4 30 round Glock mags for my AR, and then my pistol mags, and it's all 9.
Got a 9 in my pocket. Yeah, tyrants are. That's like the whole part that the forest property. Like the first thing I'm like, okay, we got to set up some sniper nests around the property. Like that's
Thermal.
first thing.
One of the first, you either need to get night vision or thermal, because if you can't dominate the night, they're gonna rape you.
That's true. I've always wanted to have night vision stuff down there too. Because we would be running around the woods as a kid, and I was like, oh. And then you learn like, oh, we could have got night vision. But
it's not cheap to get into, but once you have it, I mean, you
already got the tracksuit, so
yeah. I need an AK still, but.
So remember, with night vision though, if you're going to do a monocular, you got to have the bump protector to actually counterbalance the monocular so you can actually wear it. So there's a lot that goes into running a night vision monocular that a lot of people don't know, and a lot of practice with it too, because most people. So my buddy who ran Second Force Recon told me most people would harm themselves running night vision, not having been used to it, because you have no depth perception. And you're going out at night and you can't see that hole that you're about to fall into and potentially shoot yourself with your rig that's off safety.
Okay.
So
well, I'll hit you up when I need to buy shit. You can tell me what to get.
It opens up another box of problems that you never knew that you were going to have.
I mean, just to start, I won't be like, I probably won't. I'll just practice without a gun at first. So
yeah,
I'll be safe there. But then
or get airsoft. Practice with something that's not deadly, but still have the skills and engage targets with airsoft.
Hex camera's out again.
Oh fuck! I didn't even notice that.
Let me go grab my 9. You guys have seen it, but I'm gonna show it for Jessica and Collin. It's a great weapon platform.
All right. Keeping up. Jessica's in it. Jessica's always on the comments. I love it. Oh, there's Waffle. Are you coming on, Waffle? Although I know I'm gonna go till 5:30 my time. It's another half hour, 40 minutes. So if you want on, Waffle, come on. I'm starting to get my antsy pantsy. How are the dogs, Collin?
Awesome. So when is Simcast coming on?
It'll be on 7 o'clock our time.
All right, cool.
Jessica would know, Jessica. Bam.
So yeah, again, if y'all want to be getting into uber tactical shit, get a plate carrier and run level 3 plates, if not level 4 plates. I got just extra Glock mags and then 2 extra pistol mags. And the only thing I have left to get on this is a first aid kit for like a trauma treatment.
Nice.
But as I was saying about bump stops, mommy. So this is a Team Wendy helmet that actually has the ability to run a monocular on the front. I just haven't gone that path yet. It's a expense that I can't justify yet.
All right.
On the 9mm rig, this is just a standard AR-15 lower build that I put together. I do have some tax stamps, so please forgive. this is an actual registered SBR, so this is not a pistol. This is actually a rifle, but it's one more tax stamp you have to run. What I have in this is I can see it, shitty lighting in here. So this magwell adapter is from Stern Defense. It basically goes, you install it into your magwell and it stays in there permanently. And you can basically just slap standard Glock stick mags in and out, 9mm, as just in and out. It changes your mag release from here, because that actually holds the magwell adapter in place, down here. And all you have to do is you add a barrel and then a bolt carrier.
What dumb shit are you about to say?
And that's all you have to do to change from a Center 223 over to a 9mm. And for this, all you have to have simple red dot and a flashlight, just for home defense. On this particular rifle, though, it has shitty fucking lighting. So safe, fire, giggle.
Gotcha.
That's not a full auto. It's just a binary trigger, but as full auto as you can get while still retaining the gouge.
Yeah.
But 147 grade subsonic, hollow point 9mm through a can. It's hearing safe. It should not shatter your eardrums if you have to engage indoors. And it's just set up ready for 30-yard engagements.
Well, crap. That means that you just made a very expensive birthday list for my wife. She's already like, you got to buy me this now.
So I've been shooting since I was 5 years old. My parents made an effort to introduce me into firearms very early because we had them around the house. So they wanted me used to them and safe with them. So I started off with a 22. My first rifle was a Remington Nylon 66 22, and then a 20 gauge, and then Jesus Christ, once I got out of college.
Yeah, similar. I grew up in rural New Mexico, so I started shooting when I was around 6. Yeah,
I grew up in Houston, but my parents made an effort to take us out to the country as often as they could. I fell in love with it. Like I'm more country than I am city slicker. I just use the city to make money.
Fair enough.
There you go.
Like long-term retirement goal is to get the fuck out, get 10 acres, have a homestead, and Jesus, hopefully find someone who's decent to have a wife and kids with.
Well, you're, like I said before, you're a man, so I know you don't want to be old dad, but you guys can.
The problem is that my parents were old parents, and I don't want to replicate that. I never knew my grandparents. The only one of my grandparents that I knew was my paternal grandmother, and she was worthless. My maternal grandfather was like the head of the science department of my college. I didn't even know he was, like, back in the 80s. And he died like a few months before I was born. And anybody who knew him said that I'm him reincarnated, and that he and I would have been best friends. And I'm like, well, gee, fucking thanks, because that would have helped my adolescence.
I know.
Actually, yeah, we're young breeders, so
you guys are way young.
Well, that just means that your kids are going to know their grandparents and their great grandparents, and their kids will know their great grandparents.
Older aunties and uncles. It's true. All right, maybe I might have to get off now because I need to go eat something. I just realized, y'all. I haven't eaten. I've been here since 11 a.m.
Yeah, you gotta get your energy up for Simpcast. So.
Yeah, because I want to have a drink too at that point.
Sweet.
Well, thanks for everyone coming on.
Thank you.
That's good, Collin. Feel free to reach out to me if you guys ever need gun advice. It's always just advice. I'm never going to steer you towards anything. It's just my personal experiences, but always happy to help provide.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for everyone watching. Oh, does anyone want to plug stuff? You guys can plug stuff. Hex and I don't know if you want to plug.
At my sensors.
Your SoundCloud. I don't know.
Everything.
Like I need more.
Twitter Hexo_Genesis. Everything else Hexcelerate. Get my music. Thanks.
I need to change my handle on Twitter so it's easier.
Mike Oxlong. Mike Coxlong. Love it.
I'm just a troll. I'm sorry.
That's all good. Anything you want to throw in, Collin? You good?
Yep. Oh, good.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. Yeah, and
you
check
guys have a
out
lovely
Chris
evening.
Mayer at 9:00 Eastern tonight. And you'll just hopefully I'm not too fucked up by then, but it's all good. All right. Love everyone. Bye everyone.
Have a good night,
Bye.
mommy.
Bye.